Good morning, Chatty House. What's going on, everybody?
What's up, Chatty House?
Chatty.
Kyle says hello.
I think Spencer gets a belt today. Is that what I saw? Am I wrong?
What's up, Warren? I think it might have been Warren or Manny from what I saw on YouTube.
I got Spencer at 7:57.
Maybe it was Spencer. That's early.
Yeah, that's early. What's going
Shout
on?
out Spencer.
We got a crazy day for everybody. Super exciting. Everyone knows we're going to be going crazy here with the DeMar DeRozan stuff. But we have to mix things up because Damien and Kenny are both out today. Dame is gone all week. He's on vacation. Kenny will be back tomorrow, I think is the plan. So Kyle is gonna do the is gonna hang out for D'Lo and Casey, and me and Jesse are gonna start the show here. And Kyle's got a whole bunch of guests lined up, and we have the great Jerry Reynolds coming in today to hang out with me from 11 to 12. So, yeah, it's a little crazy, a little wild, and I'm a little under the weather, so just a heads up. So I have to mute the mic or do anything crazy. It's because I'm a little bit under the weather. Let's see. Quote.
What's up, Katrina, Johnny G?
And wants to go behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia, filling in for Kyle Madsen. Kyle Madsen is actually going to fill in for D'Lo and Casey. We got some switcheroos happening here.
Just a couple of switches, that's all.
Just a couple of switches, but we roll with it. Jesse's going to hang out with me in the first hour, and the legendary Jerry Reynolds is going to drop in studio and hang out with me in hour number 2. Should be a very, very fun day here. The Sacramento Kings this weekend. They did something I did not think that we didn't know if it was going to happen, Jesse.
Yeah, it was kind of like, all right, well, they're working, but are you going to be able to get the job done?
Well, we've been here before.
Mhm.
I think that's the problem. We've been here before, and we didn't know if they were going to be able to close a deal. And sure enough, on Saturday night, it absolutely did happen. It did happen. We got air horns. I think. Let me see if. Well, maybe I can do air horns. Maybe I can't. Whatever happened, the Sacramento Kings have landed DeMar DeRozan. It is a sign and trade deal. They are going to send Harrison Barnes to the San Antonio Spurs, along with a 2031 pick swap. Chris Duarte and a pair of second-round picks are headed to the Chicago Bulls. It's basically a net neutral trade, which is a good thing for the Sacramento Kings. They've got roughly $24 million in salary going out. They've got roughly $24 million worth of salary coming in. They signed DeRozan to a 3-year, and the numbers all over the board.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of them in the 70s this weekend.
It's all over the board, but from what I know, it's a 3-year, $76 million deal. The first 2 years are fully guaranteed. The third year is not going to be fully guaranteed. It's going to be probably a team option with some sort of buyout. We don't know what the figure is on that yet, but it basically breaks down to 24, 25, 26 million, something like that, plus incentives. So this is a huge, huge addition for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, no, this is a massive deal. This is a big deal, especially like you said, they didn't really give up much to get him here.
Well, I mean, they did give up a seasoned veteran. They gave up a guy who's been the backbone of this team for the last couple of years in Harrison Barnes, who is, again, one of the most, like I've covered the NBA. This will be my 15th season. The best pro the Kings have ever had. He's so good in the community. He's so good behind the scenes, teaching players how to maintain their bodies, teaching players how to be professionals. He is an absolute dream of an individual, spectacular human being. So shout out to Harrison, to his wife Brittany, to their daughter August. who are going to take their talents to San Antonio for the next couple of seasons. Jesse, just what were your initial thoughts when you heard DeMar DeRozan, Sacramento Kings?
I feel like we were all just kind of building up to it on Saturday because you and Dame been kind of handling that story all like as it like was building up and all that. So I feel like Saturday was kind of the culmination of it. Like we saw, I think it was Saturday morning, like he was in Sacramento and all that. He was around Fox and all those guys. So I feel like we were all just kind of building up to like celebrate like that signing when it did happen that night.
Yeah, and so I'm going to start there. You mentioned something right there. First of all, our good friend Damian Barling was all over this trade.
Yeah.
All over it from start to finish. And for me, like Damian was a great partner to work with in this whole deal. We both had information we were putting out there. I knew as of Friday most of the parameters of the trade, and even that they had found a third team to like get involved with the trade. And Damian was all over this. He knew when when he was coming into town, sort of the whole process. And it's funny because in the end, the payoff is that Shams or Woj tweets out the final thing, but that doesn't mean that we weren't on the ground like driving this thing the whole time.
Yeah, this thing like Woj and Shams, they can tweet out the final whatever. DeMar DeRozan is signed with the Kings for this amount of money, whatever. But it's like if you were following like James and Damian the whole time, like you didn't need that tweet. You knew what was going on the whole time. Like you were kept up with it the whole time.
Yeah, and like it got a little crazy there in the end. It did. Like there was a point where like the negotiations hadn't like broken down, but like maybe some of the mechanics of maybe the third year or how much money the entirety of it would be started to get a little strange, and they took a break. But we knew early on that the hope and dream of the Sacramento Kings was for him to sign a deal, to agree to a deal on Saturday night so they could bring him out either right before or during the Kings California Classic game at Golden One Center. And that's exactly what they were able to accomplish.
Yeah. What was that atmosphere like being out there all day? Because I feel like I said, everyone kind of feel like it was all culminating to that. Like what was the vibes like?
Oh, it was anxious. Yeah, it was anxious. Like Damian was like pacing. Like he couldn't sit down at all. Like all of us were sitting there on edge, like, hey, when is this going to happen? Is it going to happen? Because look, I think everyone knows like the Clippers were the boogeyman in this situation.
Yeah, I feel like that's another thing too. When I feel like a lot of people, and even myself a bit, like when I saw the Clippers name and I was like, don't let this be like what it's kind of been the last few seasons. Kind of like, oh yeah, the Kings were going to trade for Kuzma at one point, and then Russell Westbrook swoops in, and that deal happens and all that.
No, I totally
yeah, I was just kind of I saw that, I was like,
Yeah.
all right, like I hope it goes down, but it's like, oh gosh.
Yeah, it was a really, really interesting situation because he is from Compton. And he's from, Southern California. Like you would expect him to want to play for the Lakers or the Clippers. But at the end of the day, like, look, the Kings hard sold him. Like the story by Anthony Slater and The Athletic, I thought was really interesting, where he had like sort of the dynamics of what happened behind the scenes. Jay Triano picks him up at the airport. Jay Triano, of course, is DeMar DeRozan's first NBA head coach. He comes to the arena. They watch a workout of De'Aaron Fox, Mike Brown, and Luke Laux, and one other coach like takes him on a tour of the practice facility of sort of the back end of Golden One Center, which, just so people know, is spectacular. Like the Kings practice facility is so top notch, and everything behind the scenes. They have a lounge. They have a full kitchen where a chef makes them all kinds of food all throughout the day. Like it is a fully functioning like sort of corporate office with the weight room and the cold tubs and everything is right there attached to Golden One Center, which is a huge bonus for a lot of players. A lot of players like to have it all intact, so when they're going to work, right? So they did all of that. He went to lunch with De'Aaron Fox, and he had talked to a lot of coaches, a lot of players beforehand, whether it be Malik or it be De'Aaron or whoever it might be. With
they just pulled out all the stops for him.
They did, and I think that's something that they needed to do. This was like, you need to put your best foot forward, and sure enough, they were able to do it. They were able to closed a deal, and to me, this is probably the biggest free agent signing in the history of the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Vlade was a free agent signing too.
Vlade is, for me, has been the number one free agent signing.
Yeah.
He was 30. I think he signed a 7-year, like $70-something million deal during the lockout of 1998-99. And, they've had other free agent signings that could have been great. Like George Hill got like a 3-year, $57 million contract with the Kings. And then on top of that, they've had other guys. I think Malik Monk will go down as one of the best free agent signings ever.
I think for the caliber of like player DeMar DeRozan was, like I was 5 or whatever at the time. Vlade Divac got signed by the Kings or whatever that was. So I wasn't sure what the league thought of him. But I think for the caliber of player DeMar DeRozan was, like, this is probably like this is the biggest for the Kings now.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is the biggest swing and hit. I mean, we're talking about a guy who last season averaged 24 points, 5.3 rebounds, 5.3 assists, 4.3 rebounds. He led the league in minutes per game and minutes played at the age of 34. He'll play his 35-year-old, 36, and 37-year-old seasons in Sacramento. So there's always got to be some concern about a player breaking down, but he sure doesn't show any signs of it. And that's something that I think stands out. Like, the Kings have had players that they brought in that you hope that will live up to some free agent contract, and they don't. But this is a guy who just last season was dominant. He was dominant. 6-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA. He's really close. If he's not a Hall of Famer, he's really close.
Yeah.
He's got 11 consecutive seasons over 20 points per game.
It's like, to him coming here and like at his age, it's not like he's coming here to like carry the team on his back. Like, now we have De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis here as well. Like Malik Monk, so it's not just like DeMar play all these minutes and like you're just gonna burn you out or anything like that.
Yeah,
it's a much better situation now.
That's a good point. And like, look, I don't think the Kings are done, and we're gonna get to that here in a little bit. We also have some other news with the Kings too, that we'll get to kind of break down a little bit more. But just Devin Carter, the prized rookie of the Kings, the number 13 overall pick in the 2024 NBA draft. He is going to undergo surgery on his left shoulder and is out indefinitely. Jesse, I got to be honest.
How do you feel about this?
Well, I think there's a couple of things here in play. Number one, he's a little bit older rookie, so I think some people are like, oh, this is a bit of a panic. I think it is what it is. Like, this is like, guys get redshirted all the time. I don't think he's going to be redshirted, as in he won't play this season at all. But I do think he's going to miss time. So I had heard the day before the draft that there was concerns that he needed surgery, and the surgery would be something close to 6 to 8 months recovery. We heard a little bit, as of yesterday, that it's similar to the Kevin Huerter injury, but Kevin Huerter's injury isn't 6 to 8 month. His injury, labral tear, is more like 4 to 5 months. And he's way deep into that recovery. But yeah, this isn't ideal because he's going to miss training camp. Most likely he's going to miss preseason. He's going to miss all the things that rookies need to go through in their first year in order to sort of build a base. He'll be here in Sacramento. He'll be working out. He'll be, working on everything that he can without using that shoulder. He'll be learning the playbook. He'll be working with coaches, watching film, all that stuff. But it's a big difference when you're going through the actual steps.
Yeah.
I think the one good thing is that it's not like a lower leg injury where he's just going to be sitting there and can't do anything for the next couple of months. He actually will be able to do some things. But that's sort of the concern right away, is that, will he play this season? Will he not be ready until January or February? That's possible. Either way, the Kings are going to have to react, and they already did. They signed Jordan McLaughlin to a looks like a league minimum deal just as a third point guard to give him some support, but definitely not exactly how you want to start your rookie campaign.
Yeah, the Devin Carter stuff, I guess, isn't ideal for him. But I think kind of the silver lining it is, I'm sure the Kings had a plan for all this. Like, they knew going into it what the deal was and all that.
Yeah, you hope so.
Yeah,
you hope so. So, okay, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we're going to talk a whole lot more about DeMar DeRozan and the Sacramento Kings, how he fits and where the Kings go from here. Is this it? Do the Kings have more up their sleeve and all that stuff? So I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. You're listening to The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Saw that, Warren. He could have been a decent option for the Kings. He's a solid defender too, I think.
Hey, there is a good breakdown of how DeMar DeRozan might fit with the Kings. That's floating around there on the interwebs. Let me see if I can figure out who wants to start. Hoop Venue is a YouTube channel. I thought it was pretty comprehensive, pretty good. We'll see how it goes. What's going on, Chatty House? Everyone super excited? Tom L. Okay. This question we'll get to here in a few. We'll get to in just a few. I don't know how close, but I also know that things are still moving. There's still a lot of moving pieces here. If you read the Kings beat, I did put something up this morning, and it does give more details, which we'll talk about probably in a few minutes. Jim Garfinkel, when is the next Kings Beat podcast coming out? Maybe tonight, but I do have a lot of radio today, especially with I'm gonna hop on with Kyle and do the normal 3 to 4. We got to see how my voice holds up throughout the day because I was under the weather sort of starting Saturday night. At the California Classic. Yeah, Jack Sack 30. The Hoop Venue breakdown was pretty cool. Yeah, Kyle G. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. I don't. But we're going to get into that. Okay. I'm going to get into the cap situation too. Let me make sure I've got that down. Cap situation. Maybe we'll start this next segment with that. How about that? Cool. Welcome back into the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. I'm James. Joining me is Jesse Tapia on the other side of the glass. Got the two room thing that we used to do here on the Insiders. We don't have to do that anymore unless Kyle and I aren't, doing the show together. So it's a little different, Jesse.
Yeah. I like you guys' setup too. How you have it where you guys are both in there now.
No, I dig it too.
Yeah.
It just adds for like that more personal feel.
Yeah.
Even like when Jerry comes in, it's like me and Jerry are just sitting here having a conversation.
Because like here I'm in the studio or whatever, I gotta make sure I'm sitting up straight, that way I can see you over the little laptop or computer monitor that's in front of me. I'm not a tall guy or whatever, so I gotta make sure everything happens. The chair's already as high as it goes, so yeah, I gotta make sure I'm working already.
That's funny. So the Sacramento Kings pulled off a monstrous sign and trade deal. And let's get into this. There is questions right now about the cap implications of this. So people know out there, when you do a sign and trade deal like this, it will hard cap you. But the hard cap is going to be at the first apron. So that's at like $178.1 million for this season. Right now, the Kings are well below that, but they have to be cautious in how they build out their squad still. So as of like this weekend, I think the math is like they're at like 168 million, maybe 168 million with Alex Len. And so if they sign another player, they're going to be right up against, like, super close to the actual luxury tax. Luxury tax is like 171 point something million. So what hard cap means is that means that you can't exceed the first apron with another trade. Well, you can continuously make trades that play below that amount. But once you get to that 178, the only thing you can do is you can't make a trade that would take back more money than that dollar figure, the 178. But what you can do is you can sign veteran minimum players after that. So if you do need to sign a veteran minimum, you're going to be over the luxury tax. So you're going to pay dollar for dollar for the first 5 or 6 million. And then it's going to go up at incrementally for every 5 million over that. So the Kings won't be able to, like, they couldn't go out and do like a deal that brought back a $34 million, $36 million Brandon Ingram, but only send out 18 million bucks. They won't be able to do that because that would violate this hard cap situation. But they still can play like on the margins. There's all kinds of things that they can still do. They still have Kevin Huerter's contract, which at this point, again, they've bulked up the backcourt. I'm not sure what Kevin Huerter's role is on this team as of today, whether it's going to be as a backup 3 or a backup 2.
Do you think it matters that Devin Carter could be out for however amount of time, like for Kevin Huerter?
No, because I think the Kings still have depth at the position, and they still have an opportunity, right? The one thing I would point out that, like, the versatility of their roster is really interesting. They have De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. They can play the 1 and the 2, right? But they also did a lot of work with Keon Ellis. So Keon Ellis started 6 games, I think, last year at the point guard position. So there's potential for him to play a little point guard. There's potential for Colby Jones to play a little point guard. But also there's a potential for DeMar DeRozan to move into the backcourt. And so there's always that chance that if, let's say, the Kings go out and they shop for another player, right, and they further change their roster. And I do know as of right now, according to my sources, the Kings aren't done. At least they don't hope to. They're not done. That they are still intrigued by players like Kyle Kuzma and Lauri Markkanen. Whether they can pull those trades off or not is really going to depend on draft capital and what they're willing to give up, what they're comfortable to give up. But you could see how if they were to make a move and bring in a Lauri Markkanen, or a Kyle Kuzma and put them at the 4 and move Keegan Murray to the 3 and move DeMar DeRozan to the backcourt, that could easily happen.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think the roster versatility of DeMar DeRozan actually does help you. We'll get into like sort of interesting things about like how DeMar DeRozan fits and everything else. But as of right now, the initial question is, how are they cap-wise? They're fine. And they don't have a lot of room to play here. They do still have at least part of their mid-level exception that they can use, but they can't go over that hard cap number of 178. But then on top of that, they do still have other things that they can do. They can't trade a player like Jalen McDaniels until they get to a certain point, and he's got to be on the roster 60 days before they can send him out in aggregated trade. They can trade him on his own, but that again is like 4.7 million you could potentially free up. But you always have to remember that when you trade out a player like that, or you could even buy out a player like that and just basically save $3 million this year. So that's what I always tell people, like when you're talking about the salary cap and all these questions that you have about hard cap, or, like, are they going to go over the tax and all that stuff? Like, the tax is definitely, like, it's calculated at the end of the season. If you're hard capped, you're hard capped when you're hard capped. Like, you make a sign and trade deal, you're hard capped, right? But the way that the tax and the salary cap is all like kind of figured out. They wait until the very end of the season, so you have plenty of time to like make moves that could potentially help you.
How realistic after all that do you think a move for like Lauri Markkanen would be?
See, the Lauri Markkanen one is going to be interesting. So in August, they can do something crazy. Like they can give him an extension. They can try to do what the Kings did with Sabonis. They can give him a pay increase. They can renegotiate and extend him in August. But like what I've heard, and even like I had a conversation with Sean Cunningham from Fox 40 on the Kings Beat podcast last week. And what Sean has heard is that he really wants to test free agency. And so there's a possibility that he won't sign there. So Utah is kind of in a rough situation where if they don't get if they don't cash out on him right now, they're in trouble. But also when they try to trade him, his value isn't going to be as high. So
yeah, because he might not sign with you still.
Yeah, exactly. So you're looking at a 27-year-old guy who I think he just turned 27. And you would hope that you would be able to sign him to a long-term deal, but he's going to want, close to $40 million or maybe over $40 million a year for 5 years. So your investment in Lauri Markkanen is really high, but his starting salary is really low. So this next season, he only makes $18 million, something like that. And so you could pull off a trade straight up like Kevin Huerter for Lauri Markkanen straight up. And then it's about the draft capital.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to have to give up? The Kings did hamstring themselves a little bit by giving up a 2031 pick swap, and it's an unprotected pick swap. So if they somehow land the first pick in the 2031 NBA draft,
shout out to San Antonio for that one.
San Antonio can swoop in. But here's the crazy thing. It doesn't mean that they can't trade their pick. They can. They can trade the 2031 pick still, but whatever their record is, that team has to understand the San Antonio can pick swap it if they want. And so that's one problem. The other thing is like that's why I've always talked about Kyle Kuzma as such an intriguing piece for the Kings, because he's locked up under contract at $23.5 million, $21.5 and $19.5 million. And a straight up Kevin Huerter for Kyle Kuzma swap would work financially, right? But the problem is that you're going to go deep into the tax on that, and you're going to approach that hard cap idea. So you would almost want to add a player or two to try to bring that number down a little bit. And then, like, what is it that they're going to want? I know that Washington has held out and kind of held their ground and said, hey, we want like multiple first round picks. And what does that mean for the Kings? Would they consider that? And to be honest, Jesse, I think that they would consider that more today than they would have on Saturday morning.
Well, I feel like you had Kyle Kuzma to this team. Like, if you right now, I think with DeMar DeRozan, I think they're pretty comfortably a top 6 team. Like, they're a playoff team now in my eyes, I think. But if you add Kyle Kuzma, I think that's when we can talk about you with the OKCs and the Denvers and the Minnesotas, I think.
Yes. Yeah, I think so too. And that's where it starts to get really interesting, especially if you don't lose a guy like Trey Lyles in the trade.
Mm-hmm.
So if you walk into a season and your starting 5 is, De'Aaron Fox, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, Kyle Kuzma, and Domantas Sabonis, but your bench is Keon Ellis and
Malik, Trey Lyles coming off the bench. That's solid.
Yeah. So all of a sudden you're starting to cook with something a little bit here. So yeah, I think it's interesting. We'll have to wait and see how it all works out. Again, I think the Kings are more likely to give up a little bit more now that they know where they stand in the league, and that they've got one player under contract that really does change the dynamic of the team. But we're going to have to wait and see what else comes up and sort of what deals might materialize.
It's exciting just because, like I said, if they are able to pull off something like Kyle Kuzma, they are just right there now. So I think before coming into the offseason, it was kind of far-fetched. Like going into this, like game 1 or whatever, it's like, oh yeah, Kings probably gonna have to play themselves up into being contenders and stuff like that. But you go and you get a guy like Kuzma, like you're instantly in that conversation now.
Yeah, I would think so too. And you're still gonna have to figure out the dynamics of it and how all the pieces work together. And Mike Brown's
that's why you got that coach, you get that extension too. That's another thing too. I think for looking at this offseason, like before with the Kings and their coaches, usually you got messy or whatever, maybe it's not stable, so the coach isn't sticking around. But you kept Mike Brown around. Malik Monk, who probably could have went somewhere else, made more money. Now he chose to stay with you, and then you lock up a guy like DeMar DeRozan. Things are kind of changing around here.
No, I totally agree. All right, we're gonna step aside again. When we come back, we're gonna look at how DeMar DeRozan fits with the Sacramento Kings. Is this going to be an issue that he doesn't shoot the 3-point shot, or is it not that big of a deal? So Jesse and I will be here. We'll walk you through it all here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. What's going on, everybody? Somebody asked this, Kuzma. I need to try to move this stuff, and I also need my water. I haven't heard anything on Cam Johnson. I also, the Brandon Ingram thing becomes extremely difficult with the pieces you have left, because in order to even consider the Brandon Ingram situation, you've got to come up with enough money, and that's not super easy. That instantly, puts Trey Lyles in the trade, and I'm not sure the Kings want to do that. I mean, they're not going to say no to a trade because of that, but somebody asked, John Poles asked about Thibault. Thibault makes over $10 million a year, and I don't see how Thibault would fit at this point. I don't know why anyone talking Kings would bring up Ben Simmons. I'm not sure, unless you're just being funny. Yeah, like someone asked about Dorian Finney-Smith. I like Dorian Finney-Smith. Again, he makes a little too much, and maybe that works with a Kevin Huerter swap, but yeah. Sweet. All right. Interesting stuff. I do like Steve McBride. You bring up the Time Lord. Robert Williams has injury issues, but I'm intrigued by him. The problem is, again, you're hard capped after a sign and trade. So you can't just give up you can no longer give up your mid-level straight up unless you do a bunch of work before that. I'd also tell everyone out there, like, look, none of these transactions are done yet. Oh. Interesting. Just got a text from my friend Kyle. No on John Collins. Sean Sladek asked, could Mason Jones earn a full roster spot? Maybe, but he's locked into a two-way, and there's way more advantages to the Kings of leaving him on a two-way. So Kevin Russ is asking, where's Kyle? We went over that early in the show, Kevin. Kyle is here, but Kyle is taking over for D'Lo and Casey today. They had one's on vacation, one had travel issues. So
Kyle and friends from 12 to 4.
Kyle and friends from 12 to 4.
It's a solid guest list too.
And if you guys don't mind, hit the thumbs up button for us. What do we got coming up? Oh, got it.
Look at that. No worries. Kyle's right here.
Kyle's always watching. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Making movie references Kyle might not understand.
What movie is that you're talking about right now?
Well, always watching is from Monsters, Inc. I'm always watching. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia, in this segment. Kyle Madsen will be on from 12 to 4, filling in for D'Lo and Casey today. We have Kyle and friends. We also have James and friends this during this early 10 to noon slot. We've got Jerry Reynolds coming in just a few minutes. Jerry's supposed to be here at 11, but he's almost always early.
It's usually 10:45.
It is. He just kind of rolls in whenever he wants because he's Jerry Reynolds, and that's how he rolls. And we always just open the door and like welcome him right in. I'm super excited to see Jerry. It's been a little bit. Jesse, we got this one issue is that DeMar DeRozan's almost 35.
That's what I've heard.
And I don't know. Where are you at with signing 35-year-old guys and then thinking that that's going to be the difference in you becoming a guaranteed playoff team?
It's a 35-year-old who maybe was dealing with injuries all season. Maybe he was playing minutes restrictions and all that. Maybe that's an issue. But DeMar DeRozan, he led the league in minutes, right?
He did.
Yeah. So at that point, it's like the age is tough, but like we're not asking, the Kings aren't asking him to come in and like, all right, we need you to lead this team to the playoffs. We need you to lead them to the finals. Like, no, you need to come in, like compliment Fox, like not in a way where it's like you're taking a backseat because DeMar DeRozan is a 24-point per game player. But I mean, the way he's been playing all that still, I'm not too worried about his age at all. Okay. I think it fits for what it is. It fits for what the Kings are doing.
I kind of agree. Look, I think everyone understands it. Like, players typically progress, once they get past 30. DeMar DeRozan has shown that he's not one of those guys, that his level of play is still extremely high. And, we could look at what we saw from, like, say, Harrison Barnes last year, where I thought Harrison Barnes did take a step backwards, right? Whether it's physically, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Like, Harrison Barnes was not the same player that he was a year before at age 32. And then we have these other guys that are out there, like, I think Paul George is a guy who just keeps playing at an extremely high level despite a major injury.
Yeah, I think you looking at it was a stat, like his numbers last year were comparable to his numbers in 2020.
Yeah. And then I look at Klay Thompson and I see a player who's taken a step back.
Yep.
And Klay Thompson at 34 is not the same guy that he was 2 years ago. But then again, he had two major catastrophic, leg injuries. So I'm intrigued by DeMar DeRozan and his durability. And there are some other questions that you have to have when you bring in a player who doesn't do what the rest of the team does.
There's a point where he maybe isn't necessarily the best fit, but I don't think like that's stuff for Monty McNair to figure out too. Like I don't think like bringing DeMar DeRozan, it's like because I saw some people kind of jumping over the edge or whatever, like on Twitter this weekend, kind of like, oh yeah, DeMar DeRozan's here, but his fit is comical and it's not going to work. I don't like the Kings got better now. I think they're solidified as a top 6 team, so I'm not sure it's not as big of an issue I think as it's being made.
Yeah, I agree with you. And when I was watching the Kings this last year, the biggest problem I had was the playmaking, right? You have two guys who can create their own shots. And those two guys are De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk. When you lost one of them,
Cash, it was over.
It got sticky. Like, what in the world is going to happen now? And now all of a sudden you walk into a game and sort of the key that I've heard from coaches, when you're game planning for an opponent and they've got two guys that can really score, that's not that difficult to game plan for. When you start getting to 4, 5 guys that one of which could drop 30 on you at any time, that's when it starts to get a little complicated and a little dicey when you're setting up a defense. And like, how do I take away Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, but also how do I take away those two and know that Kevin Huerter can hit me for 25 at any time, that Keegan Murray can hit me for 25, that Harrison Barnes can hit me? That's a tough look, right?
Uh-huh.
Like, and then again, throw in Malik Monk. They can go for 30 at any moment. When you add a player like this who, yeah, he's, it's the old, Sesame Street, like 3 of these kids are doing the same thing and one of these kids is doing something different. Sometimes you need that, like it's going to take some inventive coaching to figure out all of the ways in order to get DeMar DeRozan free in like in the mid-range, because that's where he lives. But that's what good coaching is for. And, we already talked about it. Like Jay Triano like welcome this guy into the league. He knows exactly who he is. He's one who is like the architect of this offense over the last 2 years. He should have a really good idea of how to get DeMar DeRozan to his spots.
Yeah, I doubt the Kings going into this like, all right, guys, DeMar DeRozan, wow, really good player. Let's try to trade for him, and then we'll figure out how he fits later on. Like, I doubt that was the case. I'm pretty sure they knew going into it, all right, this is the ways it can work and all that.
Yeah, I mean, he is an isolation player, but I think the Kings needed an isolation player last season.
Yeah,
they did. I mean, when you had Monk go down, all of a sudden you had no ability to create. And I'd also point out the Kings now have the number 1 and number 2 scorers in the fourth quarter from last season.
Sounds pretty good, James.
Yeah. I mean, DeRozan was second in clutch player of the year this last year. I think he was third the year before when De'Aaron Fox finished first. So when you get to a fourth quarter, you can have dueling banjos.
Well, yeah, because things tighten up in the fourth. Like, there might be a time where the threes aren't falling. We need someone to go get us a bucket. Like, we can't hit a 3 to save our life. DeMar DeRozan, go hit us in the mid-range or go get to the hole, like go get to the rim or something like that.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing. DeMar DeRozan gets to the basket. I mean, he gets to the rim, but he gets to the free throw line all the time. And I think that's something else that players like. He's physical in a way that the Kings didn't have before. And the other thing is that he has a little bit of Paul Pierce in him. Paul Pierce had the ability to shoot a shot while someone was draped all over him. And that's something that DeMar DeRozan has. He can create space for himself. And because he's, the way he plays, you have to defend him at all times. Like his mid-range jump shot is deadly.
Yeah, you can't just, all right, we're going to double Fox tonight. We're going to let DeMar DeRozan do his thing. And if he beats us, he beats us. Like, no, DeMar's going to kill you then at that point.
No, he is. He's going to get you. I mean, realistically, the Kings just added a guy who averaged 24 points a game last season.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, he instantly becomes the number 2 scoring option on this team.
And that's another thing too, like all season long, it's like we're kind of like looking at Sabonis, like maybe you can be the second leading scorer on this team, or you kind of needed him to at one point, and maybe that's just not his game. Malik Monk, you need him to, but he got hurt. Like the Kings feel like answered a need this offseason, going out to get DeMar DeRozan, a guy who can go out, create his own shot, but also a guy who can go and score more than 20 points per game too.
Yeah, no, I think they did. And the other thing is that you're looking at a 3-year contract for DeMar DeRozan. You are going to have some issues with defense, and we can discuss that ad nauseum if we want. But the fact that it's a 3-year deal, probably like 2 guaranteed, and then we don't know what that 3rd year, that just buys you time for Keegan Murray to become who he's going to become. And, the word on the street is that Keegan Murray's been working on his mid-range game during the offseason. And so maybe your offense does change a little bit. Maybe it's something where it's not just, De'Aaron Fox trying to create, Malik Monk trying to create. Now, all of a sudden, it won't just be all 3-point shots. Either Domas or De'Aaron at the rim or 3-point shots around the perimeter. Maybe you'll have like some variance in your offense, which can lead to something different.
It's always good to have options. I mean, the offense is going to be dynamic. I'm not too worried about the defensive stuff too. I feel like we're at a point in the league now, maybe where it's not like, I don't think the Kings are going to be the worst defense in the league. Like maybe this year they're average or whatever, but just with the guys you got offensively, I don't think it's going to hurt them that much.
Well, that's where I think you have to be smart and support him with the right way, support him the right way. So whether it's the lineup that he's in, whoever it is he's playing with, there are times where I know he defended power forwards last year.
Yeah, he's not some turnstile either. It's just, we got to figure out how to hide DeMar DeRozan and work around that. Like he's not some horrible defender.
No, I thought so too. So I went and looked at his stats, his overall defensive stats, and I thought that they were actually a lot more refreshing than I thought that they would be. And for some reason, I don't have them pulled up anymore. But he only allowed his opponents to shoot like 34.4% from 3. He held them to like 2% less than what their averages were. And when I looked up Harrison Barnes allowed players to shoot 41% from 3 last season. So while he might not be as physical as Barnes or as big as Barnes, he still held his opponent to like 7% less from 3-point line than Harrison Barnes did.
Yeah, it's a huge upgrade.
Yeah, it's a huge upgrade. And not only that, but like some of the crazy stats. I mean, Harrison Barnes averaged 3 rebounds a game last year. And DeMar DeRozan averaged 4.3.
you got a guy who's just going to be active, I think, too, is the biggest thing.
Yeah. So the activity level of him is huge. I'd also the last 7 seasons, he's averaged 4.9 assists or more in every season. There's one season where he's at 4.9. The rest of the 7 seasons, he's over 5 assists per game. Like, that's something that the Kings didn't have. They didn't have a secondary playmaker when either Monk or Fox weren't on the court. And so not only does he make plays for himself, but he makes plays for others. And I know some people say, well, he does in isolation, and that's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay to be different and have a different wrinkle to your offense. I'm totally fine with that. I think that he is going to find his place. Now you're going to have to surround him with shooters. And that's where I almost think maybe Kevin Huerter isn't on his way out. Maybe Kevin Huerter
I'm kind of wondering that too about him.
Yeah. Like, maybe Kevin Huerter does make a lot of sense. But the fact that, guys like De'Aaron Fox took major step as a 3-point shooter, that as a catch and shoot shooter, Malik Monk was phenomenal last year. Off the dribble, not as good, but catch and shoot, spectacular. Keon Ellis shot.
Yeah, I was going to say, he can shoot it pretty well too.
Yeah, Keon Ellis shot over 40% on catch and shoot threes. So you have all of these players that are finding ways to score. At Keegan Murray can only go up from what happened last year. I mean, that guy is going to be around 38 to 40% for his career from 3. And so as long as you're sort of counterbalancing the duo of Sabonis and DeRozan with high-level 3-point shooters around the arc, you should be able to create the space that you need.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much of an issue with DeMar DeRozan out there.
Yeah.
Like, I think Mike Brown's gonna be able to handle it and all that. What do you think? Like, what's next then? What do you think? Where would you go to build out the rest of this team?
I don't know. Like, I do. I mean, again, if there's any way that you could find, that you could land Lauri Markkanen, first of all, I think your defense would not be great, but the offensive potential, the versatility of your offense would be off the charts. And, you're talking about, again, another 20 points per game scorer. You're talking about a guy who averages 8 rebounds a game, but who also shoots the 3 ball at an extremely high level. I think the key to all of this is just to keep bringing in shooters.
Uh-huh.
And even, the addition they did this weekend with Jordan McLaughlin, like, that dude shot 47% from 3 or something. And on catch and shoot, it was even better. Like, a very limited opportunity. He only averaged like 11 minutes a game for Minnesota over like 50 something games. But as like a third point guard, that's fine. And you just have to keep adding shooters. That's kind of where the league is gone.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm intrigued. And look, maybe there's a point where Alex Len gets back to shooting the corner 3. He shot 37% one year for Atlanta.
I mean, it's like you said, it's like with the league, it's at a point where it's like if you're open, you need to be able to take one at least. I feel like it's where the league is moving.
Yeah, and I just skipped over the fact that they have Trey Lyles.
Yeah.
Having a power forward that can shoot the 3, and then having multiple power forwards that can shoot the 3, that's huge. And the other thing is, maybe you have discussions with DeMar DeRozan about shooting more corner 3s. Maybe it's something you just say, hey, look, this is who we are. This is how we roll. And we're going to need you to do this in order for everything to move smoothly.
I got to pull it up. I think Will Z had one of those stat graphics out for DeMar DeRozan. I think DeRozan was near 39 or 40% from the corner from 3. Yeah, I'd pull that stat. I got to pull that back up. I believe I saw him.
I think for his career, he's around 36. But whether it was last year or the year before, it's possible. Yeah. So, I mean, look, this is a moment where I think the Kings are, they now have like their feet under them. They understand that, they probably lost their first round draft pick for a while.
Uh-huh.
But they also just added a major upgrade. And look, that's like, we can talk all about how, great human being Harrison Barnes is. Every single stat except for the 3-point shot, like, DeMar DeRozan was better.
Yeah, and I think Harrison Barnes is going to a spot where he'll probably be more beneficial there than he would be here.
No, I think so too.
Yeah.
Like, they're trying to surround Victor Wembanyama with good, solid pros. And don't forget, like, Harrison Barnes is part of Team USA for years with Greg Popovich. like there's a relationship there, and that's why you go get a guy like that, because you understand sort of his impact and what he can be for a team, and how he doesn't have that sort of that mechanism, that selfish gene in him. And sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's not. I mean, we saw in Sacramento where it wasn't a good thing for certain times.
Yeah.
But to get a player like that as you're building something, as you're trying to support a young superstar, that's a really, really good thing to have.
Especially having CP3 out there, Chris Paul out there too. Like that's only going to help Wembanyama.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And well, I mean, that's, to be honest with you, it's two of the best veteran leaders that you can possibly find out there. Whether it's on the court, off the court, like those are two very, very solid, not just basketball players, but human beings, guys that can really help you take the next step. Is there any do you have any concerns, like major concerns where you're like, oh, I don't think this is gonna work?
With the Kings, no, and DeMar DeRozan, no. I got to give props to Monty McNair. There was so much uncertainty going into the offseason with them missing the playoffs and their assets. What are they going to be able to do? Like their picks are tied up, and I feel like Monty answered every question you might have had, like going into it. Like Malik Monk got signed, Mike Brown's here long term, and then you got a guy like DeMar DeRozan. Now it's just a matter of, like you said it a few minutes ago, now it's kind of more clear. Like what your next step needs to be. If you need to give up a couple picks for Kyle Kuzma, like you can do that because you know where it puts you at this point.
Yeah,
I don't really have any real concerns right now. Like there's fit issues I think you can point to, like a nitpick with DeMar DeRozan and the Kings that we were just going over and stuff like that. But it's nothing where it's like, oh, I don't know if this is gonna work. Like, yeah, I don't think there's any real concerns right now.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Jesse. Like I feel like this is a moment where, like, first of all, Monty got a deal done, right? That was a big
he was
deal.
catching heat for the last couple of years or whatever. Like Monty, not whether you think it's unfair or fair, one thing or whatever. He's catching some heat, but he got something done. I think he got something right done too.
No, I think so too. And then I know we've got like people have asked in the chat, hey, where does this put Monty McNair as the Kings general manager, like hierarchy? And like, look, he's got a long ways to go before he reaches Jeff Petrie status.
Yeah.
Just so people know, like he's got to prove it. I mean, Jeff Petrie had an 8-year playoff streak here in Sacramento.
Team looked great on paper. We got to put wins on the board.
Yeah, and I would even say, like, of the, it's 10 total, right? Playoff
I think
appearances?
so, yeah.
No, it's 11. They made the playoffs in 1985. They made the playoffs in 95, 96, and then the 8-year streak, and then the season before last. So 11, and of those, 9 of them were Jeff Petrie. Jeff Petrie built the 95, 96 roster as well. So he got a long way to go.
Yeah, but I mean, he's on the right track.
No, I think so too. So I definitely like the moves you were saying before. I think when you got Monk, that meant you didn't lose the offseason, right? If you lose Monk, you lost the offseason. Like trying to make up for that without having the ability to make up for it, without having,
you would have been set so far back, I feel.
Oh yeah. Because look, you just were able to not only bring in Monk, but then still bring in DeMar DeRozan. If this was just DeMar DeRozan and you lost Malik Monk, okay, that's not a good offseason.
Yeah.
Like, so we're at a point where Monty has taken a step to potentially win the offseason. He's probably at, like, for me, when you factor in the Carter pick, you're probably looking at like a B+ with DeRozan and Carter. If Carter was there, maybe a little bit higher. If he makes one more move, you could have like a potential like A+ offseason where you put yourself in the running to be a full-fledged, a team that's ready to roll.
Yeah, Monty, I mean, if he does make that next move or whatever, he puts himself as the front runner for executive of the year if the Kings handle business this year.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to have to wait and see again what Devin Carter's absence might mean, how long he'll be out and all that stuff. The Jordan McLaughlin signing, 6 foot, 185. He's not a big guard. He played all 5 of the seasons with the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's 28 years old. Last year, he played in 56 games, 47.2% from 3. I sort of looked at his like some of his advanced numbers, because when you're talking about a guy who only averages like 11 minutes per game, you want to see, like, is he impactful in the minutes that he's on the court? And for me, his offensive rating for this last season was right around 111, and his defensive rating was around 100. He was a +11 net rating. Now, he's on a team with a great net rating, but that's a very, very good
It shows impact.
Yeah, it shows impact, and it shows that when you have him step on the court, you don't take a huge step backwards.
Well, I think that's the thing too, like with those Jordan McLaughlin type players or whatever, the end of the bench type guys. Like it's not necessarily, all right, you're gonna come in and give us 10 minutes a game or whatever, but it's like, all right, if someone goes down or we do need 5-7 minutes from you. All right, you didn't kill us when you were out there.
No, totally.
Yeah.
And I think you can say the same about McDaniels. Like that's another pickup that like we just kind of glaze over, but as of right now, there's potential that he'll be on the court. Like, I mean, if you move Herter, or I don't know, even if you don't, like there's a possibility he could be your third forward in a rotation. So yeah, I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. I think the depth of the team is okay right now.
Yeah.
I do think that you need to like figure out a little bit more.
Probably need another wing, not necessarily like we got the DeMar DeRozan done and all that, but more so just to shore up the depth and all that right there, I think.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm also going to add one other player into this conversation. Watching Mason Jones, his body transformation is wild.
Yeah, he was pretty popular this weekend after how he played. And like you said, just the whole dropping weight and all that.
Yeah. So I asked him, I said, you look like you're in pretty good shape. Like, what's the deal? And he said when he got to Stockton last season, he weighed 240 and he weighs 195 now.
Yeah, that's a difference.
Dude lost 45 pounds.
Yeah.
Like absolutely stunning how much weight he's lost. And look, that's the guy who plays with force, who's put up triple doubles in the G League, and you have him on a two-way. So if you need him to come in and fill in for a short stint, and we already know that when you have him on the bench, he's going to be a rah-rah guy. He's a good
vibes guy.
Yeah, he's a good vibes guy. He's going to be a guy who's supporting your team. But that you also sometimes like you got to play Moneyball a little bit, right? And that's what I kind of feel like the Kings did with Keon Ellis. I feel like the Colby Jones situation is still undetermined. But I do think that at this point that Mason Jones looks like he might like have leapfrogged Colby Jones as far as like a player that you might be able to rely on here and there throughout the season. So I wouldn't be surprised if Mason Jones plays 30, 40 games this season with the Kings, just as a spot player that comes up. And maybe there is a point during the season where you have an open roster spot and he does find his way onto the roster. This is his last year he can be on a G League contract, on a two-way contract, if I'm not mistaken. So, but like, look, that's what you need to do if you're what
the best teams in the league do.
Yeah.
Like they all develop their guys and all that, whether like they may not turn into stars or even the best role players, but they're guys who can play ball when you need them to.
Yeah. I mean, look at your Boston Celtics. How many times did you see a guy come off the bench, whether it's Peyton Pritchard or who's the other guy? Is it Sam Hauser?
Yeah, Sam Hauser.
Yeah, like these guys that come in and like just give you minutes.
Well, look at Nemias Queta too. Like he came into it, found him. He's got a deal now for this year's guaranteed. Next year's partially guaranteed. He's got a team option for year 3. Like he came in, had an impact, and played himself into a contract. So
that's amazing.
Yeah,
good for Nemi. Yeah, so super excited to see what happens there. But either way, I think the Kings have options. You have to keep in mind that hard cap situation and how difficult it's going to be to sort of like to add a whole bunch of stuff after this. So you're going to have to rely on the base that you have, and then you're going to have to be creative. If there comes a point during the season where you have to make a move, or you want to make a move, but you're hard capped and you're going to have players going out to bring players in, that's when decisions get difficult, and you got to try to. You got to pull the Band-Aid off and do something that doesn't feel good all the time in order to get better.
That happens.
It does. All right, Jesse. We've got a couple more days of the California Classic. I think today everyone is off. I think Tuesday there's games, and then there might even be a game on Wednesday. So like there's a lot going on here. I think there might be a game in San Francisco on Wednesday. Then we roll right into Summer League in Las Vegas. Summer League in Las Vegas starts on Friday. This next week. I think the Kings have a very, very intriguing Summer League team. I like this split squad thing. I like, what's his name? Adonis Arms. Like where in the world does this guy come from?
So far, the California Classic MVP right there.
Woo-wee. Like he looks very, very intriguing. And even Boogie Ellis. They've got some guys that you want to keep an eye on here. So we're going to step aside when we come back. The amazing Jerry Reynolds, who is getting in a seat right now, is going to join us. So we'll be back in probably 3 minutes. You're tuned into the Insiders on ESPN 1320, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. What's up, dude? Let me get you up on the screen. Do you want you don't like headphones, I thought.
I don't know if I don't have to have them.
No, you don't have to have them.
Yeah, okay, good.
I'll just tell you when it's time to go.
All right.
Nope, you're good to go. Your
Good.
screen's a little blurry.
I better.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna. That's good. I want to look good as you can make me look. Well, still.
You look younger. Right
Yeah.
there.
Oh yeah.
Got it.
Got it.
Kyle's got water and popcorn.
Oh, good. Great. I'm probably.
Oh, look at that. Come back.
Okay. All right. Bless your heart.
I think we're good, man.
Oh, we're more than good. So, what do you say, big boy?
Yeah. I'll make sure it's Mike's position. So, Jared, just bring it up to you.
I like that.
Like, well, you can pull it to you, but just have it. Yeah. There it is.
I like that.
There it is. Got it.
All right.
Look at Jerry with the bling. He's got a little hat on today.
I got my Chinese hat on. Hadn't first time I've worn it since 2000 something.
This should be fun, man.
Yeah, I know. I think it's some good stuff to talk about.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff.
I'm cautious. I mean, I like what they've done. I hope they're not done, but I mean, they're better. On my mind, Kings are better today than they were yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of days ago.
Yeah,
I mean, I like DeMar DeRozan. I think he's got a couple top years left.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think when he does fade, it'll coincide with what you would hope would be Keegan Murray's ascension.
Yeah, and his contract.
Yeah,
which I think they've done really well there. And he's a clutch guy. He's a fourth quarter clutch guy. So the Kings, that really solves. I mean, if Brown wants to, he could really go play offense. Start Monk and they'd be small, but they could really score.
Oh yeah, they would be like
tough
super,
to cover, boy.
Super fast. Yeah. I do wonder. Like, we'll get into all this. We don't want to talk the whole show on the commercial break. Jesse, what time are we back? 45 seconds. Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I think it was a move you had to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. So, let's see. Everything else good?
Some family issues, but you always got those.
Yep.
Sure, to some degree.
Yeah, I hear you.
Me worse than most.
That's funny. All right, we're probably down to 10. 5 seconds. Welcome back into the Insiders. It's all good vibes today. Sacramento Kings pulled off a gigantic trade this weekend. A little 3-team swap. And to break this down, we are bringing in Kings legend Jerry Reynolds. Jerry, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. I just love this 110-degree heat. I try to go out and jog about 10 miles in it. It's just gorgeous.
Keep your weight down.
Oh boy, that's depressing. Yeah, I go out early in the morning and late in the evening for about 10 minutes, and that's about it.
I know, it's so incredibly hot, and I was worried about that. Like when DeMar DeRozan hopped off the plane, just the heat slaps you in the face.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
It's hot everywhere. I know it's 90 up in Tahoe. And
oof.
I mean it's like of course, it's always kind of like 20-degree difference. But when it gets 105, 110 here, well, yeah, it's 85, 90 there. That's just about always the way it is.
I've always thought, though, when you go to Tahoe and it's hot, it feels way hotter than it does here. It feels like because you're at such a high elevation that you're just closer to the sun or something.
Oh, I think that's exactly right. I've always thought that. And I think it's true. You're a few thousand feet closer to the sun. I mean, I think the real advantage there, even on hot days, it's almost always cool in the mornings and things like that. I mean, they'll still get down to 48 or so in the
that's nice.
morning. So I mean, but still hot though.
Yeah, I mean, lately we've been looking at the clock, trying to turn on the whole house fan, and it's like 97 degrees at like 9:15. It's like, yeah, that's
doesn't do you any good. No, we do the same
anything.
thing. I turn it on and just hope it'll cool the house down for an hour or so, enough to where I won't have to run the air conditioning.
Yeah. So Jerry, the Kings made a huge, massive deal this weekend, and we started talking about it right before we went to the break. But where are you at with this? Because they took a gamble here. This is a guy who's a little bit older, but who maybe fits a timeline, the timeline of now, in DeMar DeRozan. And I mean, how big of a surprise was it for you that this was the guy they circled and kind of went after?
A little bit of a surprise. I thought it would probably be, about all the rumors, whether it's the bigger guys, and certainly there's still maybe a need there. But I love DeRozan. The guy's a baller. I mean, he'll play 75 games a year. He's a lot like Harrison Barnes, quite honestly, a little more gifted offensively. But I mean, he's a guy that comes to play and fits right in with guys the Kings have who don't miss games unless they're really, really hurt. And he's a clutch guy. I mean, he's a guy down the stretch of games you can go to. He can get you shots, get to the line, especially something the Kings didn't have. A guy can get to the line against good defenders. And I think my opinion is the Kings are a better team today than they were a week ago, and they have a chance, even if they don't do anything, to be probably better offensively than they were a year ago. When they were at the peak of offense, they would be small, but they'll really be able to score.
Yeah, I totally agree. When you look at this team, one of the missing ingredients was that second or third playmaker, the guy that can go get a shot for himself. And DeRozan has proven throughout his career. I mean, it's 11 straight seasons over 20 points per game. I mean, I think the only one that I can remember like that you tout that in Sacramento is Mitch Richmond, who had all those 20-point per game seasons in a row. This is a guy that is an ISO player, though. And I think sometimes having someone who's a little different than the rest of the group, that does something different, that plays different, can actually help you in a lot of situations.
Don't disagree with that. I think that, the Kings can use a little of that. Like you say, sometimes he is a little bit of an ISO guy, but he's a guy who can ISO and produce. He's not just a ball stopper. I mean, he can go get baskets and free throws. And I think the overall style that Mike Brown has, and certainly the way he utilizes Domas, I think will benefit DeRozan. I mean, I think he's not going to score as much, but he's going to get his points easier because he'll cut. He's a guy who'll move without the ball because he's a hungry scorer.
Yeah.
But like I say, I think I've always liked about him is, his career, boy, down the stretch of games, he'll gladly take and make big shots, big plays.
Yeah, I think last season he led the league in fourth quarter scoring, and De'Aaron Fox, I believe, was second. And so you now have two of the best fourth quarter scorers in the league, and you have Malik Monk as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and we're counting on it. I think he can, and improving Keegan Murray. I mean, Domas is Domas. So, the thing with him is he doesn't really care if he scores. So probably he'll be the guy that sacrifices offense a little bit. Instead of getting 20 points on 12 shots, he'll probably get 17 on 10.
Yeah.
I mean, and those opportunities go to some other guys, which as long as it goes up on the scoreboard, who cares?
No, I totally agree with that. What do you think about the spacing issue? Do you think that there's going to be a big spacing issue, or do you think because of Domas's passing ability, DeRozan's ability to move off the ball, the 3-point shooters that you already have on the roster, whether it's Monk and again, Keegan, De'Aaron, Keon Ellis, Trey Lyles, all these 3-point shooters that maybe can keep the spacing there, or do you think that they're going to have problems?
I really don't think they'll have too many problems. Now, the thing with DeRozan, he was just a non-shooter from 3-point range for years. If you look at the numbers, he's taken more and making more these last few years. And what he is good is from the corner, those short corner ones. Well, and those will probably be there for him. And there again, that's where Domas comes in, because he'll find him there. And so, yeah, I'm not saying it won't be a problem, but it'd be, I think, a very minor one.
There are players that as they age, the 3-point shot, specifically the corner three, becomes more and more prevalent in their game. Guys like, I remember, like Jason Kidd was never a 3-point shooter.
Right.
And then he finished his career, number 3 in 3-point makes before all these other guys have passed him. Guys like Vince Carter, who were, straight up jump shooters for a huge percentage of their career, and then developed as 3-point shooters. Do you think there is a way that he becomes a guy who maybe takes 5-6 threes a game, as opposed to the 3-point something threes per game that he takes now, as just like a catch and shoot guy in certain offensive sets?
I think it's very possible. I mean, one thing, I think he could become he's becoming a better 3-point shooter. And I think that'll get better when you look at, he's a terrific free throw shooter. So he's got the easy stroke. And I always say the difference between free throws and 3-point shots is legs, just more leg into it. And he's enough of a threat, he'll get people backing off of him. So, even though he's 34, and generally speaking, you don't see a lot of great changes in players, after 27 or 8, really. But I think, when it comes to shooting, as you pointed, a great example, Jason Kidd, got better into his 30s.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, I'm old enough to remember Magic Johnson the same way. He was a non-shooter and became a good 3-point shooter, in his 30s.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I always say it's a fundamental skill, and fundamental skills can be taught. And especially if a guy's a good free throw shooter, it's an easy adjustment. I mean, I'll go way back to Eddie Johnson in the early days. Nobody shot threes, but he was such a great free throw shooter. When it became more prevalent, it was okay, I'll just move back a little bit, get a little more push.
Okay. Yeah.
There you are.
Yeah, I think it's great. And, you bring up the free throws. DeRozan, 7.7 attempts per game last year. The last 4 years, he's over 7 attempts per game. 88%, 87.7, 87.2, 85.3. If there's one thing the Kings, it cost them multiple games last year. Just missing free throws cost them at least 5 games. They talk about it all the time, where they think they just on games that they blew on missed free throws, they could have been a 51-win team. And now you have a guy who not only is he a closer, but he's a closer who hits his clutch free throws. How big of an advantage is that to have a guy that not only hits them, but takes a ton of them, can get to the line, can slow the game down, especially when you're going at a frenetic pace, and maybe you need somebody that gets to the line and slows things down for a minute.
Yeah, and when for those of us who love the game and follow it, like I know you do, I mean, so many games are won in the fourth quarter.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, it truly is the NBA, and ability to get to the line is a key, and more of a key is to make them. And he does both of those things. And then the other advantage that he brings, I don't think many people mention, the guy that gets to the line regular also gets the team in the penalty quicker. And so it gets more free throws for other guys who have done maybe squat to deserve it. But he is one of those guys who will get free throws for his teammates, because he's going to get you in the penalty sooner. That's
an interesting thought. I never thought about that. Because we always think about it the other way. The guy who comes in and gets 3 quick fouls, that fouls everybody. And then all of a sudden he gets the team in the penalty.
Exactly. It works. It's exactly.
Yeah. He goes and sits down after his 3 minutes of horrid play. And then everyone else has to deal with the fact that he got 3 fouls really quick.
Yeah, that's another advantage. You know, I mean, Duarte won't be putting other teams in penalties so quick.
That's true.
at least here.
Yeah, no, that's true. He probably will in Chicago. All right, we're going to step aside. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we've got more Jerry Reynolds here on the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. See you in just a minute. Go. We're clear. Drop something.
How's it going?
Good.
Quite a bit.
I got another trip to Cabo planned this weekend.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I'm leaving on Sunday.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's our 25th, so the wife and I are going.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah,
good for you. Yeah, you gotta decompress sometime. You know, you can't just be go.
I know. Not getting any younger, Jerry.
No.
Some bullshit how all that works.
Boy, yeah, it just sneaks up on you. I never, thought about the possibility of being 80. For God's sakes,
Yeah.
So, you're 50. Okay. Then all of a sudden you're 60.
Well, you look good.
Well, I think I think I'm got no complaints because physically I beat the system in that regard.
Yeah.
So far, because I have enough friends that have passed that are younger that I understand how this thing works, or having serious mental problems, and I'm having minor ones. My memory, and remember names and things is really
Yeah.
I used to be good at that, and when you're kind of good at something, and then all of a sudden you're not. That's when oh man, I can't remember hardly any names.
It's tough. Yeah. I'm amazed at how Gary just looks so similar to the first day ever I met him.
Yeah, I agree.
Like,
and listening to him, he's lost a little. I can tell a little, but it's just a little.
Yeah.
Going from great to just great. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's amazing. I do. I think it's amazing. Like, he's such a good dude, and just
and
like,
he still seems to really he just seems to love it still.
oh yeah.
I'm not saying he hasn't lost a little enthusiasm, because you can't help a tiny bit as you go.
Yep.
I'd probably start to lose more than a tiny bit,
I think you always thought you were losing more than you were.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
I that's kind of what.
Make sure your mic's turned on.
Yeah.
There we go. John Poles in here asked if Jerry has any Jerry West stories.
I do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We got 40 seconds till we come back, so
okay.
maybe we'll tell a Jerry West story on the air.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think a lot of things we'll just talk about DeRozan stuff, and yeah.
Okay.
Somebody asked if you're still playing tennis out at Johnson Ranch.
Nope.
No.
The body retired me.
Yeah. All right, we're back. Welcome back into the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We are hanging out, talking DeMar DeRozan all day long. We've got Jerry Reynolds in studio. Jerry, this is one of those moments where I think we don't know how it's going to work out, so I don't want to instantly just make the claim. But is this one of the biggest free agent signings? I mean, we can talk about sign and trade versus, like, that was the discussion we had. Jason Anderson and Sean and I were sitting around like, is this a true free agent signing, or is it a sign and trade? If we call it a sign and trade, do we have to add Brad Miller into the conversation? If not, is it just Vlade Divac and Malik Monk and maybe George Hill and this? Like, how do you look at that? Like, is this for you one of the better free agent signings, or is it not really feel that way to you?
Well, to me, it's a sign and trade. I mean, because that's what it was.
Yeah.
You know, and like Brad Miller was a sign and trade. I mean, they were going to be, but you had to get them. You had to work out a sign and trade, and that's very different than Malik Monk, where you give up nothing but a contract.
Yeah.
Or Vlade, nothing but a contract. You don't have to give up players or future picks or anything. Those are free agents.
Yeah.
And I always say that's the key is get free agents and not lose your free agents. I've always said it's a mistake to lose Bogey for nothing because he's a really good player.
Oh yeah.
And he, you know, you lost him for nothing.
Yeah, Bogdanovich.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That to me, that's how Monty McNair started his career.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a very difficult decision he had to make on the fly. He inherited a situation, a restricted free agent who got like a 4-year, $72 million contract.
Something like that. You know, at the time people would say, well, that's probably more than Bogey's worth. And I said, yeah, probably is. Now today it's not. But, you know, as the things have went, but I would agree. Yeah, he's being over. That's what you do with free agents.
Yeah.
You overpay them to get them.
That's true. And he keeps getting overpaid to do it. Like, good for him.
Yeah, good for him. But the reason I always say that if somebody's willing to overpay them, that means they have value.
No, that's true. Yeah, if you think your house is worth $5 million, but the only offer you can get is $2 million, then you have a $2 million house.
Exactly.
But it works the opposite. If you think you got a $2 million house, but someone offers you $5 million, I hate to tell you, you got a $5 million house.
Well, you know, it's like with Vlade when he was signed. There were a lot of people saying, "Well, he's not worth $60 million."
Yeah.
Well, at that time, there was some concern that he might not be, but he clearly was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it was a great signing. Kings did overpay at that time to get Vlade because they had the money, and it's only, you know, it's easy for us to say only money, but in the NBA, that it was really the way you look at it. And so Vlade has the most money he could get as a free agent, and so is Sacramento Kings. Now I always say where people say, well, so you Kings can't get free agents. Sure they can if they overpay, just like every other team does.
Yeah,
that's really what it's about.
But there's a lot of times where you don't have money
and you can't get them. Right.
Yeah,
I mean, and you can always go over the cap to sign your own free agents. A lot of fans don't, I think, sometimes get confused there. You can't go over the cap, sign somebody else's.
Yes, exactly. You have to have the space to do it. And, and again, the Kings were a cap space team last summer. They're never going to be a cap space. I mean, it's going to be 5 years at least, maybe 7, 8 before they're a cap space team.
Yeah, just exceptions. That's what you're going to have to work with.
Yeah, exceptions and then trades. And even bringing Harrison Barnes back, people have to understand. Like, the reason why you bring Harrison Barnes back, he played for you for 1 season of his 3-year deal, but it was so you had an $18 million contract to trade in case something came up like this. He's a placeholder.
And he's an asset.
Yes, he was an asset.
Whether fans thought he was worth that, some did, some didn't. I thought he's worth the contract because I thought for sure he's a guy who other teams see as a player.
Yeah.
That they could fit. May not be the 3rd or 4th best player, might be the 7th or 8th, but in today's world, that's a clear asset.
Yeah, I totally agree. Where do you put DeRozan? If you look at this roster today, is he your 3rd best player? And if he is your 3rd best player, what does that do to everybody else? And how good does that feel that you just got a guy that you might consider a 3rd or 4th, and all of a sudden guys that maybe were out of position as a 3rd or a 4th are now a 4th or a 5th?
Well, I'll say this: if he's your 3rd best, you're pretty darn good. I mean, he's a potential Hall of Famer. And 5-6-time All-Star. So. Yeah, and I would say that would probably be true. He would be viewed as your 3rd best player. Offensively, he certainly would be your 1st or 2nd.
Yeah.
But that's the way to look at it to me. It's like when you look at this move, sign and trade, who got the best player in all of it? Well, the Kings did.
Yeah.
And this is a league of quality, not quantity. So. I mean, get as much quality as you can. Don't worry about the quantity. You can always get those guys.
Yeah, unless you're the Boston Celtics and you just have both. You have a bunch of quantity and quality, and it's all the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, every guy you bring in is just better, and you're like, oh, look at that.
Well, I mean, there's a case too where obviously good coaching, but Brad Stevens is moved into the upper echelon in the front office because his acquisitions and and drafts and different things and trades have all been on point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, do you get a Derek or a White, by a trade? That guy's terrific. You know, I mean, if I'm convinced if Pop knew he was that good, he would still be there with the team they got.
Yeah, no, very true. I mean, he would look really good with that team, although, an aging veteran. Although it seems like they're trying to do that around Victor Wembanyama. So let's get back to this question, though. Do you think this is like one of the better additions that the Kings have ever made? Like when you look at, again, I think trading for Chris Webber, a true trade. I don't consider this a true trade. It's a sign and trade, right?
Right.
So you got the Vlade edition. You have probably, again, we can throw in the Brad Miller, which was what Hito Turkoglu to the Spurs and Scott Pollard to Indiana. I think that was a 3-team. There's someone else. Oh, no, that was a 3-team, but I think there are other players that moved. But where do you kind of put this one? And I know you lose a lot when you lose a player like a person like Harrison Barnes. But everything I hear about DeMar DeRozan is like he's one of those guys as well. He's a locker room guy, community guy, really, really, really good with the media. I like San Antonio guys are here because of the California Classic. He's never said no from those guys. They say he's one of the best interviews you're going to run into. But where do you think this puts in sort of the hierarchy of all the Kings moves forever? This is a big one.
Oh, it's a big one. It'd be right at the top of any list, however you want to do it. You know, if you count it as sign and trade, I'd say it's probably a little better than the Brad Miller one. And Brad worked out well, but you really gave up a young star type in Hito.
Yes.
And so and that wasn't, we all kind of knew that, but you really needed a guy like Brad Miller at the time, to keep you a competitive team. And so, but in this case, well, you really didn't have to give up, young stars. You gave up a good player to get a all-star level player.
Yeah.
So I'd put this as the best sign and trade. And then, certainly trades. Then of course there's two. I mean, Weber and Richmond are the two best trades ever.
Yep.
And I think the best clear free agent is, of course, is Vlade.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. We can put all of these in different categories and just like look at them in different ways. Yeah, I mean, I think like the Mike Bibby trade isn't that far below the Weber trade. The ability to re-sign guys. It's funny. The other thing I think it's interesting. When Malik had his press conference on Saturday, why is it that you think the perception of Sacramento and then the reality of once people get here is so different? Because you know what I mean? For years and years, it seems like guys, oh, you don't want to go to, it's an outpost. It's an outpost. And then they get here and they're like, oh no, this is my town now.
Yeah. That's always, I think it's always been the case a little bit, where I think it's brought on by the national media to where they, treat Sacramento and the smaller markets, Utah, like, well, nobody wants to go there, and everybody, or Portland, they're all going to want that sort of thing, which has never been true. With a lot of players, I mean, and certainly here in particular, guys get here and they love it. They don't want to leave. I've certainly been involved with guys who were traded that just broke down and cried because they didn't want to go. I always remember Ed Pinckney being traded to Boston, part of the Danny Ainge deal, and he was just broke down in tears. It's really hard, and going to Boston, a championship contender.
Oh yeah,
he wanted to be here, and so yeah, but I think the media does that, and sometimes fans buy into it a little bit. For the most part, players, once they're here, they love it generally and like it a lot. A lot of them stay around. And then secondly, people say, well, and a lot of it goes back, I think, to the fact that there were periods of time when the ownership really didn't have any money. And so guys almost had to leave or wouldn't come because they weren't going to be willing to pay a free agents or overpay. And so that made it look different than it really was. So that's why I say a guy like Malik Monk, well, he financially got a good solid deal for himself and the team got a good solid deal, and he's happy here. He wants to start. don't blame him. He's got every right to want to do that, and certainly good enough to do that. But yeah, and people now, I mean, reading about Fox wanting to wait a little bit to talk about an extension, and it's like, immediately everybody, well, Fox wants out. Well, no, I don't believe that. He's been extremely smart. He's betting on himself and seeing where the team. Well, that's exactly what he should do.
No, I agree.
If I were his agent or his father, that's what I'd tell him to do.
Heck yeah. And he makes a lot more money if he makes All NBA this year. His contract, like the parameters go up and skyrocket. But I also, if I'm De'Aaron Fox, I want to know that a DeMar DeRozan is coming, that maybe someone else is coming too, that you're going to be able to pay Malik Monk and keep him here, and that you're going to be able to build the team around us that will get him to the next step in his career. So, all right, we're going to step aside for one more break. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320. We got Jerry Reynolds in studio. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Clear. All right. Hello, everybody. Sorry, Jerry and I were catching up.
Yeah, secrets.
Yeah.
Secret probation.
There we go. Secret probation.
Yeah, the old Animal House. Remember, there's the secret double whammy probation.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, mics are back on. Sorry about that, guys. We were catching up for a minute. Yeah, it should be. I mean, this always goes by so quickly with you. Yeah. Somebody asked if you've been keeping up with any other sports, like the Stanley Cup or the Euros. Oh, we're back. Welcome back in. Kyle Madsen is not with me today on the air. He will be on from 12 to 4 today, filling in for Damian and Kenny, D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. And instead of just me going solo or just me and Jesse, we decided to bring in King's legend Jerry Reynolds. Jerry, how you holding up over there?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Popcorn's good. Water's clean.
Yeah, life can't get any better than a little bowl of popcorn and water.
That's right. Sacramento Kings made this big move for DeMar DeRozan, but they still have. It feels like they still have more room to play here. That they've still. I mean, it gets a little complicated with the hard cap situation, but they do have, players that they can trade. They have players that are available, maybe out there on the market. If you're Monty McNair, are you done?
No, I wouldn't be. I'm sure I can't speak for him. Obviously, does a great job, but I certainly think his team could use more size, especially at the 4 or 5 combo kind of players, and there's guys out there that might be available that maybe you could get via trade. Obviously, the mid-level exception, probably you can't maybe get the kind of guy that you really wanted. Like I say, I had a kind of a little man crush on Jalen Smith, even though that was signed, and I think he was a risk, but a nice athletic young big that might be on the way up, just like we talked about Naz Reid a couple of years ago. Catch the guys at the right time, know what your eyes tell you, and I thought he might have been a good one, and signed for 9, so you could have got him in the mid-level maybe.
Yeah,
and so, but I don't think offhand, I'm not sure there's any more guys out there that certainly that I know about. I'm sure they do, but other than that, I think it's trades. Looking at the usual suspects, I guess Kuzma and John Collins are a couple guys out there that are still maybe in the works. I seriously doubt marketing is for the Kings, but I don't know.
Yeah, the marketing situation, I think it's super complicated. Like, that's everything that I hear. Not only does Danny Ainge want all kinds of things for Lauri Markkanen, but there's also the potential for him. Like, I've heard he wants to test free agency. And so if you're going to trade for a guy like that, that's a huge risk, especially if you're paying premium to get him. You're talking probably 3 first-round picks and maybe a pick swap or 2. And then all of a sudden that gets really complicated.
Yeah, and dangerous. You got to have. I mean, it's like Indiana getting Siakam. Well, I mean, in other words, where the Kings maybe backed out on that deal, I don't know, but I understand it. If you couldn't get basically a promise that he'd be willing to re-sign, then why would you do it?
Yeah, totally.
And I mean, I think Indiana got that, and of course, Siakam really made him a significantly better team.
Yeah, I think so too. And if you're looking at the players that are out there, I mean, Kyle Kuzma, for me, he does move the needle, and his contract for me has always been the thing that stands out. I mean, he's just on a really, really good contract that if you're a team that's building something, basically you just locked DeRozan in at 24, 25, 26, something like that, or 25, 24, 25, and 27, whatever the dollar amount is at the end of the day. So you know what you have there. And then you know that your big guys are going to make a certain amount of money. You know that you're going to have to pay Keegan Murray as well. You know that, but now you got this other tier here where, a guy like Malik Monk is locked in. He's locked in for 4 years, and you know what he's going to make. The salary cap keeps going up, so getting another guy that is on a contract a little bit like Malik Monk's and Kyle Kuzma, it makes sense. Like, again, it's like 23 and a half, 21 and a half, 19 and a half. It's the Buddy Hield special that we had here in Sacramento a couple of years ago. That seems like a really, really smart type of play, even if the player doesn't have the ceiling of some of the other guys.
I agree. I like Kuzma more than I did. You know, it's one of those guys that there's a couple things about it. I love the contract, number one. You know, I think he's kind of a ball stopper, so to speak. But in this offense, and I think that a lot of that would go away. But you know, he's still got the nice age, fits timeline wise. And you know, to me, and I know I'm too old school, but I like guys who are available to play.
Yes.
And he's been available to play, you know, like DeMar, as opposed to honestly Ingram and Markkanen miss a lot of games.
60 games a year, maybe 65.
Yeah, that's like OG Anunoby's terrific. But he plays 50 games a year, has for on average for 6 years or so.
Yeah, and you just paid him $215 million bucks or whatever it was.
And it's like, so, you know, I mean, I just think, you know, when you've got a 5 or 6 year period to look at, there's a little bit of evidence there that these are guys who will try to get out there. And to the Kings' credit, they got a bunch of guys like that now. You know, whether it's Keegan and of course Harrison was like that, and Domas and Monk and Fox. If they can play, they'll play.
Yeah, that's what I appreciate. That the players that are willing to go out there and put it on the line for their teammates.
Yeah, play a little hurt. I mean, I understand, you know, nobody should put their careers at risk.
Yeah.
But the idea of a sore back or, you know, I mean, it's like,
are you injured?
The flu-like symptoms or
gastroenteritis. That was the Kings.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah. How many times did I have to look up how to spell gastroenteritis because somebody wasn't going to play?
Well, I mean, there's like say there's guys that I know just through the years. There's guys that find ways to play through some of those things as much as guys who look for reasons not to play. And if you can, you know, and you can't make them play, but if you find guys that you see guys that are looking for ways, you know, a little sore, a little tired, it's like, well, yeah, that's after game 10, everybody's sore and tired.
Yes. Yeah. I remember hearing a story about one NBA star level player who showed up one day and, I forgot my shoes. I'm not going to play tonight.
Yeah.
They're like, we have a whole closet full of shoes. Yeah. They're not, it's not the same.
Yeah.
I was like, what do you mean you're not going to play? Like, yeah, I'm good tonight. I'm not playing. Like,
I always learned that from, you know, the Jazz with Stockton Malone, and Stockton had a knee surgery, meniscus, and was missed 10 days.
Oh.
And then I always remember going in the locker room once Karl Malone was in there, and I'd looked at his ankle. I was friends with Jerry Sloan and him, and his big green ankle. I mean, it was swollen. And I said, "You're not going to play." He said, "You bet I'm going to play. I'm going to kick you guys' butts too." And he did.
That's right. That's amazing. It's different. As we've gone along through the league, it's crazy to me how even like the Harrison Barnes and the DeMar DeRozans, they just come from a different age, and they're in their 30s. So it's like this 14 years that they've been in the league, like the way that things have changed and how players of, you know, that era, and it's still the same era, but how those guys just go, no, I'm playing 82 games. I mean, I know how much pride Harrison Barnes took in playing 82 games.
Yeah.
And that's something, you know, again, availability is such a huge thing. So if you were Monty, what is the deal you would go chase? What is the one that you would be like, okay, if I can get this guy, I don't know if I can, but if I can get him, what is the deal that I would go chase?
Well, I mean, to me, if you could get Kuzma now, I mean, I think he might be the best guy you can get at this time. You know, a young contract fits, size fits, position, scorer on a team that can really score. You know, wouldn't fit your shot blocking rim protection thing, but other than that, he'd be a good fit. And you know, if you could do obviously Kevin Huerter might be the guy, and I could see. If I'm Washington, I don't know why. If I'm interested in moving Kuzma, make a lot of sense for them. You know, local guy. That certainly, I think Kevin's got his. I still think he's got his best years ahead.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't have a good year last year, but he's a good player, and he's played well in playoffs. You know, and with his Atlanta, he had a lot of productive playoff games.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think at some point that we're going to see the Kevin Huerter of 2 years ago be back on the court. Like last year, I feel like it was an anomaly. Like I think he got in his head early, and I think he got in his head the 3-point shootout the year before. And, again, I like Kevin Huerter. I think he's a good player. I think he's a good dude. He doesn't have any like malintentions. He just had a season where the ball didn't go in the hoop, and he, next thing you know, he had a hitch in his shot, and like he would fight through it. You could see him. I watched him in warmups, and there's the hitch, and then all of a sudden you could see him like mentally lock in, like don't do the hitch, boom, 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 and then all of a sudden the hitch is back. And so like I felt for him because again, I think it's something that people don't really consider, but he's an East Coast guy. He grew up in New York, upstate New York. His family's there. His sisters play basketball. His dad's basketball. All these things, right? Like he's a long ways away from home. And when things are going wrong and you don't have your support system around you, it becomes more and more difficult. And I know you can rely on your teammates and your buddies around you to kind of get you through it, but that doesn't always help. That's not always what you need. And I just feel like he probably, like, if you were to move him to the East Coast, probably would help him, and get him closer to his family and all that stuff. But hey, look, if he's on this roster next year and he's your backup small forward or your backup shooting guard, I'm okay with that. He's still a good player.
He's a good player, and so I totally agree. I mean, like I say, to me, you'd move Kevin to get he's a quality player. He's an asset to get an asset to fit you better.
Yeah,
that's all. And
it's about fit, right?
Yeah. It's about fit. It's about business, and and certainly, to me, like I say, I agree with you. I mean, if he could get back to somewhere like Washington, he played at Maryland, and it'd be a real comfort zone because he was a really terrific career there. So, those are the kind of things you would make. Of course, that's always the danger. I always say the trades that seem to make the most sense almost never happen. It's like common sense isn't really common.
No, it's very true. Especially, I think a team like Washington, they're a little lost in what they're doing. I mean, they had the second pick in the draft. They brought in Alex Sarr, but then they went out and signed Jonas Valanciunas, and they also they brought Rashawn Holmes back. And so you're just like, you're scratching your head a little bit. Like, what are we doing? You trade Denny Avija, which doesn't make a lot of sense. When you bring in Malcolm Brogdon, and now, like, are you trying to win now? Are you not trying to win now? So you're always confused about what they're trying to do and what their path is forward. And you, like, from the outside, we're all like, well, why wouldn't you just take a pick? Well, like, why wouldn't you have taken the 13th pick for Kuzma? That would have made a lot of sense. And now you're to a point where, okay, like, how much are you willing to invest? How much, if you're the Kings, do you give up an unprotected pick? Do you not give up an unprotected pick? Do you want to give up 1 or 2 picks? Like, you have to make these decisions on the fly about like who you think you can be as a team. And I don't think any of it's easy.
Well, no, it isn't. And I do like the fact that, I mean, I think this front office, as well as ownership and all, they really want to win now. And I don't think there's these 5-year plans. I mean, in the NBA, there's just, it makes no sense. I mean, the people who say 5-year plan means that just let me keep working for 5 years. But I mean, I think with the money involved, and you see the quick turnovers of coaches, of players, of GMs, of everything, when you got these $3 and $4 billion franchises now, the elite contracts. So, and the fan bases, I think, to their credit, maybe a little more, with a high cost of tickets and everything, a little more demanding, saying, okay, it's not just the thrill of going to a game now. We want to see a winning team.
I think it's interesting too. Like when you were a coach or a GM of this team, there was no social media. So a fan could come out on a Tuesday night and boo the team when they're playing the Jazz and Stockton Malone and destroying them. But then the next day, like, what are they gonna yell into space and scream and yell at home and about how frustrated they are with the team? No, now all of these fans have an outlet. They have all these platforms that they can go to and like really. And if you're a franchise and you're out there crowdsourcing, that's probably the worst thing you can do. It's just to read all the negativity and all the comments that are coming back at you. I don't know, like, how much different do you think it is to play today and to coach today and to be part of like the basketball world today than it was like when you started in the NBA?
Well, it's just a totally different world, to be truthful. I mean, I don't think there's any similarities, when when I started, you had one assistant coach. You flew commercial.
Yep.
You didn't have a practice site. You had one trainer, one equipment man. The PR person didn't even travel.
Oh wow.
Those it's just a different world. It's really kind of, it was major league but minor league at that time. But everybody was pretty similar. The Lakers and the Celtics were flying commercial too. And so people, say, you just kind of forget that. I always say the one thing I knew too was that, we'd stay at Holiday Inns and places like that. It wasn't 4-star hotels, and, and so it's a different world, and I think, our players spoiled. Well, they probably, but they probably should be. They're the reason that they're the product.
Yeah.
And like I say, and the product is good enough now that you've got owners in this league that are extremely rich. I mean, not guys who could just barely get in and kind of buy the team type thing, and things of that nature. Because I always say, when I got in the league, the salary cap was 12 million, and the team values were about 15 million or 20 million. So
yeah,
that's.
I think when the Kings sold to the Lukenbill Group in the 1984 in Kansas City, it was $12 million.
Yeah, plus they assumed, I think, $3 million in debt.
Okay,
because because I kind of knew the Kansas City ownership group, and they were even worse funded. They're a bunch of guys like me and you, about half a dozen guys like us that own the team.
Just like hanging out, like own a team.
Yeah, it's like, let's all invest $20,000 in it, and then see if and then of course you start losing money. It's like, ooh, we got to pay money to keep this thing going.
Yeah. What's crazy is that in less than 40 years, the team now is going to be, it'll probably come in around 3.2 to 3.5 billion.
With a B.
With a B. Even in 2013, when Vivek purchased the team, it was a valuation of 535 million. Mm-hmm. And it's seven times what it's worth now.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, what an investment. And I always say that's what I think it's always been the deal with owning a franchise. I don't think year to year they necessarily make a lot of money at times, but the value of the franchise
skyrockets.
So it's kind of like buying a house. If you can pay the mortgage and everything and insurance and hold on to it for 10 years, generally speaking, you'll make some money.
Yeah, and I think the new television deal is going to upset that whole balance as well. I think the new television deal is going to push the valuations up over 500 billion. I think even the Celtics going up for sale, they're talking about a valuation of $6 billion.
Yeah,
$6 billion, $5 billion. That's absolutely insane. It's just a totally different world.
It's kind of interesting, though, isn't it? When guys like Mark Cuban and Wick, what's the owner's name at Boston, is trying to sell.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's like, to me, those are guys that they're sharp guys. I know Cuban don't always agree with him, but I mean, he's thinking, oh, okay, the getting out is good. I can still be part of it, and I can make a couple billion from my efforts.
Yeah, and I think for him too, it's like, what can he invest in outside of basketball to even make more money?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He's very good with that side of it and wants to always progress. All right, so we're down to our last couple of minutes here. We kind of know where the Kings are going. We kind of know what they've already accomplished. Where would you put them in the Western Conference today?
I think they've got a real good chance in the top 6.
Okay.
I still think, Minnesota, OKC, Minnesota, Dallas, Denver are 4 teams that be hard to see the Kings being better than them today.
Yep.
Now, New Orleans, I think, just because they're New Orleans and what's happened, excuse me, you'd probably put them. Now, I kind of like where they are compared to, the Phoenix, Lakers, Warriors, teams like that. But and then you just can't know enough about San Antonio, or I think Houston's going to be good, but San Antonio's going to be better. You don't know how much better.
Yep. And I think the Clippers are going to fall apart a little bit too.
Me too. Yeah. I think they're going to win some games, but it's hard to see them as a 50-win team. I just don't see that.
Yeah, even I feel like they're grasping at straws a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
With some of their signings and stuff. I don't like a lot of what they're doing, and it feels like a team that's desperate to try to hold on to something after losing Paul George, which I think is really weird. So you think they're 5-6? I think that's probably where I like right now. I put them at 5 or 6 with the
Mm-hmm.
Pelicans. I like the DeJounte Murray thing a little bit. I don't love it.
Right.
But they don't have a center. They picked up Daniel Tice today, but they've got him and they've got a rookie. So their center position.
Yeah, that's been very surprising, hasn't it? I mean,
yeah,
for that team, I mean, to lose Larry Nance as well as Valanciunas.
Yeah.
I mean, if they kept Larry Nance, he's a good player.
Yeah, it's all at least he can do some of the things you need for that team. Yeah. Kind of awkward.
Kind of awkward now. I don't know. Maybe they got something else in the works. We just you just don't know. But to me, that would be concerning. But I'm like you. I like DeJounte Murray, but I'm not sure he's quite as good as what he's supposed to be. Because he's just one of those guys that's really good, but he's considered like a high level all-star, and I don't believe that's it.
I would agree with you. I'm a little out on him, and I just don't know where he sort of ends up, and I don't know how much better he makes that team. And then you're wondering about what happens with the Ingram situation,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't seem like they're able to get a center on the open market that to sort of fill the void. So maybe they do kind of panic here, and again, maybe the Kings could get in on that. It would be very complicated for the Kings to get in just because of the salary. And the fact that you no longer have Harrison Barnes' contract to move. But I definitely think that they would at least go back and listen. So it should be an interesting couple of weeks here.
Well, I would like to see, Ingram moved, and I'd like to see him go to the East. That would be, the best thing. I mean, I like his talent. I just don't like his availability and his contract demands type thing. That's really a concern to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. And the fact that you're going to have to pay him $40 million a year.
Yeah.
That's tough.
That's tough. Scary going forward. I think.
He's close to that, but you don't know.
I mean, his talent is that, but is his availability and
his ability to impact winning.
Is he a stat guy? I mean, I always say there's guys that can fill up the stat sheet, but I mean, I'm not all sure Paul George isn't kind of that.
No, at this point too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, Jerry, I think we've run out of time. Thanks so much for joining me today.
Well, it's always great, and had a good time. And I think Kings fans should be very, very encouraged here. Very encouraged, and see what Monty's done an outstanding job today. And I think maybe we'll see if he can pull off another one to say, go get somebody bigger, Monty.
Put bigger and get him over the top. I think you want to climb into that top 4 in the Western Conference. All right. Well, that's going to do it for this edition of The Insiders. Thanks for tuning in. Kyle Madsen is coming up in just a few minutes, filling in for D'Lo and Casey. Thanks for tuning in. We are The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. All right. We're out. Thanks, Chatty House. Give us a thumbs up. Sorry we weren't engaging with you all that much today. Hey, look, there's the Kyle Madsen.
I know, sure.
This.
All right.
No, I'm off. I'm gonna take off on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'll be gone.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to figure that out.
Next Monday. Well, no, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'll be here.
Well, you'll be on the stream. That's it.
I'll be.
I got to figure out Thursday, Friday.
Where's Damien and the boys?
Dame is in Cabo, and Kenny wasn't able to get a flight back until today. From I think is he in Baltimore?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in back there somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know where he's from.
That sounds right. Baltimore feels right.
Yeah. So, yeah, Kyle's got to fill in, and he's got a whole bunch of guests coming in, but no one coming in the studio. Just you're the only one who was kind enough Plus, you live right down the street. Right?
Yeah, it's really good for me. Yeah, an hour is perfect for me too.
Yeah, it was fun.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And it's always good. It's good conversation. So anytime Kyle goes on vacation, we'll have you in, and then maybe one of these days we'll have you in with Kyle, and you can just hang out.
Oh, dude, that'd really be party time in there.
Buddies, well,
All right. Yeah, sounds good.
All right, Jerry. Appreciate you, man.
Need anything, hit me
Good
up.
to see you.
I'll see you soon. Heavy door.
Oh, God, you gotta be
Yeah.
a muscle man here.
All right, that's ready. That's ready. I need headphones. Rundown printed. This one's yours. Hey, so how does I'll ask you. You know what? I'll save it for 3:00. And then you're gonna jump on the stream, right?
Yeah, I'll be
Cool.
You're gonna ask me.
Just how. Hey, I'll play the open. Jesse, how does this work? I can't hear anything. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. What's up, Chatty House? What's up, gang? Oh, D-Lo in the. Come on. Yeah. You want to just open? Let's just open with them.
Yeah.
All right. Oh yeah. I got you. Thanks. Yeah, you know what? Do what you feel is right. That's not. You know what? That sounds great. Preach.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, that's not enough, Young Zell. That's not enough, Young Zell. Give me some. There it is. Come on.
Yeah. They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's around South Bend. Middle King Coast Squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern California crazy. If you doubted us, man, they go back with it. This is real right here. Ain't no catfishing.
Hey.
See now.
Down the lane off the
Rebound.
It's
It's 9:16 now.
I like the beam now. Tell them like the beam. Like
the yes,
like
sir.
Like the beam now. Tell them like the beam now.
Welcome into D-Lo and KC, the Monday, July 8th edition of the program. Damian Barling in the building. I'm Kyle Madsen filling in for D-Lo and KC today. Damian live from Mexico, no sleeves. What's going on, man?
Not really in the building. I hope this sounds okay. If it doesn't, just tell me it doesn't. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm outside of a grocery store in Mexico. I didn't know how long it was going to take to get to the hotel. And I'm like, it's 12. I know you got Sean coming up. You got Matt coming up. You got this all-star lineup coming up. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to go sit outside in the sweltering heat and see my man Kyle in the chatty house and everybody.
Dude, the vibes around here are crazy today. We took the competitive spirit of field day and DeMar DeRozan being acquired by the Sacramento Kings. And we're fired up now. The vibes are up, man.
Yeah, it was pretty dope. When Mark Spears first brought his name up last Tuesday, Casey and I had heard that the Kings had interest in DeMar a few weeks prior, and we didn't really think much of it, so we just kind of like let it ride. When Mark brought it up on TV, you know, calling him a dark horse, we were like, okay, all right, this is something now. And we checked in, and everyone that we talked to was like, yeah, like they talked, and they definitely, you know, there's definitely interest, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. And that obviously changed. It changed relatively quickly. We found out over the weekend the reason it wasn't going anywhere was it's funny. There's like these aggregated site reports everywhere that the Warriors have a substantial offer out for Lauri Markkanen. Dope. So did the Sacramento Kings. The Kings put out a pretty substantial offer. The difference between the Warriors and the Kings were the Warriors were like, or the Kings were like, look, if we're not going anywhere with this, we're moving on. And Danny Ainge just does what Danny Ainge does and like let it sit. And I don't even know if he responded to the Sacramento Kings. So they just got back to work and went to work with DeMar DeRozan, you know, quickly. Everyone saw Woj's report. I think it was Thursday night. And then by Friday night, this thing was super real.
Was there ever a point, do you think, that this was not like once DeMar DeRozan came to Sacramento, it was kind of a wrap at that point, right?
That's what I felt like. Yeah. Like I felt like everyone, like multiple people across different fields were really confident he was going to be a Sacramento King Friday night. Like the pieces were in place with San Antonio and Chicago. And it was just a matter of, you know, whether DeMar was, you know, if he would get cold feet, if he would get here, if he wouldn't like it, if something would happen that kind of turned him off or whatever. But it felt like Friday night DeMar DeRozan was going to be a Sacramento King. And they wanted that moment that they got, that Saturday night moment where he walked on the floor. Like they wanted that. They wanted that bad, and it worked out to perfection.
Dude, it was incredible. So we were at Golden One Center together. I was wearing sleeves. You were not. I didn't get the memo. That's fine. So we're at Golden One, and it was so funny because the first game was the Spurs and the Hornets. And it's like, all right, I've heard of Stephon Castle. Cool. So, you know, you're kind of watching that game, but nobody's actually watching the basketball. Everybody's on Twitter. I got James sitting next to me, standing up once every 5 minutes to go back. And I see you guys talking and you're doing this move. You're doing this move with your bag. You're doing this move. You're like covering your face so nobody can see. I'm like, oh man, the stuff must be going down. But then like nothing on Twitter, nothing. I'm refreshing every feed I got. And then was it between or during?
It was between games. It was right at the end of the first game, basically between the two games. Yeah.
So it was incredible to watch because we're sitting up there in the press area, and it's like you can hear and see like one person in a section check their phone and then let everybody in their section kind of know. And you hear this like little group of fans cheer over here. And then there's be a second and you hear another group of fans cheer over here. And then, like you said, you got kind of that like wrestling entrance moment with DeRozan walking on the floor with Vivek, and then they're playing the music, the Not Like Us song. Man, it was just it was a moment, man. It was a really, really cool moment in just kind of the Kings Cal Classic.
And shout out an underrated hero, Kendrick Lamar, for dropping that video in time for DeMar DeRozan to be a part of it. And then obviously his name is referenced in the song, but for DeMar to be a part of that record, to be a part of that video, and for him to be so closely aligned with that record, it made for a pretty dope scene at the Golden One Center.
So I kind of wondered last night, how much of this do you think is basketball related? How much of the excitement is just about the Kings getting a person who's been an All-NBA guy twice, a 6-time All-Star, and he chose to come to the Kings? And three, and I mean this only half joking, how much of the excitement is like, oh, it's the guy from the Kendrick Lamar song?
Well, I don't think any of it is the third one. I think a lot of it is.
Sorry.
I think a lot of it is, that's perfect. I love it. I think a lot of it is like DeMar is a quality free agent. Like he is he's a great basketball player, and 35 or not, like, he chose to come play for Sacramento. It's a great fit for a variety of reasons. I mean, I know a lot of people are talking about 3-point spacing and all of that different stuff, but if you go back to what happened in the final 10 games of the season when Malik Monk was out, De'Aaron Fox became the lone shot creator, and not one single defense wavered from that. They were not threatened by another individual on the floor. They knew Domas was going to facilitate. They knew Domas was going to do certain things. They knew Keegan could get you on a night, but you had to let him show me. And I think that was team's approach with Keegan, was like, show me. And that was Golden State's approach. And he showed them, like, that was really just the difference, is he was able to do it. And De'Aaron was just kind of stuck without Malik. Now you have another playmaker. And the fact that you have a guy who can create his own shot, can create his own bucket, that's a huge deal for this team, because you still got Keegan. You still have Kevin Huerter. You still have things that will work from behind the arc. You still have Trey Lyles. So, like, the things that makes them really dangerous, they're not gone. They've just added an element that they desperately needed last year. And a lot of people would make the argument not having that playmaker and that shot creator is what kept them out of the playoffs to begin with.
That's Damian Barling. He is live from a supermarket in Cabo. I'm Kyle Madsen. I'm filling in today. Kenny Caraway will be back tomorrow on D'Lo and KC. We got a gang of guests coming up today. We got Sean Cunningham from Fox 40, Matt George from ABC 10, Jason Timpf from Hoops Tonight, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee at 2:30, and then James Ham will be back at 3 o'clock. But Damian, that was what you just.
You're such a radio guy. I love how you just do the reset and let everybody know what they're listening to. I love that about you. I love it. It's great.
No, cool.
And it still says the insiders behind you. No, I do. I'm just saying. I love it.
Oh my God. See, this is where
I just love that you're a radio guy, and you're wearing a KSFM shirt. Like, come on, man.
The only thing I was gonna dress full D'Lo today and wear a cardigan over my KSFM shirt, but I decided
that'd have been nice. That would have been good. It probably would have been hot. It would have been hot.
Yeah. I don't like it. So now I'm questioning how I do my job. That's cool.
Stop it.
So what you just brought up though was the fit, and that was my first. Like my initial reaction when word came down, when I heard just kind of from you guys, like, hey, this DeRozan thing's real, is like, man, that feels to me, this is like, I saw the text as I was walking down my stairs. My knee-jerk reaction was, this feels like a move just to make a move. This feels like the marketing thing wasn't working out. The Ingram thing wasn't working out. And so they're just like, oh, hey, DeRozan, let's go do this now instead. And then the more I thought about it, and the more I kind of, because the ideal version of a Kings pickup this offseason was a 6'9", 3-point shooting defensive wizard. And like, that wasn't probably going to be there. Like, all due respect to Kyle Kuzma and Brandon Ingram and Lauri Markkanen, like, that's not necessarily what those guys are. And I think DeMar fits in a way. So is it going to look exactly the same as it did last season or the season before? No, I don't necessarily think so. But the benchmark for the Kings this offseason for me was get a playoff caliber roster. You have to improve your roster in however many ways. And the DeMar DeRozan addition for me puts the Kings in the top 6 in the West. And I think we'll talk about it later, but I think fairly comfortably. And so you can nitpick his spacing and what does this mean for Domas and who handles the ball at the end of the game and who's starting. We'll ask all these questions and we'll talk about it because that's what we do. But bottom line to me is they got a all-star caliber player and they improved their roster, and I believe they're going to make the playoffs now, which I did not necessarily think before this move. So the fit, we can nitpick this and that, but like, dude, they got better, and that was the goal of the offseason was to get better.
Yeah, and I'm 100% with you. That's absolutely what they did. I don't think they're done. I still think there's some working on the roster that they're going to do. It might not be like grand, it might not be as grand as like the Kyle Kuzma acquisition. I think there's probably more than one hurdle that's in front of the Kings as it pertains to Kyle Kuzma. But there's other guys out there. There's other bigs out there. There's, I'm not going to just name a bunch of random bigs, but there's guys out there that I keep my eye on. Like, I don't think the Kings are done working on their roster. I think there's still a few things ahead. Again, nothing's gonna, equate to what we got Saturday night at the Golden One Center with DeMar DeRozan walking into the building with Vivek Ranadive. But I think there are probably some signings and some moves ahead that Kings fans will go, okay, I get that. I like that. I see that.
But and that's why that's the other aspect of this DeMar DeRozan addition that helps Sacramento for me is the bar for the player they need to go add now is much lower. If the DeMar DeRozan
absolutely,
and they just signed Jordan McLaughlin, it would have been like, this is it, like another guard, like what is it? And now all of a sudden you're going, oh, defensive minded guy can knock down a corner three. Okay, you kind of like that with Jordan McLaughlin. Now the wing that they bring in, assuming they bring in a wing, I can't imagine they'd go get another guard. But now that wing doesn't need to necessarily be a shot creator. It can be a strict 3-and-D type of player, which I think is going to be a little bit easier to go acquire.
Yeah, you can work from you're 100% right, though. You can work from an entirely different tier of players. Obviously you want to continue to aim high. You want to continue to, you want to explore, Kyle Kuzma or whatever else might be out there. But in reality, you're right. You can find a tough defender who maybe doesn't score a lot, or you can find a 3-point, 4 who maybe isn't the best rebounder because you got, Domas there. Like there's a lot that you can do because of that DeMar DeRozan signing. And like, I'm sure James talked about this earlier today, and I know you'll talk about it several times throughout the year or throughout the day. Like, don't forget the Kings signed Malik Monk. Like that is a really, really important component to what they did this offseason. Like the Kings signed Malik Monk. We all, prior to that signing being announced, we all said that is the most important thing for them to do this offseason. Sign Malik Monk. They did that. And then, immediately everyone was like, okay, what else? And then they got DeMar DeRozan. And it's like, okay, and there was that euphoria there for a minute, no pun intended. And then it's like, okay, what now? Like, what are we gonna do now? And it's like, all right, I'm sure there's other stuff out there, but the Kings, at least at this point, the news around Devin Carter notwithstanding, the Kings have had a good offseason so far. And again, I don't think they're done. I still think there's a few little things that they could do that'll make it even better.
And I think the other component to this is the Lakers and the Clippers were both after DeRozan as well. And those are two teams that I think were certainly before he signed anywhere were behind Sacramento, or at least even with Sacramento. And now to me, Sacramento is beyond both of them, and I think is going to stay that way because I don't think there's any move either of those teams are going to make that puts them back comfortably into the Lakers already weren't there, but puts the Clippers back comfortably into the postseason picture like they were with Paul George. So I think that's another aspect of the DeMar thing that matters.
Yeah, I didn't really hear much about the Lakers, but I knew the Clippers was real, and I even heard a little bit about the Heat. But like the Clippers, I just couldn't figure out how the money would work. Like I couldn't figure out how they would be able to pull that off in a way that paid DeMar more than figuratively in the NBA, a couple of bucks. And so when I looked at the entire landscape and saw, money and fit, Sacramento made the most sense. And I think one thing that I really love about DeMar's approach from this is he clearly still has like life for basketball, right? At 35 years old, he's not going off into the twilight. He's not out, well, I'll join the Lakers and see if I can win a ring here, or join the Clippers and see if I can, somehow fit my way into here. Just like, he's like, no, like I've got basketball life in front of me at 35, at 36, at 37. And this right here is a great fit. I got an all NBA player in De'Aaron Fox. I got an all NBA player in Domantas Sabonis. And I don't know what this kid Keegan Murray is going to be, man, but he's trekking on the right way. And then I got this guy, Malik Monk, who can, create, on his own. And so, I love the fact that he approached this from a basketball standpoint and saw it from a perspective of, I'm still very much ready to compete in this league, and I'm still very much ready to play a big part of an important basketball team.
Yeah, it feels validating to what the Kings are doing, at least a little bit, because like 5 years ago, this would have been unthinkable, right? Like a player,
Absolutely, 100%.
Even a 35-year-old DeMar DeRozan joining the Kings would have been
a 40-year-old DeMar DeRozan would have been more likely.
Sure, and
at the same price point.
Shout out to Vince Carter. But yeah, I think that's kind of. I'm serious.
That felt like shade, but I mean, no.
It's an example.
Okay.
It was a few years ago. You got a 40-year-old Vince Carter instead of a 35-year-old one.
No, he did. And still didn't finish his career here, which is amazing. He still didn't finish his career.
No, but I think that's kind of the biggest. Just the surprise of DeMar DeRozan coming up, because it was so Markkanen, Kuzma, Ingram focused, and those were the three guys we talked about. And how do you rank them? And what about the cost and the risk reward and all that? And all of a sudden, you're getting DeMar DeRozan for Harrison Barnes, an unprotected 2031 pick swap, Chris Duarte, and a couple of second-round picks. Yeah. And I think that is so, to me, like, man, that's a really high-quality move that establishes Sacramento as a team that at the end of last year, we were kind of going like, hey, is this a team on the rise, or did this team plateau? And now to me, this legitimizes them as a team that is headed the right direction.
100%. Yeah, I'm completely with you. And shout out Harrison Barnes, man. He went through a lot. He went through a lot in his time in Sacramento. But his professionalism never wavered. I know we got frustrated with the way HB, particularly last season, where it felt like he was invisible for a solid half of the season. But he's a consummate professional. I think I legitimately think the world of Harrison Barnes. You kind of knew for the Kings to get better, just because of the money that he was making, this move probably had to happen at some point pretty soon. But I think the world of Harrison, and DeMar brings in a lot of things that Harrison, he actually has some similar traits to Harrison in the fact that there were times, and I think DeMar is more assertive than HB is, but there were times where you would feel, the game, you'd feel like the Kings open up, and this happened a lot, where they'd opened up 0 of 6, 0 of 7, and it was like all from 3. Harrison would often be the guy who's like, I'm going to try to get us a bucket here. He's not as skilled as getting, creating a shot for himself and getting a basket like DeMar DeRozan is, but he was, to a degree capable of doing it. And there were a lot of games last year where he kind of settled things down, particularly at the start of games, and was able to slow things down and get the Kings into a rhythm where the ball finally goes into the basket. And it's like, all right, now let's get into an offense here and get things going. So he was a constant, for the Kings, but I just know he was here for a lot of good years. I'm glad that he was here to be a part of that team that, broke that terrible playoff drought. But, it was a move that had to be made, and, giving up, pick swaps and second round picks, that's what general managers do. And I think Monty McNair did a great job of navigating this. I think Monty McNair did a great job of getting this done and not worrying about, what will happen in 2031 or how valuable the second round pick is. That's what GMs do. And I think he did a great job navigating what is his second big free agent signing.
That was the whole deal to me with moving on. Like, look, all due respect to Harrison Barnes, he's had an unbelievable career, but the role he had on the Kings have just kind of outgrown that, and they needed to improve at that spot. It didn't mean he had to leave the team necessarily. If they found a better player internally or whatever it was, and he came off the bench, it would have been great. But him as the starting 4, I think the Kings had just kind of moved beyond that. I don't think it's a slight on Harrison. I think it's just a sign of where the Kings are heading. And frankly, I think he's gonna help the Spurs a lot, because when you watched the Spurs last year, you went, hey, they could really use a veteran that just kind of knows how to play and can knock down a 3 and knows where to be on the court on both sides of the ball. And dude, he's gonna do that. And I think San Antonio.
They got 2 of them now.
Yeah, San Antonio just got legitimately better.
I agree. Yeah, they got 2 veterans now, and that's what Wemby wants that's what Wemby needs, I should say. When you have a guy who is, by all indications, is he's legitimately the future of the league. And I don't mean this like you just can't have him around a bunch of kids all the time. Like he needs to be around like NBA guys. And now he's got, you know, a pro like Harrison Barnes and a Hall of Famer like Chris Paul. Like that's a huge deal for Greg Popovich and the San Antonio Spurs. And I think it's a huge deal for Victor Wembanyama as well.
Bro, you seen any of the Olympic qualifier highlights?
Oh, absolutely.
It's like he got better in the last.
Nah, he's the closest. Like it's great. Like it's nuts. Like watching LeBron for the first time was like, oh my God, like he really is everything they said he was. Like, and they said he was a lot, which was nuts. Mm-hmm. And then it's like that's the exact same thing with Vic. It's like, oh God. And he's like 7 feet. This is insane. And like Victor Wembanyama highlights are going to be on loop for the next decade.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The thing that scares me the most about him is just while we're on the topic, the thing that scares me the most about him is the way he approached this season and was very much just like, I don't care about the accolades. Like I care about winning and we're not winning. And that's all. And it was like, bro, that was your expectation right now. Like, oh no,
that's a mindset. Yeah, it's a mindset, and they're going to be closer to winning this year than they were last year, which is why it was so important for the Kings to get better. I mean, we don't really know what Houston is going to be. You know, I mean, I think people's, you know, Ja was spectacular when he returned, but I think that maybe, like, I think the expectations for Memphis, I think, need to be toned down like a little bit. Again, Ja, you know, you talk about guys that are him, like Ja's him, like he's that dude. And what he did when he returned last year for that brief time was spectacular, but I'm still not quite sure that Memphis is a great basketball team. So talking about, you know, Ja potentially, you know, being a plus 20 in the win category for Memphis is putting a lot on that brother's shoulders. And I don't know that the Grizzlies are quite equipped for that, but we don't know, which again is why it was so important for the Sacramento Kings to get better this offseason.
Yeah, dude, that's if they let's just say, you know, ran it back, quote unquote, for the most part. What was that?
Oh, they're racing in Mexico or something along those lines. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Great. It's good.
Cool.
It's good.
Okay. If the Kings had just run it back, I think that's kind of how we'd be looking. We'd be looking at San Antonio, and we would be looking at Houston, and we'd be looking at Memphis. I think we'd be looking backwards, going, "Hey, are any of these teams going to catch Sacramento?" And instead, we're looking past the Lakers and the Clippers and Golden State, and we're looking towards New Orleans, Dallas, and then those the top three teams in the West. And that's the greatest impact to me of the DeMar DeRozan deal.
And
go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to interrupt you. That's all. I was just not going to let you talk.
Please.
That's all it was. No, go ahead. Finish your thought. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say it moves the Kings into a different tier in the West, from the probably a play-in team to they're a playoff team.
Yeah. And I think, you know, placing the Kings above the Lakers or placing the Kings above the Clippers or Warriors or something, I think that's completely fair right now. That's not, you know, purple colored glasses. That's not like a homer line of thinking. Like the way this team is constructed right now, I think is better than all of them. And they've got to play like it, like they've got to execute in all of that. Now it's a question of, you know, can they do that? And then can they be better than teams like New Orleans? Can they be better than Dallas? How does Dallas regroup after the season that they have? How much better does Houston get? How much better does some of these teams that were kind of on the cusp? Because the only team that I think you could count on actually being bad is probably Portland.
Man,
like Portland's probably the team that you just look at and go, that's a bad basketball team. Mm-hmm. And while they have some really interesting pieces on their team, I think they're weird in the sense that I think they have good basketball players, but I don't think they have a good basketball fit. And that's the one team in the conference where I look at and go, yeah, that ain't the one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Like, I think they're the only team that if you said, yeah, they made the play-in, that I would not believe you. I just don't see the path.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Everybody
would have to play. Everybody would have to play insane for that to happen.
Even if the Spurs win like 25 or 30 games, like they're going to be really tough to beat on a night-to-night basis. I think that's probably the case for a lot of teams in the West. Certainly going to be the case for the Sacramento Kings. Damian, go enjoy your vacation. Appreciate you dropping in to your show. D'Lo on vacation this week. Kenny Caraway will be back tomorrow. And now I'm self-conscious about how I'm going to go to break. So
stop! Don't do that. Come on, man. It's just we're just different. Like that's the beauty of ESPN 1320. We're all very, very different. And I'm just a little bit more laid back, and I kind of and you do it the correct way. Sometimes it's just like me, it's KC, it's Jesse, it's the Chatty House, and we're just kicking it. It's like, no, there's a world of people listening right now, and you remind them, like, wait, we've got a fantastic show planned for you. Like, don't touch that dial. And like, I'm just more like, hey, we'll be right back. This is just different.
That's Damian Barling. I'm Kyle Madsen. Don't touch that dial. We'll be back in a second on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, thanks, guy.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you. I'm glad this worked out. We had just got to the store, and it was like, I'm just gonna call them from the store, and this call might cost me $100, but it's cool. It was worth it. And I can't see the chat, so thanks for all the love on social media. That was cool. I appreciate y'all repping for us, and that was dope, man. I appreciate you guys. It is very hot. It is sweltering. This D'Lo and Casey tri-blend is now stuck to my skin, so it's terrific.
The tri-blend. What's on the docket for today?
Alcohol and water, meaning drinking alcohol in the water. That's the plan. Yeah.
Love that.
I'll probably stay away from the ocean because we're in a part of Cabo where the ocean will murder you. So I think I'll just stay by the pool and look at the ocean. Yeah, we need to go to a different spot to
the animals
enjoy the beach. Oh no! I meant the tide. I meant how strong. The water is pretty aggressive. Yeah, the water is pretty aggressive.
I see. Yeah. I don't know. Speaking of things in the ocean that can murder you, I don't know how anyone watches an ocean documentary and then is like, I'll willingly go in the ocean.
Yeah, right. Or like the guys who took the little bubble to the bottom of the ocean.
Come on, man.
Like, you got to forgive me for not being more sympathetic, but like, you just kind of signed up for it.
Dude, you're going where things don't survive.
Right. Like they're speculating you literally turn to dust. Like, come on, man.
You evaporate into particles. So yeah, I'll go down there.
Like, it's so crazy. We could get to space, but we can't get to the bottom of the ocean. Like, that is insane.
We were watching, so the wife and I were watching it was on a weekend night. So if you know, you know. And we're watching this ocean documentary.
Well, yeah, I know.
They said that the deep ocean, which is 200 feet and below, makes up 95% of the Earth's inhabitable space.
Oh my God.
Like, dog. You talk about a pause the documentary and freak out moment.
That's amazing.
What? There's so much land and that's less than 5% of it. Yeah, it was nuts. There's so much we don't know about the ocean. Stay safe, everybody.
Yeah. I'll say
you don't go play a road game on purpose. If Shark wants to come up and mess with me on land, let's go. But
that's the Shark's job.
I have no smoke for a shark in the water. Not even one of the little ones.
Nope. No, it's your house. I'm out.
I talked to Complex, by the way. I'm also going to do the KSFM show.
Oh, I love it. I'm excited to hear this. I'm going to tune in on the Odyssey app to see that.
Voice tracked the first hour already. It's great.
Very nice. That's tremendous. I'm tuning in.
I didn't do that. I didn't do any of that.
I know you didn't. People will be surprised to hear whose voice is on KSFM at 3:00.
At 4:00 when this show's over.
Yeah, you guys are in on the bit, so it's cool.
I wonder if anyone's ever done that just organically, like driving around on the radio and listening to this show, and then you guys go to break and they just like, oh, I'm gonna go listen to music, and it's KSFM and it's you guys.
I really hope someone has. Like, my life goal is for someone to call and go, wait a minute.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Yeah, pretty much. I hope they grab me something good to eat. I'm starving.
You're just in the grocery store now?
All right. Yeah, I'm in the grocery store. It's hot out there. Oh, they're still checking out, so it's fine. There's a lot of water. I hope they got alcohol.
I can't. I would be floored if there was no alcohol.
You guys get junk food? Want to say hi to the Chatty House? That's my man Braden right there.
Hey.
Did you guys get? Oh, you did get junk food. Okay. You want to? Is something wrong? Oh. Braden's. I think I walked into a practice.
Bought any cereal.
I don't think we bought any cereal. That's not really our bag. No. Sorry.
That's tough.
Sorry, Manny. I think Mexican cereal is the same. This is a long commercial break.
Yeah, it is.
That's cool. What's up, Jesse?
I probably broke.
What's up, Dan?
Broke late. Damn.
No, that's fine.
Tough scene.
That's fine. You're vibing today. It's all good.
I realized. Oh, hey, we're back.
Okay. All right. Love y'all. Appreciate you.
Good deal. Thanks. And no D'Lo, no KC today, just Kyle and Jesse and friends. D'Lo on vacation in Cabo. Big shout out to Damian Barling for hanging out with us live from the supermarket in Mexico. That was kind of wild.
That's an all-time right there. I'm sitting right in front of the grocery store in Mexico.
Yeah, it's kind of sick because James last week, 2 weeks ago, was in Cabo and jumped on from his hotel room. I was like, man, that's kind of baller.
Imagine James was at that grocery store at that time too. Then we got D'Lo and KC just running that grocery store.
Dang, that's kind of wild.
Worldwide. ESPN
1320 worldwide. Yeah, no. Shout out to Damian Barling. Kenny Caraway will be back tomorrow. He is traveling today, so it's me and Jesse holding it down. And like I said, we got a really fun guest lineup coming up, talking all about the DeMar DeRozan edition for the Kings. Sean Cunningham from Fox 40. Going to be coming up at 1 o'clock. Matt George from ABC 10. He's jumping on at 1:30. Jason Timpf, friend of the station from Hoops Tonight, part of the Volume. You can check him out on YouTube and various podcast platforms, wherever you get your podcast. He's one of my favorite people to like talk hoops with and like break down the game outside of the like, what's the hot take culture of it?
Yeah.
It's just very strict like basketball talk, and he's a ton of fun. And then Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee at 2:30, and then James Ham will be on for his weekly 3 o'clock hit with D'Lo and KC. So that's what we're doing today, talking a ton of DeMar DeRozan. In case you've been living under a rock, the Kings acquired DeMar DeRozan in a trade.
No way.
Yeah, no, I swear to God, dude, that happened. They sent Harrison Barnes and an unprotected 2031 pick swap to the Spurs. They also sent Chris Duarte and 2 second-round picks and cash to the Bulls. And then the Kings get DeMar DeRozan on a 3-year. Have we gotten firm confirmation on what the money is on the deal? Because I saw 3 and 74, 3 and 75, 3 and 76.
There's a lot out there. I don't think we've gotten firm confirmation yet. James was talking about earlier. Like he just said I think the first 2 years were guaranteed.
Yeah, first 2 years fully guaranteed, third year
partial.
Okay.
Somewhere in the 70s though.
Yeah. Look, here's where I land, and we talked about this with D'Lo a little bit ago, and I just want to reiterate it. When I first saw this move for the Kings, or first heard that, like, hey, they're in the mix, I was staunchly in the camp of, oh, they're just doing this now because they didn't get Brandon Ingram and they didn't go get Lauri Markkanen. And that was just kind of where my knee-jerk reaction fell. But then the more I thought about it, I sit here on this radio station, 10 to noon, typically every day, the insiders check us out. I sit here on this radio station every day, and I said, I don't care what it is, the Kings have to get better. The Kings have to get better this offseason. They cannot go into another year where we're going, yeah, hey, lateral movement. Lateral last year was fine. Or you can say they took a step back because they won 2 fewer games. But I think mostly it was
in the same tier, probably.
Yeah, right. Same tier of team. The rest of the West was just a little bit better, which is why they were in the play-in and not the number 3 seed. So I sit here every day and I go, this team has to get better. They have to make moves to get better. And there were certain things I would have liked to see them do, certain specific things. Add some size, add some athleticism, and we can talk about that. But the DeMar DeRozan deal makes them better.
Yeah.
Flat out.
Easily.
Forget we can talk fit, which we will. Jason Timpf specifically at 2:00 will talk about what DeMar DeRozan does well and how it fits with what the Kings do. But you can complain about or question the spacing, which I do. You can question what they're going to do defensively, all that, fine. But I come back to the old adage that I think this sounds simple, and I think it probably sounds dumb.
Drop it on them.
But this is just facts. Like I think we get so caught up in the team building of it all and the picks and then this and what did this cost? What does that cost? It's better to have good players. The Kings have more good players now than they did before.
Well, I feel like the fit stuff too. Like I get it. Like there is, I don't even want to call it issues. There are questions or whatever you got to like work around and all that. But I think they're kind of overblown. It's like,
how so?
Well, DeMar DeRozan's on the Kings, and now like they're a top six. We think they're a top 6 team. We think they're a playoff team now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do that by trading for a guy who's not. It's just not going to work. Like he's not going to fit here, guys. Like we didn't get better. It's like no, you can work around that. Like Monty McNair can add another wing, add more 3-point shooting and all that to like make it work.
Exactly. That's what this is not. This is not a player who. He's not new. He's not like this. He's been around the league for a long time. He's played in a lot of different systems. I think what we know about DeMar DeRozan, though, because it's typically been like, yeah, hey, this is a DeMar DeRozan team, so he's just going to get his work in, and he's going to get to his mid-range, or he's going to get to the cup, and he's going to create a shot. He's one of the best tough shot makers in the league. Like we saw that against the Kings last year in Sacramento. He made a ton of tough shots in that game, and I think that's just kind of what we know about DeMar DeRozan. But I don't think that that's necessarily like a bad thing to add to your team. Oh, another player who can go score the basketball?
Yeah, you added a 24 point per game scorer who can create his own shot. One of the most clutch players in the league right now. What is your guys' issue?
Are we worried about DeMar DeRozan slashing from the corner and catching a lob? Or I don't know, hanging out in the corner and knocking down a corner three?
Not worried.
I'm not worried at all.
Can knock down a corner three, actually.
He can.
Yes.
Doesn't do it at a super high volume. That is one thing I'm interested to see is, so last year he was 2.83 point attempts per game. I think his career high was 3.3. I'm interested to see if he gets up toward 4.
I could see it if they give him the green light and tell him like, hey, we want you to take more shots. I don't see it was like, no, I'm not doing it. Like I could see it happening, especially from the corner and all that. Yeah.
I'd be stunned if Mike Brown said, we don't want you taking that shot.
Yeah. I can't imagine that.
Because you can't fundamentally change the offense, right? You're not going to change everything you've been doing offensively to cater to DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, no.
So he's going to have to fit in somewhere. But like, dude, you get DeMar DeRozan off a dribble handoff, getting downhill, rolling with Domas. Like, I don't think it's going to
maybe now. Like the difference is he's taking a couple more corner threes. That's not going to kill you.
I don't think it's going to.
I think I brought up the Willsey stat early. Shot like 40% from the corner. I think.
Yeah, come on. Here's the big deal. The Kings' floor is now raised.
Yep.
The Kings' floor went from like a fringe play-in team to this is a playoff team to me. I think they're better than Phoenix. I think they're as good as New Orleans. We'll see matchup-wise how they match up with New Orleans, but I think over the course of 82 games, I think the Kings will win more games than New Orleans does. They don't even have a center right now.
Yeah, New Orleans is kind of. I don't know about them right now.
You got to figure out what New Orleans is doing. But again, they beat the Kings 6 times last year, so you have to pay them some respect. The difference for me now with the Kings is, okay, their floor is raised. I don't know how much higher their ceiling is with DeRozan. Again, really good player, but he hasn't been out of the first round of the playoffs since 2018. Like it's not like this is a guy who's just dragging teams to playoffs and playoff series wins, but. I do think he'll be helpful in a playoff series with just the physicality that he plays with, the playoff experience that he has. That's all great. The Kings' ceiling to me still relies on Keegan.
Yeah, I was literally going to ask you that right now. Like, what if Keegan takes another jump? Like, where does that take him then?
That's it. That is if Keegan Murray is playing at an all-star level, and I thought this before they added DeMar DeRozan. If Keegan Murray is playing at an all-star level, I don't want to say he's going to make the all-star team because we saw 2 Kings play at all-star levels last year and not make it. So if he's playing at an all-star level where now all of a sudden he is 20 points a game and he's shooting 40% from 3 and he's playing defense against the best perimeter player or the best offensive player on the perimeter on the opposing team. Now all of a sudden, now it's like, hey, they could win a lot of playoff series that way. because now you have added offensive versatility.
Well, because me and James were talking about it earlier, like maybe Kyle Kuzma's that guy if the Kings are trying for him or whatever. Like you kind of still looking for that guy to take you over the top, make you that contender. Because like you said, your floor's been raised, you're a top 6 team now, but now we're just what's that next move? It doesn't have to be Kuzma or like Keegan could develop, or maybe they sign someone else or whatever. Not this massive move, but just more so that thing that kind of gets you into the conversation with the top 4.
Yeah, if Keegan takes a leap, like I said, like an all-star caliber leap, where he's averaging, let's call it 20 points, I don't know, 6 rebounds and a couple assists a game, and he's shooting it efficiently, and he's being aggressive and creating his own shot, that is where now all of a sudden you're ascending. And maybe there's another addition in there, whether it's Kyle Kuzma, whether it's Dorian Finney-Smith or Cam Johnson. Obviously, those are different level of player.
Yeah.
But just wing depth. Just an NBA player on the wing who can catch and shoot. Like I said, they do different things. But even a player like Dorian Finney-Smith, where you're just adding depth on the wing, can play a little defense, can knock down a 3, and you feel good about playing them in a playoff series. Like now, all of a sudden, that with a leap from Keegan, that elevates the Kings now to that's where you can get into title contention. And that's where this becomes a team where you're not just going, oh yeah, they're going to be a tough out. I was like, hey, they're favored in this playoff series. Hey, you're going to see people on ESPN going, hey, I like what the Kings are doing. I'm picking the Kings to go to the finals. But again, that's going to be contingent on that leap from Keegan.
Yeah.
If Keegan is largely the same player that he was last year, which is not a bad thing, he was really good last year.
Yeah, if anything, the DeMar DeRozan move just gives him a little bit more time to develop and all that too, I think.
Yeah.
Whereas not just rush, like Keegan, hurry up.
What I hope it doesn't do is I hope it doesn't move him into a space of, okay, now I need to take even a bigger backseat.
Yeah, that'd be an issue.
And and again, this is not something I'm worried about from the Kings personnel standpoint of the coaching staff. I don't think that that's going to be a problem at all. They're going to tell Keegan, hey, light it up, shoot it. I think he's going to get more open looks now because you're going to see more defenders committed to, okay, first of all, you've got to stop Domantas Sabonis. You have to devote resources to that. But now you have DeMar DeRozan working like in the high post at the elbow. You have to commit resources to that because there's not a lot of defenders that are just, hey, go throw that guy on DeMar DeRozan and he's going to put the clamps on DeMar DeRozan tonight. That's not a thing that happens. You're going to have to devote resources to that. So I think what you're going to see is maybe the playmaking onus is now off of Keegan, where that was something we talked about a lot last year. It's like, dude, put the ball on the deck. Go make a play. Go get a bucket. I think that's where the onus gets taken off of him. He's going to get more open looks. I think there's still going to be the dribble handoffs for him. I think it's going to increase his chances to be a playmaker when he does put the ball on the deck. But I still think that, okay, maybe he doesn't need to be that playmaker necessarily, but I do think they still need him to be really, really good on both ends. And if he does, hey, he added some playmaking chops. Hey, look, he's making a nice pass here. And adding 4 to 6 points a night to what he did last year. Now all of a sudden you're cooking with gas.
Yeah, it's like you said, it'll help you take that next step. But like you said, he has to stay aggressive though. It can't just be DeMar's here. Like let DeMar get going. Like you still have your place on this team. You're still a massive part of this core.
I'm going to talk about this with our guests a lot today, but I want to get your thoughts on it. So we had Malik Monk tell reporters, like, hey, I want to start. I would like to start. I'm going to do whatever it takes to help the team win, but I want to start. What does the starting lineup look like to you now with DeMar DeRozan in the mix?
If it's up to me, it's Fox.
Fox at the 1.
All right. It's DeMar at the 3.
DeMar
okay, I'm going to skip over the 2 right now. I'm going to build some suspense.
I love that for you.
Yeah. We'll go
That's
Keegan at the 4, Sabonis
Keegan
at the 5.
4.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Keon's playing the 2. I think Monk is better, like suited coming off the bench. You increase his minutes from last year. I think he was 5th on the team in minutes, something like that. You increase his minutes, but he's got to come off the bench for me, I think.
Yeah, I think.
Are you getting
probably right?
Because like, say you're throwing him out there with DeMar, like, is he getting the shots he can, like compared to if he's coming off the bench? Like with those guys, Fox is gonna get his, DeMar's gonna get his, Keegan's gonna try and get his. Like, are you maximizing everyone's like what impact they could have, rather than Monk's coming off the bench with Keon or with whoever? And he's able to kind of take charge there and be the best player he could be.
Having Monk come off the bench just gives you more flexibility with what you can do offensively in the second unit.
Yeah.
If you're starting Fox, Monk, and DeRozan, where it's now a little bit tougher to stagger all those guys, that just doesn't make a ton of sense to me. But Malik is still, you got to play him like 30 minutes a night.
Yeah, he needs to probably third, fourth on the team in minutes. Like last year, I think, like I said, he was fifth, sixth, right behind Harrison. Like he should have been playing more, I think. But like,
I agree.
I don't think it's a matter of he needs to start. It's a matter of increasing his minutes.
Yeah. The other thing with this, and somebody in the chat house brought this up, and I think it's a great point. I wish I could find it. I'm not going to go find it right now, but hey, shout out to you. You'll know that it was the point that you made. They said you haven't even brought up how DeRozan frees up Fox, and I think that's a fair point. DeMar DeRozan is going to command a ton of attention. De'Aaron Fox is going to command a ton of attention. I think, again, I go back to when I first heard about the possibility of DeRozan. I went, it's a move to make a move. Doesn't fit. But he doesn't fit the version of the Kings offense that we know. If Mike Brown says, hey, let go and let God, it is a tie game with 5 minutes to go. You guys go get buckets. Go figure it out. And I think that was the big problem last year for me with Sacramento. Was down the stretch, whether Malik was in the game or not. Down the stretch of games, I don't think they knew necessarily what to do offensively. Because sometimes in crunch time, in the last 4 or 5 minutes, 3, 4, 5 minutes of a game, you need a bucket. It's not, hey, okay, let's get it. Let's dribble handoff. Now let's run our motion offense. Let's do that. It's like, no, man, get it in De'Aaron Fox's hands and let him cook. Get it in Malik Monk's hands and let him cook. And now you have a player who you can get it into his hands and you can let him cook. And also he's 6'6" and wide and strong.
Also gets to the free throw line pretty well.
Gets to the free throw line. Like I think that some people are going to get caught up, and I think it's a fair question is like, hey, how does he fit into this free flowing motion offense? Like, the game's also
about getting buckets too, though.
Dude, and he's not like I said, this isn't some rookie who all of a sudden has to figure out how to play in the NBA.
Yeah.
DeMar DeRozan's been around, bro.
He's been on teams before where it's like, hey, maybe we want to shoot the three ball a little bit more and stuff like that. Like he's done this before. Like it's not just a matter of we'll see how it goes, I guess.
Right. He's not going to get into his first,
like he'll be fine.
Gets into his first practice. He's like, you move on offense? I don't know how to do that.
Wait, you shoot the ball from this far?
Like you think you could do what? Hey, here's the other thing. Talking about mid-range, because De'Aaron Fox, we know, gets to that midi, he's cash. A little 10 to 12 foot jumper. Keegan Murray, really good in the mid-range. A little turnaround jumper he has. You get DeMar DeRozan, who is maybe the most effective mid-range player in the sport. Maybe that's kind of the zag for Mike Brown this year. Instead of everything being, hey, drive, defense collapse, spray three, where teams are trying to run you off the line and then defend at the rim. Hey, if they're going to give you a 15-footer and teams are going to say like, yeah, hey, take that. Why not live there?
DeRozan's not missing those.
No, in the mid-range, look, here's the misconception with the mid-range jumper. The mid-range jumper is only bad if you're bad at it. The whole anti-mid-range thing came from Chris Bosh, let's say, being a big who shot it from 20 feet. And they said, hey, if you take one big step backwards, your jumper is now worth 3 points. And that you'll make it at about the same rate and it'll be worth more because 3 is more than 2. You're welcome. I did that math.
Shout out math.
So that's where the anti-mid-range thing came from. If you can knock down a mid-range shot at like 50+% and it's open and it's there for you, take it.
Well, there's also the fact, how many times have we seen it with the Kings where the threes aren't falling today? We have no other way to get to score, though.
That's it.
Now you have DeMar DeRozan or whatever. DeMar, go get us a bucket, go get inside, maybe get to the free throw line. Like there's so many more options offensively where like it's not just like they're not, I don't want to say they were one-dimensional, but just there's more options now.
Well, it felt one-dimensional, and it felt like, and I think I'm going to try and say the same thing you're saying. It wasn't that they were one-dimensional, but it was like their fallback option, the Kings' fallback option when the 3 ball wasn't falling was got to shoot more.
Yeah.
And I think now the fallback option is going to be, hey, DeMar, go get a bucket.
Yeah, go get it to our 24-point per game score.
Or DeMar, collapse the defense at the elbow and get it to Domas for an easy bucket. Or to Keegan Cutting or whoever.
That's the thing, too. Like, imagine De'Aaron Fox gets hot. All right, send the double to De'Aaron Fox. You're just going to leave DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, man. They're going to be really, really freaking hard to guard. And I think if you go closing lineup of Fox, Monk, Keegan, DeRozan, and Domas, like in crunch time, like I said, where, hey, it's go get a bucket. I don't care what the offense looks like. I don't care if it's a spray 3. Like that's 4 dudes, 3 and Keegan pending, You feel really good about putting the ball on the deck and going and getting a basket.
Yep.
And if you want to talk about defense, you can figure that out later.
That's that part of it is so overblown to me too. Like so overrated, I think. Not overrated, but like these guys aren't like just turnstiles on defense where it's like DeMar can't guard a traffic cone or whatever. Like I think they'll be fine.
And like De'Aaron Fox is a really freaking good defender.
Yeah, as is Keegan.
Keegan Murray's a really freaking good defender. DeMar DeRozan, not a great defender, but like you said, not a traffic cone.
Yeah.
Malik Monk at least gives effort. A little bit undersized on that end. Not an awesome defender, but at least gives effort. And we know Domantas Sabonis is not a great rim protector, but again, effort guy is going to pull down rebounds.
Yeah, it's just
and I mean, I don't know, because you could say worst case, if Keon Ellis continues developing and continues to be a guy who can knock down a three for you, maybe he's in your closing lineup instead. But now who are you taking off the court?
Well, it's just more, like I said, just more options to work with. It's just with the whole defense conversation. It's like they talk as if like you need to be a top 5 defensive team or whatever. It's like, no, that's not necessarily what the case needs to be. Like they're not going to be one of the worst teams in the league either. Like if they're around 15 to 10 defensively or whatever, we're all expecting the offense to take a jump. Because last year wasn't great. Like they'll be fine. Like I don't think the defense is going to kill them.
And that's where we start talking about other moves they can make. And maybe it is. Maybe Lauri Markkanen's still on the table. Maybe Kyle Kuzma is still on the table. And maybe that's a move that they're still exploring. But now I think, like I said, maybe Dorian Finney-Smith is just kind of that level of player that you need. You feel good about him defensively and you feel good about him knocking down a three. And now all of a sudden when you go add, like I said, you go add Jordan McLaughlin, who's a really, really high-level defender at the point guard position. Now you feel, okay, that's another defensive option that you can throw out there. And Devin Carter is TBD. He had shoulder surgery. Sounds like he's going to miss the start of the year.
Sounds like he might be out for 6 to 8 months.
Yeah, that would be that'd be tough. But it sounds like he's not going to be available. So McLaughlin helps your depth there. It just changes the bar and changes the level of player you need, because now all of a sudden shot creation, shot making is always going to matter. You cannot have an offensive zero on the court. Like that just doesn't in the modern NBA. Particularly over the course of a 7-game series, teams are going to figure that out, and teams are going to defend appropriately. But now you don't need shot creation from that wing depth. You need high-level defender, at least an adequate defender, and can they knock down a corner three? And you feel good about them taking a corner three. And that's now the caliber of player where at the end of the season last year, when it felt like the Kings only had 8 dudes, well, you go get a Dorian Finney-Smith or that type of player. Now you feel much better about their depth, and you feel much better about any kind of lineup they're going to roll out in an 8-9 man rotation. Where now, like you said, you don't have to be a top 1 defensive team. You got to be adequate defensively.
Yeah, you can't just be horrible. But like I said, I don't see them being that.
Can you get a stop? Can you get a stop? I'm going to keep coming back to crunch time. Can you get a stop in the final 5 minutes of a game? Where, okay, you're getting all the buckets on one end, but can you get enough stops to turn that into a win? And I think last year that was a significant problem for them, particularly in the start of the year. And then Malik Monk got hurt, and getting buckets at the end of the game was a bigger problem. So no, I think defensively, I think that's kind of Mike Brown's bag. I think they're going to figure that out.
Yeah.
I think they have enough defensive intensity and enough defensive-minded guys. De'Aaron Fox, very good defender. Keon Ellis, Keegan Murray, Jordan McLaughlin. You have enough players who are going to be out there playing high-level defense that you'll be
all right.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think that part of it is just overblown. But
look, it wouldn't be if Keegan Murray was a bad defender and De'Aaron Fox is a bad defender and Keon Ellis didn't exist. Well, now all of a sudden, like, hey, oof.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not going to stop anybody. But dude, they're not going to be the Pacers. And, salute. Pacers made the Eastern Conference Finals. But for a lot of last year, you looked at the Pacers and went, hey, are they going to be able to get a stop?
Rick Carlisle was saying the same thing at their press conferences.
Yes. Like, the defense was a significant problem. I don't think it's going to be, I mean, maybe it is. Maybe I've got purple glasses on right now, and maybe I'm riding the high of the Kings going and getting DeMar DeRozan.
Look at us, the 2 biggest Kings homers in
dude,
all Sacramento media. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
No, us. Big Kings homers. No, it's just like, look, objectively, I like the signing or the trade. I hate that I can't call it a signing.
Come on, it's a signing.
It's a sign and
trade.
But the Bulls signed him, and then the Kings traded for him.
Whatever, man. It's a sign and trade. Signed. He was signed at one point.
They signed DeMar DeRozan.
He was gonna be a free agent. The only way we can get him here is if you sign him. Like, I don't know. It's a sign of trade. Like whatever. Whatever, man.
It's a good move.
It was a great move.
We'll talk about what the hell the Bulls are doing, by the way. We'll also give props to Harrison Barnes to talk about Chris Duarte. I got some Summer League thoughts. It's at the Cal Classic this weekend. But we've also got Sean Cunningham from Fox 40 coming up at 1 o'clock. We'll talk about his thoughts on the DeMar DeRozan trade, and we will also get his thoughts on maybe some additional moves that could be coming up for the Kings as well. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're in for D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, it's weird not touching buttons. I keep going to break and going to push buttons.
I got it today, dude. You relax.
Thanks, man. No, I'm... Oh, I'm so sweaty. That's a great point, Mark.
Mark's got it figured out.
We got to talk about it, Manny. We got to talk about it. Hey, Zabo, unfortunately, I don't have that button in front of me today. But it's still true. I don't think this is true. I like Chris Duarte a lot as a player, but I don't see it.
I've got that hockey James's that Zabo was talking about mine. I almost hit it, but I would have realized that would have went over the radio right now.
Oh, man, that would have been so funny. Just in the middle of this Revive Men's Health ad.
Yeah.
Revive Men's Health. We don't touch other people's privates. Yeah,
yeah, that would have been an issue.
Shout out to Revive. Appreciate everybody tapping in. If you could do me a huge favor and hit the little thumbs up at the underneath the video, that would be tight. About 2 minutes. No updates on Brandon Ayuk, Aldrin. We'll talk about this a little bit when Biderman comes on at 2:30. Oh, yeah. Hey, do I have to do anything to get Sean up? Pause.
No, we just add him to the thing.
There he is.
Oh,
what's up, Sean?
We're not live, are we?
The chat Yas can hear us.
It's on the stream right now on commercial break.
Yeah, I'll watch my mouth.
Oh, boy. How's it going, man? I'm glad that we're Instagram. I'm glad that we're Instagram friends now.
I'm gonna mess up your algorithm, pal.
I can't wait.
Should I be able to hear myself? Because it's a little. Oh, it's gone now. Okay, we're good. I almost sent you, by the way, 5 things today, and I said, you know what? He doesn't deserve
Send it
that.
every time. Send it every time. I'm sitting around not doing anything, which is most of my day because I procrastinate on my other work I have to do. I'm looking for reels.
Okay, I got you. Whoa, this is really close up on my face, isn't it? Hi, guys.
Maybe we can go close up on Halsey back there instead.
Well, you'd be a smart man to do so.
Jay-Z back there too.
Jay.
Yeah,
I don't think there's a better encapsulation of Sean Cunningham as a person than Halsey and Jay-Z.
And he's got range
in the background.
Where's your
Shabuzi record?
I have the album, but
of course you do.
more fan. We had a nice discussion about that. What does Halsey and Shabuzi have in common? Not Jay-Z. I Heart Music Festival, buddy.
Oh, nice. Hey, here we go.
Coming up. Okay.
Yeah, it's D'Lo and KC with no D'Lo and no KC. Damian Barling on vacation this week. Kenny Caraway is traveling. He will be back tomorrow and to take you through the rest of the week. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Jesse Tapia. Joining us now, Sean Cunningham of Fox 40. Sean, a really special moment that we got to share together watching Stephon Castle make his NBA Summer League debut. What were your thoughts on the UConn guard?
I was very disappointed in him for not playing against the Sacramento Kings last night. That was my takeaway. I mean, I really wanted to watch him play.
Yeah,
I did.
No, I wanted to watch him play too, but so much of what we were focused on Saturday was DeMar DeRozan related. That all went down, of course, at Golden One Center during the Cal Classic, between the first two games of the California Classic on Saturday. What were your initial thoughts on the DeMar DeRozan acquisition for the Kings?
I'm very happy for Kings fans, especially getting to see that really cool moment when he
Awesome.
strolled out to Golden One Center with Vivek Ranadive, and you had a certain Kendrick Lamar song playing in the background to welcome him as he just appeared in that music video, obviously. Which, by the way, yeah, there we go. That's the one. Which, by the way, like, they historically play a lot of Drake in the building. Does that?
I was gonna say, like, what does that look like now? Because like Drake's been around or whatever. Like James tells his story where Drake came into the locker room one time and all that. So it's like, we out on Drake or what's going on?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I think it's pretty well known. I'm not the biggest Drake fan, but they literally, so even before the DeMar news came down, they played the song during, I believe, halftime or warm-ups of the Hornets and Spurs game that night. And I'm kind of like, well, you can't play this and then like play Drake later on. And now that you have DeMar DeRozan on your team, which, by the way, I mean, you got the Kings who do a nice job of having these like little quirky sound effects every time a certain player will make a shot or whatever. If I don't know if you do it every time DeMar DeRozan scores, because he scores a lot of buckets, but maybe it's a 3-pointer. I imagine that little jingle there.
I'm glad these Rose came home. I didn't deserve him either.
Perfect.
That one?
Timing. Yeah, that one. I imagine you'll probably hear that, which means I think if DeMar DeRozan's on your team and he's in that music video and he sides with Kendrick Lamar and he's from Compton, like, I don't think you're going to be able to play Drake, right?
Yeah, he was at the Pop Out concert. Right. You can't. Yeah, no, Drake is out of the rotation for me.
Yeah, well,
if you're at Golden One Center.
So I think that's another win for Sacramento. I think this. Yeah, I think this is a good thing.
Given your penchant for pop music, I'm shocked you're not a Drake guy.
I know. It's it is a shame, but yeah, it's just not. There are several reasons why, but we don't have to dive into that. But I will say, like, going back to DeRozan, like, no, it was a really cool moment. I'm happy for fans. I think. Look, I think it's more than reasonable and fair to question his fit on the team. I mean, you consider how. DeMar DeRozan is up there with Domantas Sabonis in terms of people who like to criticize their games. And I think, look, DeRozan obviously has a much more decorated track record. I mean, a 6-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA, gold medalist. I mean, list goes on. And then you see what he's done in the fourth quarter. Last year, you see he's been one of the most durable players in the NBA, leading the league in minutes last year. And this is all at the age of 34. He'll turn 35 before the season starts. And, certainly he's longer in the tooth, but he doesn't have to necessarily be DeMar DeRozan that we've kind of grown to get accustomed to, a 25-point scorer night in and night out. But it's nice that they have been able to add a prolific scorer and not do it with sacrificing too much of your future or too much of what your identity is. I mean, anyone who's questioning the fit on this team, I'd say two things. One, it's July 8th. There's plenty of offseason to go. This is not a finished product. And two, you're undeniably better. Like, you're more relevant right now by simple fact that you gave up two players that one was, with respect to Harrison Barnes, was a player who didn't serve the type of role that you needed that player to serve, given the fact that you have Keegan Murray on your team and he's, you've got, grand visions and goals and lofty expectations for the future of Keegan Murray so long that he's on your team. So in moving somebody like Harrison Barnes, and in my opinion, upgrading there and upgrading a guy like Chris Duarte, who with respect to him was still trying to figure out and find his way, to me, it's not much of a sacrifice. A pick swap in 2031. So money going to Chicago. So second round picks, you're still under the luxury tax. I mean, look, every team's going to be in these aprons and dealing with luxury tax, and the Kings still find themselves in a hell of a situation to go out there and really better their not only their situation for next year, but really for years to come. I mean, I know, look, with respect to DeRozan, 35 years old. I mean, you can't get away from that, but he plays a type of style to where he's been durable. He's been able to be someone you can rely on. He's improved his 3-point ability. In Chicago, he's doing walk-up threes. He kicked the Kings' ass that night. And if I'm Monty McNair, Vivek Ranadive, those people sitting courtside watching that, you're like, yeah, there's no question about what this guy can do with the basketball in his hands. And, oh, by the way, he's become a hell of a playmaker later in life. This just bodes well for the Kings. I look, do I think they're a championship contender? Certainly not. Let's see what they add. But I think they're definitely a playoff team with the addition of DeRozan.
Did this all come together recently? Like, how long have they had their eye on DeMar DeRozan?
I mean, from my understanding, it's all been part of the calculus. I mean, I think they put a wish list together, and you'd call it a draft board during the NBA draft. I think when it comes to what you're looking to improve your team with, his name is on the board, and it was on the board early. I don't know that I'd call it a focal point, but certainly after you kick the tires on some certain things and kind of see where you are, I think you go a little deeper into that board. So I think it depends on who you ask and who you talk to, because everyone has varying opinions. Like, we all might really like, let's just say, Lauri Markkanen, right? Mm-hmm. And Kyle might really like him as a player, but maybe not so much for the Kings. And I might be like, oh, he's a perfect addition to put next to Sabonis. And Jesse might go, yeah, but you might need a better option at your 3. Like,
classic Jesse.
But it's for yeah. But it's varying degrees of how much do you want, how much was it a focal point. And look, you've got a lot of opinions in that room, and you add the analytics to that. You take everything you have to kick the tires on everything. And that's the one thing I think you've seen with this Kings front office as it's currently constructed, is they kind of attach themselves to a lot of things to really find what options could be out there to make the team better. So it's never really a finished product. But even right now, I mean, they've got 13 roster spots. They just signed Jordan McLaughlin. He'll be the 13th roster spot. So you've got room to go out and do things. I think the trade market is still ultimately where this team gets better. So yeah, I'm expecting more moves.
Sean Cunningham, Fox 40, joining us. No D'Lo or KC today. I'm Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia in the building as well. Is that Lauri Markkanen deal still on the table at all?
I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be. I don't expect it just for a couple things. I mean, for one, if you're Utah, what are you doing? Like, why?
Great question.
Why would my point is, why would you let him go? I mean, you've got the money, you've got the picks, you're rebuilding. He's a tremendous talent. He's not old by any stretch. I mean, you could build around him. I think they probably should. But Danny Ainge likes to really kind of blow things up and tinker a lot, and I think, you find out what his value is and you take it from there. He's going into free agency. It makes things a little difficult to shop around, but certainly you saw what the likes of Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, 2 players last year, who, in my opinion, aren't I'd put Markkanen as he's currently in his current state of age and where he stands in his stature in the NBA. I'd put him higher on both those two. And you saw what those guys commanded on the open market heading into free agency. So short of him giving somebody a guarantee, which I'm not really inclined to believe that his people are doing that. So there's a part of me that really thinks that he's headed for free agency in Utah. If they feel like they want to get something for him, great. But if I'm him, I'm trying to wine and dine and keep him in Utah.
Sure.
What do you think the Kings' plan is going forward now that they have DeRozan? They didn't really give up much for him. Just give up a pick swap in 2031. You still have Herter around and all that. What do you think what are they looking to add? Or what I don't do as their plan next?
Yeah, I think they got, I've talked about needing that third or even the second in this case in terms of that 3-headed monster, if you will. And for that being, I think they've addressed that need. Whether he plays a 2 or a 3, I still think they need length. I still think they need to get better. They haven't addressed any of that. Rim protection is difficult to find. You look at your problems that you've had against, big teams. And I don't know that necessarily changes things. But the thing that I like is you've taken so much pressure off of Fox and Sabonis, particularly because down the stretch of games, Domas just doesn't appear to be that guy that recognizes that he needs to go down there and score, and relying on he can still be more of a distributor and still be this incredible piece, but having an outlet like DeRozan, who can not only go get you a bucket, but get to the free throw line, is an incredible free throw shooter. He has a rise to the moment type of aspect to his game. And you pair that with Fox. I think you got two lethal dudes in the fourth quarter who aren't letting up. Part of the criticisms for Fox has been, not keeping the foot on the gas and not being able to, maybe coast through a couple quarters and then get to the fourth and turn it on. I think he's done a much, much better job than that in recent years. And I think DeRozan kind of will help him do that. It'll be interesting to see how, it might be a janky fit at first. Does DeRozan's ability to score kind of take, almost that tree that grows a little higher than others and provide shade for the smaller trees? Like will Keegan Murray, who's already, he's already got Mike Brown's foot in his, to tell him to shoot the ball more and to recognize scoring opportunities, does that take away from Keegan? I would argue, probably not. Especially if he's got Mike Brown still on him to be that corner three and do what he does. But sometimes you can find teammates being a little bit too unselfish, and the last thing you want to do is watch them stand around and watch DeMar DeRozan work. So if they can keep the ball movement the same and keep that pace of play and increase it from last year, that'd be pretty fun. But again, it might be a little weird at first.
Sean Cunningham joining us on D'Lo and KC. No D'Lo or KC today on Comats, and Jesse Tapia hanging out as well. Kenny Caraway will be back tomorrow. D'Lo on vacation this week. Sean, you posted a video on Twitter of Malik Monk talking about various things, but among them his desire to start. Said he wants to start, but he'll do whatever helps winning and facilitates winning. Does the DeMar DeRozan addition impact his ability to start, do you think, or was that never really on the table for the Kings?
No, I think look, he said it himself. Like, the team knows. He's made this clear since the moment he got here. It might have been amplified by his free agency and certainly his importance to the team. And then you give the struggles, you factor in the struggles that Kevin Huerter had and roles on this team. He's always somebody that I've argued is, like, of all the roles, all the players that understand the roles on the team, he flourishes in his and completely understands his, and he'll do whatever the team wants. It doesn't mean he will be satisfied with it. He definitely wants to be a starter, but I think it depends on what the team looks like. And, do you put DeMar DeRozan as a 2? Do you put him as a 3? I think as the roster is currently constructed, still having Kevin Huerter on the team, in my opinion, you put Kevin Huerter, especially in the start of the season, he might have a shorter leash, but you want him as confident and as comfortable as possible. And to me, that puts him in the starting lineup. And if you have DeMar DeRozan at your 3 and Keegan at your 4, Malik Monk knows what it's like to come off the bench. He flourishes in that system. He's a playmaker. I don't think it's necessary for him to start, but if Kevin Huerter is moved, well then, I think Malik Monk is your starting 2. I also think too, with the injury to Devin Carter, and I think we're all expecting that to hinder his readiness for the season and potentially see that rehab go into the at least training camp, if not further along. Then he's kind of a playmaker himself, and you're definitely going to need playmaking on the bench. So I wouldn't expect, as long as Kevin Huerter's on the team, I'm not expecting Malik Monk's role to change too much, but at least in the early going.
What do you think the closing lineup looks like? Do we see Monk out there with DeRozan and Fox, or how would you do that?
No, 100%. That's the biggest thing. Monk, I think that's what makes Monk so comfortable within his role and what he means to this team and the identity he gives his team, because he knows he's closing games. He knows he's going to be relied upon. It's just him coming off the bench doesn't mean he's the 6th best player on the team. He's not, even with DeMar DeRozan, with respect. Right. Like, he's the factor. To me, he gives this team an absolute identity. They feed off it. the crowd feeds off of his energy and his identity. And he's part of that closing unit. Absolutely.
Sean Cunningham, Fox 40, joining us. Did you have any takeaways from Summer League, or from the Cal Classic?
Takeaways. Well, it was incredible. I've seen so much Summer League basketball that I usually kind of cringe at it. It's a lot of bad basketball. I don't know why the Kings have 2 teams. To me, that's just kind of a silly thing to do. But with that said, it's meant I've got to watch more Summer League basketball. I've enjoyed seeing Adonis Arms. If nobody has seen him play, it's not even the scoring. It's not anything crazy. Like his passing ability is really kind of captures me and my attention. But no, not necessarily. I think seeing Mike Brown courtside with his grandson is always amusing. I mean, that just brings such joy to his face. And it's a lot of the stuff that happens on the periphery and trying to run down certain people and kind of get in their ear, seeing a lot of scouts, seeing a lot of people that come into the building that you might not see. And that's what the best part about Vegas Summer League is. I mean, look, we're all hoop junkies at the end of the day. We like to watch good competitive basketball, but these games have been really tough. Yeah, they've been awful. So kudos to anybody who goes out there and spends their hard-earned money to watch some of that. But I will say, I mean, there's always levels of intrigue. Like if you're a Spurs fan, you want to see Stephon Castle. You know, you've wanted to see the other draft pick. I always mess up his name, Salum Tihan, how you say his name, but he's not even playing. You know, he's not even playing this year. So that takes. If you're a Hornets fan, you know Brandon Miller is not there. He's with the select team. You know, it's some of these absences are tough, but you know, going out there and if you're a Kings fan, I mean, you easily have the most recognizable team full of names that you know who some of them are. Then you have some, you know, certainly some curiosity about the new two-way players. Seeing Mason Jones shed 40 pounds, like I need to get on that plan for sure.
Insane, dude.
That's wild. For people who don't know, I mean, he got to Stockton in December, and here he is in July coming into this summer league, and he's down over 40 pounds. I mean, a guy who I don't. It's interesting because I haven't had a chance really to ask and go too far in depth with him yet, but I was curious if that was more of a team thing, if that was him, because I felt he had a rejuvenation to him when he got to Stockton. Like you kind of saw a little bit different version of a Mason Jones than you had seen prior. And he really helped Stockton. I mean, they kind of took off when he got there. So seeing him earn that two-way spot was nice to see. Sounds like he's going to get his hair back to a different color. I'm not sure if it's going to be bleached again or if he says going to keep it, you know, natural for now, but I always like that. He does that to shout out his time in Europe and being overseas, but that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, I'll say this, Isaac Jones has had a couple highlight worthy moments, the new two-way player.
Yeah, dude, Mason Jones didn't even, I legitimately had to look down to see who it was. Because Keon Ellis, you know what Keon Ellis looks like.
Yep.
And Colby Jones, you know what Colby Jones looks like. When Mason Jones took the court, I was like, who is number 8? I have never seen this person before in my life. Because the head was shaved or the blonde hair was gone. Like you said, he looks physically just so much different, like a totally different human. It was nuts.
Yeah, and I don't know that he had to, you know, do all that. You know, said he was up to, was it 240, 245?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that he had to even come down as low as 195 or whatever it is now. But yeah, whatever. I mean, he got with the plan. He did it. He's being rewarded for it, and he's got a new approach to his game. And I think it's paying. I mean, he's always kind of been a bucket. You know, he's going out there and looking for scoring opportunities. So he's still doing that within the summer league. He did that within Stockton. He's going to kind of play within himself. And I think it's interesting to talk to someone like Doug Christie, who wants to see someone like Keon Ellis and Colby Jones be two guys that they identify to be a little bit more like a playmaking type of role to get others involved. But make no mistake, you need to go out there and score. And, you know, Colby struggled to shoot the ball a little bit, but look at us breaking down summer league. That's just, this
is why people are locked in, dude.
Yeah, it's just nonsense. But like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these are guys that are, I think I'm curious to see if Keon Ellis goes to Vegas. I actually don't expect that to happen.
Sure.
And I think we're going to maybe see this roster get shuffled up a little bit between the one in San Francisco and the one in Sacramento for the final game. So, and then of course, when the game is in San Francisco, that game is likely going to be a mesh of the two teams as well. So, yeah, I think there's things to pay attention to. I mean, certainly when we get down to Vegas over the next week, seeing what exists there and really kind of diving in and getting to know some of these guys, because they all have stories, and you feel for a player like Isaiah Crawford, because guy who's coming off of 2 ACLs and he's able to secure a 2-way contract with an NBA team. He's now right on the precipice of kind of getting his career together, or being where he hoped it would be, and moving beyond some of those setbacks. So they all have stories, and looking forward to catching up with them.
That was one of the big takeaways for me, was that Keon Ellis looks like an NBA player playing in summer league. Like, he just looks like the best player on the court, which I think is probably what the Kings wanted to see. I'd be surprised if he's in Vegas.
Well, it's weird too, because you look at your level of competition, and with respect to the Chinese national team, you're not full of even quasi NBA players. So you beat them by 51. Like, what do you really take away from that game? Like, even if you're scouting report, or your scouts, or your analytics department, or your head coach, you're sitting down with guys and trying to give them feedback, I wouldn't give them any feedback. It's like, all right, let's move on to San Antonio, and then you have a little more of a competitive game. And even San Antonio is absolutely bleak. But it was fun to see. I don't have the name in front of me real quick, but he was on the Austin Spurs last year. Kid from Folsom, went to Vista Del Lago High School. Played for
Luke Avdilovic.
Yeah, I was trying to get a good bucket from him all night, and I couldn't. He just had the 3 free throws, but it was nice. It's always fun to see these local ties. Christian Terrell is down with the Warriors. He's only going to play in the California Classic, but he's a name that used to be on Stockton and has been on Kings training camp and summer league before. So it's always fun to kind of track some of these locals and see where they might end up.
Sean, you've been super generous with your time. We appreciate it immensely. Go enjoy the rest of your Monday, man. We appreciate it.
Why, thanks, guys. Good to see y'all.
See you, Sean. Sean Cunningham, Fox 40. Not many people covering the Kings better than he does. Make sure to follow him on Twitter at Sean Cunningham. Sean SEN on the spelling.
Shout out Sean.
That got way deeper into the summer league thing than I thought we were gonna go.
So we talk hoops. Dude.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. That wasn't my plan.
No, yeah.
I was super planning on him making a joke about the Cal Classic.
Maybe we get into the vibes of Saturday and everyone waiting for DeMar and all that.
That was crazy.
That's what I'm most curious about.
After, because like I said, it was funny. When Shams first tweeted it, because like I said, the amount of times James got up to go talk to Damian behind the media seating was like, oh, this is close.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, you're probably just sitting there like, oh, something's going down. Maybe it's happening now.
Right. And Damian had said, I actually don't want to say Damian said this because I'm not 100% sure if it was Damian or not. Somebody said, like, man, if he walks out of this building today, it's cooked. I was like, oh man, like, hey, that's kind of nuts.
I would have maybe sent an emoji at that point. Like, kind of like, hey, I don't know.
Like, so like I said earlier with D'Lo, it was so funny because we're up in the press seating, right? Which is just kind of amongst the people. And we see it on our various computers and devices. And so there's like this murmur that goes around with us like, oh wow, it's done. Yeah, Shams. Yeah, Shams. For what? Yeah, I don't know. What's the money? I don't know. And you're kind of trying to get that info. And all of a sudden you hear somebody in section 118 apparently told the people around him, and everybody cheers. And a few seconds later, somebody in 210 or wherever, I don't know, pick a section. Somebody over there must have found out because a bunch of people cheered, and that happened in like 5 or 6 different sections. And then when DeMar came out, they legitimately Monty came out first, huge cheers, people chanting Monty's name. And then we had heard like, hey, they want to do this like walkout with DeMar. And so Not Like Us starts playing. And then you see Vivek and DeMar come out, and the places, however many people were in there, everybody's standing up, everybody's cheering, people were chanting his name. They're playing Not Like Us. It was really, really cool. It
sounds like a good time. I was following like from the people who were there on Twitter and stuff like that, following along. Seemed like it was pretty sweet.
Yeah, man. It was a cool, like, and then De'Aaron eventually came out with Rasay, and that was a cool thing because as he's walking out, people start cheering again. It was the Cal Classic is cool, right? Because it's just nobody cares about the outcome. You're rooting for good plays, and when the Kings are on the court, obviously you want to see the Kings win, but it's not like the energy and the anxiety aren't there. It's just vibes. It's just enjoying the game. But having the DeMar DeRozan thing happen between the games was like, oh, this is why people are here. Like, this was the moment.
Maybe the Kings should ever announce a tradition, whoever they sign, whether it's a big free agent or not. Hey, we're going to introduce you in between one of the California Classic games or whatever.
Just Jordan McLaughlin.
Yeah, everybody welcome in Jordan McLaughlin.
No, but it was cool, man. They because they can't say the newest Sacramento Kings, so they just were like, everybody welcome DeMar DeRozan,
our guest.
Yeah, and so he sat there with Vivek and with De'Aaron, and people got their videos and got their photos, and it was cool, man.
Vibes are
really cool. Yeah, vibes were great. Shout out to the Kings fans too, showing out and showing DeMar DeRozan some love before he even is officially in a Kings uniform. Really, really cool. All right, coming up next, Matt George, ABC 10, also the Locked On Kings podcast. He's going to hop in and we're going to talk about the DeMar DeRozan edition. We'll also get his thoughts from Summer League. I don't know. We'll talk about. I don't think we're probably going to talk.
You imagine Matt does 10 minutes on Summer League too?
If he does, I'm going to cut him off. I'm gonna be like, hey, dog, it
was a joke, bro. Relax.
Like if he does, you get 2 minutes. You get 2 minutes on Summer League.
Quick Summer League thoughts.
Yeah. Colby Jones, Keon Ellis, Mason Jones, and then moving on. I think that's it. Speaking of moving on, that's what we're going to do. We'll be right back. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're filling in for D'Lo and KC today. Matt George joins us next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Matt said he's running late. That's might. Yeah, dude, it was really, really cool. It was really, really, really fun. Hey, Jesse, somebody wants you and Matt to talk about Money in the Bank.
We'll save that for when Dame comes back.
Okay, thank God.
Oh, I got you.
I know enough to know that's a wrestling thing. Outside of that, I got nothing. Do I have to do anything for Matthew's mattress? I'll just shout out. No, he didn't. This is just I'm just going to shout it out. I'm not being paid for this, so. Over 30 years in business. Good God, Matthew's mattress. 0 interest, no money down. Oh my God. Free same-day delivery? Shit, I might be getting a new mattress.
I need one too.
Oh my God. Matthew's mattress. Love him.
Sacktown 20, I did see that, but it's like, it's Gilbert Arenas. Like, who cares, I guess? Like, it's Gilbert Arenas.
I stopped taking Gilbert Arenas as a serious person like a long time ago.
Yeah, I feel like when you do that, like,
I didn't see it at all.
I haven't seen like Skip Bayless. I blocked him on Twitter. I haven't seen a skip. Like, it's
I
perfect.
cannot believe that in the year 2024, I still see people quote tweeting Skip Bayless.
I know. It's like, come on.
Do you understand that Skip Bayless follows one person, and it's First Take?
It's literally,
or it was.
Yeah,
it
the
might
show.
be
His show. Yeah,
now, yeah.
But he's literally he wants you to quote tweet him. Like, just ignore him.
Dude,
like, that's why Gilbert Arenas gets the talks, because people quote tweet him and all that, and he gets the engagements.
He might not even tweet. He might have someone hired where he just texts them like, "Hey, say this," and then they tweet it out. I bet that dude never looks at his mentions, not once.
Sounds right.
2009, 2010. You want to bitch at Skip Bayless on Twitter? Fine, that's what we did. 2024.
We've grown up. We're past that.
We're just block and move on.
Literally, that's it. Like Gilbert Arenas, cool, bro. Like whatever.
Block and nod, mute
Sure.
and nod, whatever you got to do.
Yeah, good for you, buddy.
I got to stop talking about blocking Matt George on Twitter. He's here.
Shout out Matt George.
Hey, Matt.
I am always here for bitching about Skip Bayless on social media, though.
Hang on. Is that a poster of the tattoo you have?
Yes, it is not a poster. It is a painting, by the way. A painting, not a poster. I spent
a painting done by your hand.
I spent so much money on that stupid painting, but yes, it is the same thing as my tattoo.
That's sick. That's really cool.
It's Lord of the Rings, right?
Yes. And then there's a bottle right there. That's a bottle of wine that is made in or where they shot the movies, which is dope.
Mordor.
Yes, in Mordor.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Lord of the Rings board game back there, as you can see.
Lord of the Rings.
Gilbert, if that's the only option, go for a walk, but don't even listen to it. Just go for a walk, something else.
Do literally anything else.
Yeah, do some laundry. I don't know.
Listen to Locked On Kings again.
Exactly.
Well, maybe not
Okay,
that.
here we go. And not quite D'Lo and KC. Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia holding it down. D'Lo on vacation this week. KC will be back tomorrow. He is in transit today, but he will be back Tuesday through Friday. So you'll get his DeMar DeRozan thoughts tomorrow. Can't wait for that. Can't wait to hear what Kenny Caraway has to say. And can't wait to hear what Matt George has to say. Matt George, ABC 10, and the Locked On Kings podcast joining us now. Matt, hello. First of all, we'll talk about DeMar DeRozan. Obviously, important things to get to. It turns out that people in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House did not know that you have a tattoo on your body.
Yeah, which surprizes me because I obnoxiously flaunt it. I'm trying to see if I can get it in here.
Yeah, there it is.
We got it right there.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, got to get it.
Listening on the radio, he is showing us the tattoo.
And it is
on his arm.
It's awesome. And I got another one coming. The appointment is made. The appointment is made. I'm very excited about it. I got this tattoo right before the start of this past season, and I'm getting another one at the start of next.
Getting DeMar DeRozan's face tatted on your neck or what?
Full back.
Nice.
But it's going to be a tattooed DeMar DeRozan jersey. It's like actually tattooed on.
That's the way to go right there.
You're going to get rid of your optimism one?
that one that one is getting tatted over. Yes,
perfect.
Forever optimistic, especially with DeMar DeRozan in Sacramento.
Yeah, what were your initial thoughts, or what were your thoughts when you first heard that the Kings were in on DeMar DeRozan? And then did your thoughts evolve at all as that process went on?
Well, first thought was, damn, Damian Barling and ESPN 1320, they have some damn good reporters over there. That was thought number one.
Okay, Lake Show.
I didn't mean to do that.
Not
that's
him.
tough.
Not him.
You did our guy dirty. That's tough.
Notice he wasn't involved in that. It was so not him. If DeMar had gone to the Lakers, he would have broken it. And then it's just my first thought is this doesn't happen in Sacramento. Like this doesn't. Like convincing a 6-time All-Star to sign with the Sacramento Kings. Now, it doesn't matter, it was a sign and trade. It's different.
Yeah, they traded for him.
In my opinion, it's really not, because you had him here in Sacramento. You negotiated the dollar figures with him and his team, and he had to say yes in order for the trade to go through. Chicago already said yes. San Antonio already said yes. It was on DeMar DeRozan to choose to take the deal and come to Sacramento or go to Los Angeles. So essentially, it was a free agency decision between Sacramento and LA. When in the hell has Sacramento ever won that battle? Unless it's
0 times?
Yeah.
That's
now
a pretty good idea, I guess.
Now we're like 1-8, probably like 85. 1-85.
Oh,
so we're on the board a little bit. But look, it was a tremendous signing for Sacramento. The 24 hours of the wildest day of offseason acquisitions in the history of the organization that Monty pulled off, because technically Malik Monk signed that day. So you secure one of the biggest free agents in this class in Malik Monk, get him to come back and choose to stay in Sacramento for less money. Again, that doesn't really happen. And then you have DeMar DeRozan come and sign with the Kings on top of that, and then get the moment inside the Golden One Center. I thought it was a tremendous day. Truly, in my opinion, one of the best days, or a day that could go down as one of the best days in the history of the Kings if everything works out. like I expect they will. But to get a 6-time All-Star to choose the Sacramento Kings, any of us who have followed the Kings for long enough know how big of a deal that is.
It's insane.
What do you think it says about the Kings and where they are as an organization right now? Like they did land a guy like DeRozan, and they did get Malik Monk to stay here with taking less money.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, Jesse. I think that's how the culture, we can see the culture is changing right now. I also think it helps that you have a dude in De'Aaron Fox who is here, and De'Aaron was very much involved in the meetings with DeMar, and I guess went out to lunch with DeMar the day of and talked to him. So De'Aaron was super influential in that. I mean, you hear all these stories, right? LeBron James called Klay Thompson, like all these, the parts of the courting a free agent that go on. And typically it's the star player that gets involved. Well, De'Aaron Fox clearly had an impact on DeMar DeRozan's decision. Plus, I mean, I think the Mike Brown effect can't be understated, right? Like Mike came in and from day one preaches culture, and now the culture is changing. And the Kings did the right thing finally and extended his contract. And I think people take notice of that. Everybody loves to play for Mike Brown. And at the same time, I think the Malik Monk relationship epitomizes Mike Brown and how the Kings are changing, right? Because Malik and Mike go at each other more than anybody else. Like they jaw at each other. And we've seen it on the bench. We've seen it during games. And we've seen videos in the practice facility of them screaming and cussing at each other. And they have this relationship to where they both respect how much the other wants to win. They don't see eye to eye on some things clearly, like Malik Monk starting, which is going to be a big topic of conversation come training camp time. But Malik still chooses to re-sign in Sacramento early, largely because he's playing for a coach that, even though they'll scream at each other, Mike Brown has put him in a position to be able to be himself and play the way that Malik always felt he should play. And lo and behold, it's made him into the best version of himself that we've seen in his NBA career. So the culture is 100% different. Mike Brown is right at the center of it. And then the buy-in from the players, the top guys, De'Aaron Fox completely bought in last season. And that was evident. Domantas Sabonis is completely bought in, even if he has his struggles. Even the guys that were struggling to play bought in. Like even Kevin Huerter bought in. He couldn't necessarily. I genuinely believe Kevin Huerter gave his all to try and be better on the defensive end of the floor. I just don't think he can do it to the level that Mike Brown wants. But everybody's bought into what the Kings are trying to do, and I think that speaks volumes.
Talking with Matt George, ABC 10 and the Locked On Kings podcast. Is the excitement about the DeMar DeRozan addition? Is it to you more about the basketball fit, or is it more the symbolism of like, dude, a legitimate NBA player, potential future Hall of Famer who has like tread on his tires? This is not a version of DeMar DeRozan who's going to be your ninth guy.
Right.
He's going to start and he's going to give you 20 plus points a night. Is it more about that symbolism of everything you're talking about, the changing culture?
I think a good comparison is the Vince Carter signing, right? When the Kings signed Vince Carter, it was like, oh my God, Vince Carter's a Sacramento King. But we knew it wasn't Vince Carter. It was the sunset version of Vince. And he gave us some cool moments, great veteran leader. That's not what this DeMar DeRozan situation is. So there's similar euphoria of, oh my goodness, a multi-time All-Star, potential future Hall of Famer is choosing the Sacramento Kings. How cool is this moment? And then you think about, okay, but on the basketball floor, the Kings just signed a guy that's averaged 20 or more points 11 straight seasons. The Kings just signed a guy that's played 74 or more games the last 3 seasons at 36 minutes a night and is averaging 25, 4, and 5 over that. 4 and 5 over the course of those 3 seasons. This is a guy that the fewest amount of games that he's played in his career in a season is 60. And that's happened once. This is a guy that has played 70 or more games in a season 11 times in his career. Like, age be damned. I don't care that he's going to be 35 years old. The dude plays, he's healthy, and he's a walking bucket. Like, and he more importantly gives Sacramento an option in an area where they lacked. And what I mean by that is, look, the seamless addition to this offense, or seamless fit next to Fox and Sabonis, is shooting, right? You think just add shooters, put guys on the perimeter. The Kings did that. Now, granted, 2 seasons ago, they had one of the best offenses the world has ever seen. But when it got to playoff time and they faced a Golden State Warriors team who knew how to take the DHO away and knew how to disrupt the Kings' movement offense, Sacramento struggled and had to lean super heavily on one guy, De'Aaron Fox, who broke his pinky to carry them through. That DeMar DeRozan gives Sacramento another option. I think we saw this to some extent too towards the end of last season when the Kings committed more on the defensive end, sacrificed some offense. Malik Monk goes down, and it's truly De'Aaron Fox is the only guy to get this guy, the Kings, a bucket. DeMar DeRozan might not be a lights out 3-point shooter and add a tremendous amount of spacing to the Kings offense. But DeMar DeRozan does not need a lot of spacing to be effective. Go and look at his film. He hits ridiculous mid-range jumpers over 1-2 defenders. He creates for his team. He averages 5 assists a game. Like, he creates for his teammates without being a point guard. And if the Kings, not just in clutch time, because he and Fox are the 2 most clutch players in the league, but think about when there's 5 seconds left on the shot clock at the end of a broken possession because the Kings tried to run a DHO and a defense stopped it. Okay, now Fox isn't the only guy on the floor that everybody knows the ball is going to. It could be Fox, or it could be DeRozan. And DeRozan, you have 5 seconds to work in isolation. Go and get us a bucket. Or even a responsibility, and a responsibility that DeRozan has that Harrison Barnes kind of had last season, but he'll do it better, is when the Kings are reeling, when they're on the wrong end of an 8-0 run or a 10-0 run, and they just need a bucket to stop the bleeding. DeMar DeRozan is the guy that can just go, all right, give me the ball, clear out, and let me go stop this. Yeah. So Fox has a little bit of help in that sense. So it's not a seamless fit offensively, but he's a smart enough and talented enough player to where it doesn't have to be for there to be a noticeable improvement.
And the thing that makes the DeRozan signing matter to me is you're saying all this because we know what he does.
Yes.
It's not, well, if he takes a leap, it'll be this. Or, yeah, hey, here's this kind of unknown guy, but we're going to rely on the Kings development staff to get him playing at this level. Like, there's none of that. This is just the thing I loved about this was just the Kings looking at their roster and going, we need to get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
This is a player that hit the gas day one, makes the Kings a playoff team. And fit anything else like that, fine. That you can figure out. What you can't figure out is, hey, what about Kessler Edwards? What can I know he's not on the team, but last year. Or hey, Jalen McDaniels, can he give you some minutes? Like, no, man, the Kings are past that.
Sure.
And that's what this symbolized to me from the Kings front office standpoint of like, we all knew, you did, I did, Jesse did, D'Lo, KC, James, whoever, everybody in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House knew like, hey, now's the time to floor it.
Right.
You have to make a push this year. And the DeRozan move is a significant push, but B, not an all-in push because they still have ostensibly all their assets.
Right.
And that's the most exciting part about this to me is there's the basketball fit, there's the symbolism of that, but it's also like, we don't have to guess.
Yeah.
We know what the Kings are getting out of this guy.
And that's a huge aspect of the deal too, is what you just said. You have your assets to do more. You added a 6-time All-Star without giving up a first-round pick. Now, I know you did a pick swap in 2031, which now all of a sudden to some people in the national media is a big deal, as if we care about what a pick could be in 2031 compared to what we know DeMar DeRozan is in 2024, 2025. Such a ridiculous idea to knock the Kings for that, especially when they didn't trade the pick away. They're just swapping with the San Antonio Spurs, who might be good with Victor Wembanyama. They might not be. Who knows where the Kings will be at that point in time.
I'm confident in saying it.
I think they will be too. Okay, great. You still have a first round pick. You can still technically trade that pick, and then whatever team acquires that pick just has the swap rights or doesn't have the swap rights with San Antonio. So you have your assets to do more.
2017, that's 7 years from now. 2031 is 7 years from now. Go backwards. It's 2017. That's so long ago.
Yeah.
Not worried about it.
Not worried about it at all.
Yeah. So it's like you have your assets to do more. I'm curious your guys' opinion on this too, because I've heard people say like the Kings are looking to do more now. And I get to some extent, like this roster isn't complete. You still need, I've been talking all offseason long about the Kings need more guys that are 6'8", 6'9", 6'10". They just traded one of them away. They just lost one in order to get a guy who's 6'6". So they still need to do that. So maybe they still target a Dorian Finney-Smith or look for some depth pieces or whatever. Some people seem to believe they're still in on Kuzma. Maybe. I think it makes more sense for Monty McNair to hold on to those assets, ride into next season and see what this core is. And maybe you find yourself in a position where, like 2 seasons ago, at the trade deadline, you're firmly in that top 5, top 6 conversation again. Like, play-in doesn't seem likely. It's possible, but it doesn't seem likely. But you still know, hey, we're this piece away from legitimately contending. And if a player suddenly becomes available then, who's not available now, and it happens every year, then Monty can make that move at that time, or even next offseason. I know fans don't want to hear patience, but I think that makes the most sense for the Kings to do. I wonder how you guys feel on that.
I don't hate that, but I'll turn that over. Where does Kevin Huerter fit then if he's sticking around?
That is a fantastic question, because I am of the belief that if Kevin Huerter's on the outs with this team, and I think that's pretty apparent. That doesn't mean Kevin Huerter is bad. That doesn't mean that Kevin Huerter's trash. That doesn't mean Kevin Huerter's not valuable. In fact, we know from reports that there are teams around the league interested in him, and he's on a really, really good contract, and he has an elite skill. We were having this conversation amongst the media area over the last couple of days during the California Classic about, like, who starts right now. If this is the roster you bring into training camp, who starts at that 2 spot? I'm of the belief it should be. Say again.
That's my question for you. Can I host the show?
Go for it. Please do.
Hey, Matt, what do you think the Kings starting lineup's going to look like next year?
Great question, Kyle Madsen. Let me think about it. I was not prepared for this question. I think Malik Monk should be the starter at the 2. I think it makes the most sense for Malik Monk to be the starter at the 2, although I understand Mike Brown's hesitation. Why do I think he should be?
Yeah.
Because I think you're putting your best 5 on the floor to start the game, and he's clearly part of your best 5. And I don't think the importance of him with the second unit, I agree, is necessary, but I think you can still have that importance while staggering your lineup like you already do without keeping him out of the starting lineup necessarily. Now, what I don't agree with is that if Kevin Huerter is a part of the Sacramento Kings, that he should just be back in the starting lineup. I don't agree with that. I understand if he plays better and he's hitting shots and spacing the floor, then okay, yeah, now we do it. But there's some people that believe, like, if Kevin Huerter's still on this team, yeah, he's your starting 2. Like, I think he's got to prove that he can beat Keon and Malik Monk if he wants that spot back. But I also don't know what Kevin Huerter looks like as a bench scorer. So I'm not of the belief that Kevin Huerter should be a starting 2 guard at this point.
I'm with you.
Where do you think their ceiling is at now with DeMar DeRozan?
I think this team should firmly be in the playoff conversation, but in the Western Conference, what the hell does that mean when there's probably 10 to 12 teams that can say the same? Like, the West is just nuts. So I think anything less than a top 6 seed is disappointing for this group. I think the Sacramento Kings bring DeMar DeRozan in believing that play-in is disappointing. But again, we kind of have to see what it looks like, right? So the ceiling, I think, is probably back in the top 4 seed, but this team is still not in a contendership conversation yet. Not that they can't be with this group. It's just they have not earned the confidence to be able to say that. But they're sure as heck a lot closer with a 20-plus point per game 6-time All-Star than they were before that.
What gets them into that contendership conversation? Is it like a Dorian Finney-Smith? Do they need a Kuzma, or is it like a 3-and-D type guy or whatever? Like, what do you think gets them over the edge?
I mean, I think the only way to get, like, from a player acquisition standpoint to get there is to go out and get another star, which I just don't think is realistic. Even if you bring in Kyle Kuzma, it's like, oh, that's good, but what does it look like? For me, what gets the Kings there is Keegan Murray continuing to grow, although he does not have to be for the Kings next season what DeMar DeRozan should be and will be, right? And I also think DeMar's ability to help Keegan develop is going to be fantastic too. I think the biggest thing is truly it's De'Aaron Fox as a 30-point per game scorer for a full 82-game season. He starts the season red hot, ends the season typically red hot. We know how dominant he can be in postseason games because we've seen it. But what does De'Aaron Fox look like, and how does De'Aaron Fox play, and therefore how do the Sacramento Kings play in January or February on a Wednesday night inside the Golden One Center against the Detroit Pistons? Those were the games that this Kings team just kept fumbling and falling on their face in, right? So to me, it's what the Kings already have here consistently playing at an elite level is what gets them in that conversation.
Matt George, ABC 10 and the Locked On Kings podcast. I was trying to figure this out as you were talking, because you said that the play-in would be a disappointment for the Kings, and I tend to agree with you. I have the West as tier 1. I have Minnesota, Oklahoma City, Denver, and Dallas.
Yep.
Are we all there?
Yeah.
We're in on that?
Uh-huh.
Tier 2, that's where I put Sacramento with New Orleans, and I put Phoenix there too.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know Phoenix had like a really unceremonious exit from the playoffs last year, but they were still the 6th seed. And they still have Kevin Durant. They still have Devin Booker. Like I think Phoenix is going to be hard to beat on a night-to-night basis. I don't know that they'll be that tough of an out in the playoffs, but I think Phoenix is right there. And then in the 3rd tier, I have Golden State and the 2 LA teams.
Is Houston in that tier as well?
No, Houston's in the next one just below tier 3, because I just don't know about them yet.
I feel like they kind of missed their chance unless they have something coming up. Maybe Jalen Green just develops more, but
yeah, Houston has an opportunity to jump up into tier 3 for sure. And then San Antonio's there just because I don't know what Wemby is.
Right.
And how Harrison Barnes and Chris Paul are going to impact that team.
I think the Spurs are going to be good. I think they're going to be good.
It might be scary, dude.
I think they're a play-in team.
The Wemby highlights from Olympic qualifying have been nuts.
Yeah.
Like it's you could see him kind of very slowly figuring it out here, or very quickly figuring it out, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't shock me at all if San Antonio is in the play-in next year.
I agree with where you have the Kings. I also think that there's a big gap between tier 1 and tier 2. Like I think tier 1 in the West is so good that getting any of those tier 2 teams into that tier 1 conversation is going to take something eye-opening, whether it's how they play or another addition to the roster. That's just the difference.
Yeah, I think I'm there with you. I could see Minnesota falling out. But I don't think New Orleans, the Kings, certainly Phoenix can do enough. I think with Sacramento, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Keegan's the piece for me.
Yeah.
I said this earlier, like DeMar DeRozan raises their floor. He makes them a playoff team. To me, I think something would have to go pretty wrong for them to not be a top 6 team.
Mm-hmm.
But if they're going to go any higher than like a 1st or 2nd round, I think it all relies on Keegan and what he does in being aggressive and scoring the basketball consistently. Like that's just kind of what it comes down to.
I'm with you.
Unless there's another significant swing here, unless the Kyle Kuzma deal is still being worked out, and that's an addition they're going to make, and then we can kind of reassess what the Kings rotation looks like. But for right now, as the Kings are currently constructed, I think if they're going to get out of tier 2, it's because Keegan Murray made a pretty sizable leap.
I feel like acquiring DeMar DeRozan sets Keegan up to kind of take that leap, if that makes sense, because it's not necessarily like so much pressure on him to be like that guy, go out and create. More so like DeMar and Fox are going to get him open shots and all that. The focus is going to be on them. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that. I wonder if Keegan, would you be excited or happy if Keegan got the call up to Team USA with Durant's injury? I don't think it would be Keegan, or I don't even know if it would be Keegan. But if he got the opportunity with Durant,
oh my God, dude, that would be the best thing that could ever happen to Keegan Murray.
Yeah,
I agree.
Let me say, like as a basketball player, not as a person.
Yeah,
it's not going to be the best day of his life right now.
Keegan gets married. Yeah, well, I made Team USA once.
I got called up because Kevin Durant's calf hurt. No, I think that would be to like, and that's another aspect of the DeRozan signing. That kind of, getting a quality veteran who's been around the league and who's been in Olympics and who's been in big playoff games, getting him around the Kings. I think that could have a positive impact down the road. And I think that's the same thing. If Keegan Murray got called up to Team USA, I think it'd have a similar effect on Keegan, not on Team USA.
I'm not going to lie to you though. I'm selfishly like happy that Lithuania was eliminated. So Domas can come home. And I think Keegan's getting kind of the best of both worlds right now, because he doesn't have to go to Paris and play, but he's getting all the experience of working with Team USA right now and with the coaches and with the players. So, I mean, that's going to be awesome for him too.
Yeah. Very, very good for Keegan. 30 seconds. Any summer league thoughts?
Boogie Ellis is fun. Mason Jones is balling. And I was hoping to see a little more from Keon and Colby, but they're playing fine and I can't be mad at anything.
Very good. Thanks. We did like 7 minutes with Sean Cunningham on the California.
Oh yeah, we got deep into the summer league.
It was too many minutes.
Oh man,
we spent way too many minutes on it. So shout out to you for not taking us that deep into it. Matt, appreciate you. You can check Matt out on ABC 10. You can also dial into the Locked On Kings podcast wherever you get your podcast. Matt, thanks for stopping by, man.
Appreciate you guys.
Good luck with your next tattoo.
I will cry.
There you go. Matt George. See you, Matt. Matt George, ABC 10, him and Kevin John. Kevin John, Matt's coworker at ABC 10. I don't know if I was going to say his boss. I don't know if it's his boss. But anyways, I'm going to pretend like Kevin's Matt's boss because that's funny to me. One of those like all-time vibes people. Just when he's around, it's like, well, he's like, the song Hey Ya by Outkast?
Yeah.
He's like if that song was a person.
Yeah, I've never met Kevin, but you could tell like the vibes and all. You could just tell.
Just impossible to be like, when he's like, how's it going, man? It's impossible to be like, not great, Kev. Not doing well today.
Yeah, no,
you're going to be like, I'm doing well. So, Kevin.
Shout out Kevin John.
Love that guy. And shout out ABC 10. All right. Jason Timpf of Hoops Tonight is going to join us next. He hosts Hoops Tonight for the Volume. You can check him out on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. One of my very favorite people to talk basketball with. He breaks the game down on such a great level, and I can't wait to hear his thoughts on DeMar DeRozan, the Kings, and maybe some of what the hell the Lakers are doing as well. That's coming up next. He's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen, filling in for D'Lo and KC today on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. John, I have not told him that in person because I just thought of it right now, but I'm going to tell him next time I see him. I'm going to be like, Kevin John, you're like if Hey Ya, the song was a person. Hey, sometimes you got to step out, Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that for sure. Hey, are we taking calls, Jesse? Jesse just stepped out. I think we're taking calls. Hey, John, by the way, yeah, no, I will for sure. I might film the interaction. John, I decided to end our beef, by the way. I've squashed the beef with John Bull. I no longer want to punch him in the face. Kevin, good question. D'Lo is on vacation in Cabo. He was on earlier in the show, like right at the top of the show. So if you're on YouTube and you want to rewind and hear D'Lo's thoughts on the DeRozan trade or the DeRozan acquisition, I can go ahead and rewind to the start of the show. And they will you can see his thoughts there. He hopped in with us, so he's on vacation this week. Kenny is in where is he? Probably the sky right now. I think he's flying. He is traveling today. He will be back tomorrow and the rest of the week. But if everybody who's in here, if you could hit the thumbs up below the video, that'd be great. Oh, okay, all right. No, cool, man. No, it's back on then. No, I didn't end anything. It's back now. Jason, you have it? Oh, shoot. Uh-oh. And this, folks, is why when you send a pro tip for people who want to do this job professionally, when you email somebody something, text them also to make sure that they got it. Pro tip. Wait, what?
Oh yeah, some dude named Sam Quinn gave the Kings a D-.
Sam Quinn.
Hey, Sam Quinn, you're on the list.
Got to get him on. Dang, I wish I had known that.
Aldrin, I've noticed those Yankees are slipping too. It's looking real good right now. Rafael Devers too, the Yankee killer.
Here we go. A D-? That's crazy.
Give him a D-. Didn't even pass.
That's crazy.
Got to retake the course, basically, is what he's saying.
Tough. You know who doesn't have to retake the course? Jason Timpf, host of Hoops Tonight. You can check him out on YouTube at youtube.com/@hoopstonight. He is on the Volume Network. You can also check him out wherever you get your podcast. Jason, thanks so much for hopping in, man. How are you?
What's up, boys? This is a super interesting trade. There are so many different angles to it, and I'm genuinely excited for you guys. If for nothing else, there's tons to talk about.
Would you give the trade a D- for the Kings? That's
I would not.
The key question.
Who gave it a D-?
Sam Quinn?
Sam Quinn of CBS Sports, I believe.
Not a fan of the trade, it turns out.
So I think it's a trade that has a lot that really intrigues me, and then a part that is a big question mark for me. Like, obviously, sending Harrison Barnes out, you're really thin at forward. What are you going to do? Like, that's the obvious question here. Like, is this going to be Trey Lyles getting big minutes? Is this going to be the precursor to a different type of deal? And so, honestly, when it comes to a grade, I don't even really see the point in looking at that until we see what the roster looks like at training camp, because it just could very easily look different. There's like, for instance, like if you're looking at DeRozan as a 2, like, do you really want to have Herter and Keegan Murray both together as like long-term kind of foundational pieces? Maybe you turn one of those guys into a forward. Like, we just don't know what this looks like at the end. The long and short of it, though, is like DeRozan is a shoe-in fit in Sacramento's offense. They ran a lot of really similar 5-out concepts in Chicago, a lot of like, screens flowing into dribble handoffs, or screens flowing into ball screens, a lot of 3-man action where they'd have like Vucevic down screen for Caruso, who'd come up and screen for DeRozan, or vice versa, and to Ram screen for Vucevic to come up. They run a lot of really similar stuff that I think he's going to just slide right in and do well in Sacramento. I think Sabonis is a natural screening partner for him. I think even the off-ball concerns, like DeMar DeRozan just had his best catch and shoot season. He got 1.16 points per unguarded catch and shoot jump shot. That was the highest mark of his career last year in Chicago. And so I'm not worried about the fit at all. I love how it'll relieve workload off of De'Aaron Fox and allow him to focus more of his energy on defense, where I think he can be one of the best defensive guards in the league if he wants to. And so I like this direction. I think it's part one of a 2-part move. I'm assuming you guys are kind of in a similar spot.
Yeah, you mentioned they're thin at forward. Like, where would you go next? Like, what do you think they need to add? Is it like a Kyle Kuzma type? Is it someone maybe in the free agent market? What do you think they should do?
It's got to be a forward. The one thing with the Kyle Kuzma type is I think you need a really athletic 4 next to Sabonis. I think, like, for instance, like, this would be an example of a team where I could see like a Jeremy Grant being a better fit there at the 4 than a Kuzma. Kuzma also, like, Kuzma was such a good rebounder when he was with the Lakers, and then he did it for 1 year in Washington and then just stopped. So I'm not even sure. He's so far removed from good basketball at this point. I don't know what to make of how he would fit. But yeah, that's the big thing, is at this point, there's got to be an athletic forward that you can count on to be a low man, a guy who can defend ball screens 3-on-2 when Sabonis comes up to the level, a guy who can clean up the defensive glass, a guy that can, be a cog in that offensive system. And that's going to be the next piece of it. And if they can nail that piece, then I think this deal makes a ton of sense. But if you go into next season with a really weak defensive front court again, I think that's where I'd start to worry about this team making the playoffs again.
Jason Timpf, host of Hoops Tonight with The Volume. Check him out on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts. If someone were to say to you, DeMar DeRozan is an ISO player, he dribbles into the mid-range and he takes a shot from there, what would your response to that be?
I think it's a oversimplification of what he does. I mean, to put it simply, he was one of the best half-court shot creators in the league last year. He ran over 1,200 ball screens and got 1.05 points per possession, including passes. That's awesome. He was the best ISO guy in the league last year, including passes, 1.15 points per ISO. That was first out of 11 players that ran at least 400. So he was the best high volume ISO guy. Great post-up player. He was 1.11 points per post-up, third out of 22 players to run at least 250. I would look at him more as like a primary shot creator in a 5-out system, in the sense that, like, yeah, some of those possessions do end in your classic DeRozan reverse pivot, fadeaway jumpers over his right shoulder, or a pump fake, kind of thing. But the reality is like, he's an excellent passer. He runs a ton of action above and beyond what he does as a mid-range pull-up shooter, and he creates open shots for his teammates. And like, we saw the leap De'Aaron Fox took as a jump shooter last year too. Like, I like to see him get more catch and shoot reps. And one of the big things too is, like, Malik Monk is a guy who could eat up usage and could close in particular matchups, DeMar DeRozan can eat up a ton of usage and should be able to close in most matchups. And so I view him as like kind of more properly slotting Malik as a number 3 as well, in terms of like how much they rely on him as a shot creator. And I think, I think DeMar DeRozan, ever since he left Toronto, has been miscast as like or I should say misidentified as just like a pull-up ISO guy, but he's actually become just a really good shot creator from the perimeter.
What do you think their ceiling is right now? Like, say they don't make like this, not big move, 'cause I don't want to say that overdo it or whatever, but just more so they add to the roster a bit. It's just more so like this is the core. What do you think their ceiling is? Like, have they raised the tier at all, or are they just kind of in the same spot, do you think?
I think they've become a better regular season team. I think that DeRozan and Fox together, just for lack of a better word, they're just going to be a huge pain in the butt to guard every single night. Like, especially with Sabonis as the fulcrum setting screens and then having all of that off-ball shooting that they have, like they're going to be a pain. We've just seen this so many times over the years. Like, the later you get into the season, and especially when you get into the postseason, it just turns into a rock fight. It becomes super physical, and the teams that have big forwards that are strong, that can like win the bully ball matchups underneath the rim, just add a certain amount of value. And so like, it's just like, honestly, when we look at the Kings over the years, I think that has been primarily the main weakness, is their defensive front line. And like, they're an excellent rebounding front line. So like, and that's an important part of defense. So I don't want to undersell it, but it's like their ability to guard when the ball gets past the point of attack has been a weak point. And so what is their long-term plan there? Because even if you get a Jeremy Grant, like that's a really good athletic forward, but that doesn't turn you into a top 5 defense overnight, you know? And so I think they're further away than just a DeRozan move, but I think this puts them back in the middle of the pack in the West.
I'm right there with you. Were you surprised that neither the Lakers nor the Clippers made like a real run at DeRozan?
So when you look at those two particular teams, I don't think they could have benefited from DeRozan as much. So for instance, like with the Lakers, you have Austin Reeves and LeBron as your primary shot creators from the perimeter. And then obviously Anthony Davis is your screening fulcrum. For the Clippers, you have Kawhi Leonard and you have James Harden. I think for the Kings, even though they view Malik Monk as one of their foundational pieces, like they didn't have another guy in the starting lineup that brought that like second side creation piece where you can really truly share the load. And I think that was just the more fit, the more like practical fit. And then also like it's an aggressive move. Like anytime you go after a player that's this late in their prime and you offer them 3 years and $74 million, there's a certain amount of risk. I think that was risk that the Clippers were trying to avoid. And I think for the Lakers, I think they're holding out for something better. I'm not sure what they're going to find, but I think the Kings just looked at the landscape and they were like, we need to make an improvement. This is something we can do. Not a whole lot out there. There's risk, but you know, you can't get the upside of risk unless you take on the potential downside. And that's what they're going for here.
How do you think the Kings stack up against like those teams like the Lakers, Clippers? I won't throw Dallas in them. Say like they're one of the top 4 teams and all that, but maybe like the Suns and all that. How do you think they stand with those teams?
So right now I have Denver and Oklahoma City as the top tier in the West. I'm curious about Minnesota. Their playoff run was so bizarre. Like it was literally one of the strangest playoff runs I've ever seen. So I don't really know what to make of them, but I kind of look at everybody below those top 2 guys. So like Minnesota, Dallas, Lakers, Clippers, Suns, like that, the Kings, Warriors, all those teams, I kind of view as like roughly in the same tier with different matchup strengths and weaknesses. So for instance, like I thought the Lakers were a better team than the Kings last year, but that was a horrible matchup. The Kings beat them every time because they struggled to defend quick guards and they gave them all sorts of issues, right? Like the Warriors would cause problems for some of the bigger, slower teams, but when they would run into teams that could guard on the perimeter, like New Orleans or like Sacramento, they would have a lot of issues. There's matchup weaknesses and strengths with all of those teams. And so I think it's really hard to like rank them because who comes out of that pack mostly has to do with who do you end up lining up against in a playoff series.
Sure. That was a lot of what we talked about on our shows this year, was how in the West, it was really hard to pick a favorite going into next year because it's like, well, what do the playoffs matchups look like? Because if Denver has to play Minnesota again, I feel way worse about them than if they're playing New Orleans. for example.
No,
Feels like the entire West is-
a great example of that is like specifically coming out of making an NBA Finals run and then signing Klay Thompson. The Mavericks have the 7th best championship odds. Like that's Vegas telling you, like, yeah, we thought they caught some favorable matchups. That's literally what they're saying. They're saying in terms of the quality of the roster, they don't view them as one of those top teams. But in the West, catch a nice little path in there. If one of the better teams gets knocked out, you could be right in the mix.
Do you think the Lakers are going to do anything substantial here this offseason, or are they kind of going to roll into next year with the roster they have?
I hope so. I hope they do something. I mean, here's the thing. I think their current situation is better than people think. Like their last 46 games of the year, they were the 4th best record in the league. They were the 3rd best offense. They really, outside of that stretch between the in-season tournament and January 7th, outside of that stretch, they played like one of the better teams in the West. They went 3-10 in a 13-game stretch, and that put them in a predicament. Like even in the Denver Nuggets games, like they led the majority of that series because they're good. That's a bad matchup for them, and Denver's better, but they led the majority of that series because they're good. Now, the question is, are they good enough? No, they absolutely have redundancies at the 2 and the 3. Austin and D'Lo play the same role on both ends of the floor. So you need to convert one of them into an athlete guard. And then at the 3, you've got Rui Hachimura, who's redundant with LeBron as another big forward. And so the move that the Lakers have needed to make has been the same ever since last summer, which is like they need to get an athlete on the perimeter that can guard and hit shots. And they just haven't been able to find that type of deal. And they still haven't been able to find that type of deal. And we'll see what they can do. Like, I think the front office is hesitant to do a fringe move for somebody like a Bruce Brown or Dorian Finney-Smith because it's not a splashy name. But the truth of the matter is like, I actually think Austin, LeBron, AD is good enough as a top 3. I just think you have to be really good at the 3 and the 2 and the 3. And they're just not right now. And so like, I'm not optimistic about it just because I don't think they're going to make that sort of aggressive move. I think they look at Max Christie as a guy who can slide into that role. And so honestly, like my guess is next year's Lakers season just looks a little bit better than this one. Like I bet you they hover around the 5-6 most of the year and probably lose in the first round again.
Talking with Jason Timpf, host of Hoops Tonight with The Volume. Check him out on YouTube and wherever you get your podcast. A couple things before we get you out of here, Jason. Do you have any thoughts on Bronny James?
I think that the story has been manipulated by a lot of people to be something that it's not, which is Bronny James was a mid to late first round draft prospect before he had a heart condition. And then the heart condition led to some iffy performances at USC, which is like you go from not playing basketball to stepping into Pac-12 basketball. Like that's not easy to do. Even his contract, it's literally the second round exception. It's in the CBA. It's there designed to retain that type of player. And like, as far as him as an NBA player, like he's not ready yet on either end of the floor. His jump shot release is too slow and inconsistent on the offensive end of the floor. He is a little bit slow on read and react stuff right now. On the defensive end, he's too small. Like he's quick enough and get over screens and beat people to spots, but he gets bumped off his spot too easily, which you saw in the summer league games. But the tools are there. Like the dude, watch him run up and down the floor. It's freaky. Like for the lack of size that he has, he's got super long arms that makes up for it. So he defends like a 6'4", 6'5" guard. He's got the touch. Like you don't go 19 for 25 in the shooting drill if you don't have the touch. He just hasn't turned it into a quick, fluid release that'll work at the NBA level. So like my guess is that by the end of this 4-year contract, he'll look like a bench NBA guard. And so I didn't really think there was much to be made of it. I mean, obviously it was a little bit of a reach because I thought he was probably closer to that 65 to 75 range as a prospect this year, but I didn't think it was that insane. And within the context of the story with LeBron, it kind of all made perfect sense. And if you watch him on the court, he's going to look like a guy who's not quite ready that has some tools, which is what I saw when I watched him play the other day.
All right, last thing before we get you out of here, because we talked about this a little bit last time. We talked about Team USA and being excited to kind of see this version of Team USA, where it's just all these players who have never quite lined up in the same Olympics, finally getting together and playing maybe one last time together in international competition. But then you get Anthony Edwards coming out saying he's the number one option on the team. Your thoughts?
I appreciate it. I love it. I'm here for it. I don't think he should start personally. Like when I think about team construct, like he's naturally, like you could argue he is the best 2 guard, so he should play, but like I think he's a bad fit because he's not a great screen navigator. And I think this is actually going to be more of a switching team anyway. So I think they could actually get away with another forward. And then also, like, what's the biggest weakness in Anthony Edwards' game right now is like quick, smart decision making. So like that's what you need to play alongside other stars. So I would actually start Tatum, and I'd go Steph, Tatum, KD, LeBron. And then the real debate is, do you go Embiid or AD? And that's another one where, like, I think Embiid's a better player than AD, but I think AD should start at center. I think he's a better fit. Like, I think Embiid will have his moments. Like, I think you're going to need him for Jokic. I think you're going to need him for that France team to try to space the floor with all that rim protection. But, like, to me, AD like complements other stars better. So I'd start AD at the center. But like, as much as I love Ant, like he's not one of the top 5 players on this team, I don't think. At least not within the fit of like what you're going to actually want on the floor in those moments.
I'm here for the confidence though.
Yeah, exactly.
Anytime Anthony Edwards.
I mean, that's all we ask from the players now, right?
Exactly.
Just a little bit of personality.
It's all vibes.
Jason Timpf, check him out. Hoops Tonight. It's on YouTube. It's wherever you get your podcasts. Jason, thanks so much for dropping in, man. Appreciate you.
Thanks, boys. Looking forward to next time.
No doubt. Thanks. He gave the DeMar DeRozan trade no grade because he asked to see how the roster shakes out. Better than
I was going to say that's a little out different too. Hey, why don't we just see how things play out before I give a reaction?
I'm kind of here for it.
Yeah, that's how it should be, to be honest.
Like,
we got to talk about it, but hey, maybe don't give him a D- the day it happens.
Well, that's what when I was trying to promote him coming on earlier in the show, I said he doesn't do the hot take stuff. He's very much like grounded in like stats and film, and this is going to be. And he even said like, hey, if they traded away, because I don't think anyone's denying that DeMar DeRozan is a gigantic upgrade over Harrison Barnes from a just pure on-court production standpoint, right?
Yeah, I don't think you find anyone who disagrees.
But let's do the Kings rotation with no Harrison Barnes in it, and with, let's say, Keegan Murray starting at the 4. Is it Trey Lyles is now your permanent backup 4?
Now there are things you need to work around.
Yeah, so that's what, and I think that's a fair point. If you want to say incomplete because you want to see how the rest of the roster shakes out, great. I'm actually fine with that. But a D- is crazy.
Yeah, that's because
Sam Quinn
let's get into it. I'm gonna look at the tweet.
Please.
I'm pretty sure he gave the Spurs an A too.
Oh
yeah,
sure, okay, yeah, we're gonna find that. So apparently somebody from CBS, somebody named Sam Quinn. Shout out to Sam. Always be contenting. We appreciate it immensely.
And it's like you give the Spurs an A. Like I get like Harrison Barnes. Like we know what he's gonna do for the Spurs and all that. But like, come on, really? Like,
yeah,
like so much so that we got a D-.
I get like, I don't even
What is the criteria for passing this class?
No, I get. If you, because I think we're all in agreement that Lauri Markkanen would have been a better fit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also
if
do
you're
like
of the mind,
DeRozan.
but if you're of the mind that, hey, and this wasn't the case, they didn't do the DeMar DeRozan deal instead of the Lauri Markkanen thing. Like it's pretty clear that the Jazz, and this is based on what every team that has tried to get involved with the Jazz on this, that they want the sun and the stars and the moon.
Yeah, pretty much. Anytime, like Danny Ainge basically, yeah, you can call about them, but like whatever. Like I'll see if I want to listen to it, but call sure.
Right. It's the same. I'll bring this up every time. It's the same thing with Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers. The 49ers looked to trade Brandon Ayuk during the draft in case a team with a top like 8 pick wanted to trade him, where they could go get one of the top 3 receivers.
Yeah.
But after the top 8 or 9 or whatever it was, they weren't interested anymore. And if a team was going to call and say, hey, we'll give you our next 4 first-round picks and Justin Jefferson, then the Niners are going to trade him. But that's what I think the Jazz are hoping for, is that the Kings will call and go, okay, fine, here's Keegan Murray and 4 firsts. And the Kings aren't going to do that. So if you're grading it on that scale, then like, I mean, I guess, but I've heard 0 smart basketball people be like, this is just not it. DeMar DeRozan cannot play.
Yeah, no, like that's just
and that's
not
what,
it.
if that's the thing, is like if they had shed a bunch of picks to get a bad player, then okay. But I just don't. It's not like he sucks.
Yeah, but you gave up Chris Duarte, Kyle.
Did you find the tweet?
Couldn't find it.
Couldn't
find the
maybe,
graphic.
Maybe deleted it.
Could be.
That'd be kind of
maybe CBS Sports tweeted it out.
I saw a bunch of people quote tweeting. It must have been that because they were posting the graphic of the Christian McCaffrey trade. It said like C-.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, same kind of vibe. I don't know, man. Like I just if your scale for success is winning a title or becoming a title contender, then yeah, this move probably falls short. But I don't think, and I could be wrong, if you're in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House and you disagree with me, okay. But I don't think there's anybody who's looking at this going, wow, the Kings are going to hoist the trophy now because they have DeMar DeRozan.
I don't even think the Kings are saying that.
I would bet nobody in the building even believes that.
Yeah, I think looking at the trade though, like I think we've done it too, is just kind of you look at it. Oh yeah, the Kings got better today. They took a step up, if anything.
Yeah, I can't confidently get on the radio, which I have with James Ham on the Insiders 10 to noon. And I've said this probably once a day since the season ended. You just have to get better. And that was why I like the Devin Carter move, because I think Devin Carter, if we'll see after the shoulder surgery, he could miss 6 to 8 months. It sounds like I haven't heard a firm timeline yet, but it sounds like it could be in the 6 to 8 month range before he's back on the court. So maybe that hinders this a little bit. But I think Devin Carter, in short order, is going to give them more and help them more than Davion Mitchell did.
Yeah, I think I agree with that too.
And so when they picked Devin Carter, it was like, okay, it's not a wing, but I think they got better today. And that's good.
Well, you saw too, like they traded Davion like the next day or however long it was right after. Like obviously they have plans, obviously.
Yeah. So in fact, it was the next day. So they got better. DeMar DeRozan makes them better. Lifts the floor. The ceiling, TBD still. It depends a lot on other moves they make. It depends a lot on what Keegan Murray does. I think it depends a lot on if Kevin Huerter's still going to be around, what he looks like. Does Keon Ellis develop? Like there are so many different things that can happen that can elevate the Kings ceiling. I don't know that they were under the assumption that adding DeMar DeRozan is going to put them in title contention tomorrow. Because I don't think it does.
Yeah.
But I also don't think they're done.
Yeah, that's the thing too. Like they're still working. I don't think it's just a matter of, all right, guys, we got DeMar, like Kevin, you're still here, so maybe you'll play some 3 or whatever. No, I think they're still working to try and fix up the roster still.
You'd hope so.
Well, because I think you look at it too, like the floor is raised, like the path to contention, I think is pretty clear as far as like not necessarily how do you say, like just immediately jumping, but like, all right, now we need maybe another 3-point shooter. Now we need another big. Like it's a lot more clear as far as what you need now going forward.
Yes. But it's also, and again, I've said this as well, the bar for that player is now lowered. You don't need to go get maybe it is Kyle Kuzma. Maybe they go get Kyle Kuzma and we just get real weird over here. Because I think like Kevin Huerter and a couple of picks might be able to get that done. I don't know, last James at 3:00. But then we can start talking about ceiling.
Yeah.
Because that's a substantial move that changes just kind of the overall calculus of your team.
You get Kevin or Kyle Kuzma here, I'm going to be firing off takes the next day.
Oh, word?
Like dangerous takes.
Oh, word?
Dangerous takes.
Speaking of dangerous takes, can I give you one before we hit the break?
Is this the one before the show that I told you not to tell me?
All right,
yeah, let's get into it.
We want to get into it right now? Yeah. Because we're going to get into this with our next guest coming up at 2:30, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee and of the world-renowned Candlestick Chronicles podcast.
I specifically, by the way, for the radio audience and the stream like chat and all that, like I told Kyle not to tell me because it was already like I was getting hyped up.
I started to get this takeoff this morning, and you literally, it's pretty rare. When I sit in Studio One, it's just us telling jokes. Like we're just messing with each other for the most part the whole time. And I started to be like, I have kind of a quiet take that I don't, and you were like, shut your mouth. I don't want to hear it now. And now I'm going to do it.
All right, let's go.
Can we talk about Buddy Hield for a second?
All right, yeah.
Going to Golden State?
Figured this is where it was going.
Don't tell anyone.
All right, everyone, keep it to yourselves.
No snitch.
Circle of trust.
I'm not sure in 2024-25 that Buddy Hield is substantially worse than Klay Thompson. That's all. I don't know that it's that big of a downgrade.
Okay. I'm going to say it is.
Okay, why?
Like I just think Klay's just a better basketball player.
No, he definitely is.
Which is I don't want to be rude, but like just higher basketball IQ just impacts winning more. Like I don't know. It's just maybe
2024
more than Buddy Hield would.
We sure?
Yes, more than Buddy Hield would.
We sure?
Yeah, dude. Buddy's like on his 4th team, 5th team since he's left since he left the Pelicans.
He just needs to hang out and
Everyone
shoot
has been
threes.
like, yeah, Buddy can't fix him.
Just needs to hang out and shoot threes.
No, I'm not gonna give that to you. I'm not gonna give that to you.
I just don't think it's that steep of a drop off.
I think it is. I think it is. I think there's
25.
going to be like non-shooting basketball things that you'll see, and it's like, yeah, I don't know, Clay would have fit. Like maybe Clay wasn't so bad.
The first time Buddy dribbles, it's like, oh, I see now.
Buddy's going to take a three,
no.
3 seconds into the shot clock from about half court. And you're like, yeah, Jess, that's what Jess in the chat was talking about.
He's gonna be. He's just gonna be like they got rid of Jordan Poole because they were like, dude, the early shot clock threes, like give Steph Curry, like get it to him. The first time Buddy pulls up from half court with 18 and shit.
Like, oh, we got Jordan Poole's cousin.
I see it.
Yeah, I'm not going to give you that take.
All right.
No, I'm not going to give that one to you. Allison in the chat says that Clay's in the player he used to be. I agree with that, but it's just more
Thank
so.
you, Allison. No,
she's
Allison
right.
gets
Yeah,
it.
Allison is right.
Do you know what? Look.
But it's just I trust everything else with Clay compared to Buddy.
What is everything else though?
I don't know. He's not going to take bad shots or whatever.
He's not.
Buddy Hield. It's
What?
not. No, it's not. No, I'm not going to do that to Clay. Clay has taken a step back. I'm not doing that to him though. I will take Clay over Buddy. And like, yes,
Did
there's
you
a
watch
dropout.
him in the play-in game? He went 0 for 10.
One game.
Did you watch him in the 2 closeout games against the Lakers the year before that?
My eyes closed that day. He averaged what, 19, 20 on the year?
Something like that.
You Warrior fans, let me
18,
tell
I
you. You
think.
see how
I
the
think it was
Warriors
like
fans
18.
treat their legends?
It goes like 18. All right. Anyway. Buddy Hield.
Shout out
plays
Buddy
for the
Hield.
Warriors now.
I can't wait for those tweets.
Kyle Anderson and Buddy Hield in the same offseason.
Yeah. Real who's who.
There's not enough copium in the world, bro. That's why I'm glad I have this job.
This is how you get through it, to
I
be
can just
honest.
bury myself in a team that's going the right direction.
Yeah.
This is fun. Shout out to y'all. Chris Biderman covers the Kings for the Sacramento Bee. Also a host of the world's finest 49ers podcast, Candlestick Chronicles. He will be joining us next. We'll keep talking about DeMar DeRozan and the Kings. Maybe a little Niners talk sprinkled in there as well on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Buddy Hield is the ultimate, like, I can fix him NBA player.
Dude, he is a.
I mean, the fact that Daryl Morey came out in a press conference one time, I was like, yeah, that didn't really work out the way I thought. We're just gonna, let's eat me. We're gonna move on from that one. Like, come on, bro.
So when that happened, when that move first like came down or got announced or whatever, I said like, this is the worst day of my life or something. Like, obviously, and somebody's like, well, then you've had a pretty good life.
Relax, Bill. All right, I was joking. We're talking sports. Like, come on.
It's like I did like objectively for sure. Like I have no complaints about life in general. But like, come on, we're doing jokes.
Yeah.
Very clearly joking. Oh, hey, there's Chris.
So Chris.
Hi, Chris.
What's up, guys? How are you?
You should have let me know you were wearing your mom's spaghetti t-shirt. I would have worn mine. It would have been cute.
That would have been weird, I think.
Really? No, well.
You want me to text you every time I put a shirt on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, just let me know. We got a lot of matching shorts too. Shout out Lamb Chops.
Yeah, shut up. Man.
The chat can see and hear you, by the way. FYI.
Yeah, that's what do you think I'm gonna say?
You're just like, oh,
yo,
chat,
before
am I
you
right?
open your mouth, just know that you're streaming on YouTube. Like, it's
well,
my
one
first on
time
the damn
we had a
channel.
guest who did not know that they were on YouTube and said a couple things that they did not want to say on YouTube. So I'm just letting you know.
Sure. Yeah. It's all good. All good. I wrote a 10 things to know about DeMar DeRozan piece today.
10 fun facts.
It's real in-depth stuff. Yeah. No, I learned some. Like, we'll talk about
Hey,
it.
dude,
But
save it. Yeah, I'm gonna have you go through all 10 things.
no, we're not doing that.
We'll get We'll do a tease. We'll do the first like 3, and to be like to hear the next 7, you got to subscribe
Tune
to the
into
Sacramento Bee.
something like Candlestick Chronicles Patreon or something, or the Candlestick or the Sacramento Bee Patreon or something.
Not even.
Oh, subscribe to the Bee. Get behind that paywall.
To hear more about this, subscribe to Candlestick Chronicles wherever you get your podcasts.
Right after we talk about Brandon Ayuk.
I'm so sick of writing things about Brandon Ayuk. Like you have to for the Google algorithm, but
at this point, it's like he may get paid, he may not get paid. Who knows?
that's the gist of it. It's like, hey, TBD.
He's gonna get paid.
He's gonna get
It's just
paid.
it's just a matter of when and how much.
Yep. And by who?
That's what I was gonna ask. Are we sure he's getting paid by the Niners?
Yeah.
I would be pretty stunned if he wasn't.
God, you guys got long breaks. I forget that you guys only do 2 breaks an hour.
We got Charlie doing sports updates today too.
Hell yeah. Shout out Charlie. You know, we can talk about Adonis Arms later.
I've consumed 0 summer league content so far.
Well, there
Just
goes the
FYI.
last 6 questions of.
It was about 10 minutes of this conversation.
Hey, never mind. Actually, Chris, we'll see you. Yeah, I think Adonis Arms A has a fun name, and B looked like the best player on the court in a Cal Classic game, which is better than looking like the worst player on the court in a Cal Classic game. But if he had lit it up in their second game too, I would have been a lot more like, oh, I guess a G League guy.
Kyle, I'm sure I've told you this before, but like summer league was kind of ruined for me. I did my first and only summer league in 2009.
Hang on 1 second. We have like 10 seconds. I will have you tell this story on air.
Oh, okay. I don't know if it's second, but sure.
We'll find out.
We'll let you know. And not quite D'Lo and KC. It's Kyle Madsen. It's Jesse Tapia. D'Lo on vacation this week. Kenny Caraway will be back tomorrow, and he will take you all the way through the week. Instead, it's me, it's Jesse, and it's friends. And today's friend is Chris Biderman from the Sacramento Bee and of the world-renowned Candlestick Chronicles podcast. Chris, hello. Welcome to the program. You were just saying at the break that you have a riveting summer league story to tell us.
Yeah, no, I'm sure all the listeners are going to be super thrilled to hear about this. I was just saying in the break that I had not consumed any summer league so far this season, and the reason being, I covered summer league in 2009 for a separate radio station in a nearby market, and in doing so, I watched games where Anthony Randolph and Anthony Morrow each dropped 50 points during that summer league, and I came out of it being like, man, Anthony Randolph, like, is Lamar Odom? Is he the next Lamar Odom? Is this where it started? Vegas summer league? Turned out that wasn't the case. So now, even if there's a guy who drops 50 in summer league, call me skeptical that guy is gonna translate.
I'm pretty sure Anthony Randolph is like one of the highest points per game scorers in summer league history too. Like those stats are out there.
Hey, is Anthony Randolph, I think, is the player who's never going to be a thing in the NBA that I still like hang on to as potentially being a thing in the NBA. Like I'm looking right now, he's 34, about to turn 35. It's like, could he still give a team some minutes?
6'11" with handle, like you think he would be perfect for the modern NBA.
I think he'd be a perfect fit next to Domas. Look, I'm just saying.
Just found our 4.
6'11", jumps out of the gym.
Let Jason know we found our 4.
Can shoot it a little bit. Come on. Chris, we've been talking a lot about DeMar DeRozan today, as you can imagine. What were your initial DeMar DeRozan trade thoughts?
Yeah, so I've had some mixed feelings about it. I think there are certainly questions about the fit, right? And if you want to say, you know, does he really fit with Mike Brown's egalitarian pace and space offense, or is he more of a ball dominant, you know, ball stopper guy? But as time has gone on and I've thought about it, I think we tend to overthink a lot of this stuff. And I think it's pretty much as simple as the Kings upgraded their roster, and it wasn't they didn't give up a whole lot in the short term regarding what they sent to Chicago and San Antonio to get this deal done. And look, I think you and I talk about it on Candlestick Chronicles a lot with football. Like, if you play a certain style, you want to maximize your strengths. And I think you can maximize your strengths with DeMar DeRozan if you're the Kings. You can you could just have a bunch of bucket getters. Like, at the end of games, the Kings are going to be really difficult to defend. DeMar DeRozan is a better passer than he gets credit for. He's one of the best clutch players in the league. Obviously, De'Aaron Fox is one of the best clutch players in the league, and Malik Monk can have those moments too when he's out there. So I think to dive into, like, it's fair to be like, what's the closing lineup going to look like? Are they going to play De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, Keegan Murray, and is it going to be Kyle Kuzma? Would they ever go super small 5 out with instead of playing Domantas Sabonis in crunch time if they were to get Kyle Kuzma? You would think Keegan Murray is going to be on the floor in crunch time going forward, right? So there are questions like that, but at the same time, I think that's kind of missing the forest for the trees, because I think it's just an obvious upgrade, and the Kings needed to make an upgrade, particularly in late game situations offensively. I think they needed another club in their bag in terms of the type of offense they can play late in games, and I think this allows them to do that. So I like the move, and as you guys have said, it doesn't make them a championship contender. I don't know if it necessarily makes them a top 4 team in the West, but it does feel like they're a lot better than they were. And I think so far it's been a really good offseason, given that you're able to retain Malik Monk. You get Mike Brown signed to a contract extension, and I do really like the Devin Carter pick. So I think this adds to an already solid offseason, and I'd be curious to see what moves are coming.
Talked about the ceiling a lot today and all that, but how much do you think this raises their floor? Last year they were a team that missed out on the playoffs because of the play-in. Do you think they're still a play-in team that can get in, or do you think they're a top 6 team now?
I think their expectations should be a top 6 team. I think, obviously injuries played a factor last year much more than the year before. And that was something that, Mike Brown talks about a lot when you ask him about 2023 and snapping that playoff drought. It was about, they had really good health luck, and they were a good team, but they also had really good health luck. The health luck wasn't quite the same last year. And I think teams adapted to the type of offense that they play. So when I say, DeMar DeRozan gives them another club in their bag, late in games, like they have another go-to scorer, because Keegan Murray, while he showed signs of it, is not a shot creator. He's not, whether it's for himself or others, he's just not that guy yet. And I think it would be unfair to expect him to be that guy for, a top 6 type of team. So I think getting DeRozan eases Keegan Murray's burden a little bit. It eases everyone's burden a little bit. And like I said, he's an underrated passer. So I think the Kings are right in that mix. And they were in the play-in because Malik Monk got hurt. Like, if we're being real about it, Malik Monk got hurt, and then that was a huge part of their offense gone missing. Talk about like being able to maximize your strengths. You give yourself another guy who can do those Malik Monk type things if Malik Monk does happen to get hurt again, or if De'Aaron Fox gets hurt again, right? Like, the Kings aren't dead in the water if they're missing one of those guys due to injury now. That's what getting another high-level guy does for you, even if it could be considered a little bit redundant. But in this case, I think their floor is definitely higher because they could withstand a Malik Monk injury that they couldn't last year.
Talking with Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee, you were saying that you wrote a piece at the Bee, kind of deep diving, like 10 things to know about DeMar DeRozan. What was something you learned while writing that piece that you did not know going in?
Yeah, I knew about the mental health advocacy stuff. I hadn't really taken the dive into it yet, but he was really the first guy in the NBA with his tweet at All-Star Weekend in 2018 saying that, like, this depression has a hold of him. He was in his whole hotel room on Friday night during All-Star Weekend in his hometown of LA and tweeted that, he was dealing with depression and all this stuff. And then Kevin Love came out and wrote the piece in the Players Tribune about dealing with anxiety and having a panic attack during halftime of a game and all that stuff. And that sort of opened the door for a very sort of accepted and far more common discussion about mental health. And I think that's really important. And, obviously that's not something that's going to necessarily manifest itself in wins and losses on the court. And I know that's what we're talking about today mostly, but I think that stuff is important, and like the locker room dynamic is a really important living, breathing organism. And to have a guy who, you know, has not only a 6-time All-Star and a 3-time All-NBA guy, but somebody who really is become sort of an outspoken mental health advocate, and maybe somebody the younger guys can go to. And Harrison Barnes had a lot of those qualities too. He was a very, you know, professional, well-respected veteran. But with DeRozan and being sort of at the forefront and really taking a chance and being vulnerable and being outspoken about the mental health side of things as a professional athlete, I think it's really important. And I think those conversations are really important. And I think it's cool that that he's going to be in the Kings locker room now. And I know the Kings have prioritized mental health. You know, they've been doing, you know, meditation. I wrote a story about that in 2023, just their focus on mental health and meditation and how that's sort of helped them make life in the NBA a little bit easier for the players. So that was really the major thing, was just kind of, because I had heard about it and known about it, obviously, but I hadn't taken the dive into, you know, the mental health stuff with DeRozan.
What do you think his role on the team will look like and all that? Like, obviously, he'll be at the forefront, getting the shots up and all that. But he's going to be like one of those vet leader types. So, like, what do you think his role will be with this team? Because like it's Fox and Sabonis, like those are the two. But like, where does DeRozan fit in? You think?
Yeah, I think he's going to be like, I think him and Fox are going to be 1A and 1B, and I'm not even sure in which order it's going to be, you know, late in games. I think they're both accomplished, and they're both those dudes who can get you buckets late in games. And I think that's something the Kings have really lacked. Like, they've been kind of one note offensively, particularly in 2023, when so much of what they did was dependent on the dribble handoff game with Sabonis. And I think we saw teams adjust to that. We saw the Warriors adjust to it in the playoff round. And I think this makes them a whole lot more difficult to defend in clutch situations. So I think that their offense can be a lot more diverse. It can be a lot more versatile. And again, we'll see. Like, we'll see about the 3-point shooting. DeMar DeRozan hasn't made a shot in a 3-point shot in a playoff game since 2018, which doesn't sound that long ago, but it was 6 years ago, which is crazy to think about. But like, there's, you know, he's not known as being a 3-point shooter. And Mike Brown, you know, it's obviously pace and space and spray threes and all of that stuff. They're going to have to redefine a little bit of how they play offense, but I think they can do it given their talent. And I think DeRozan could be part of a really interesting small ball lineup. I know, you know, it seems unlikely that they would take Domantas Sabonis off the floor, but you know, I think you're going to need Keon Ellis in some of these matchups. And if Keon Ellis is on the floor, you know, do you have De'Aaron Fox, Keon Ellis, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, and Keegan Murray in a super small lineup? And can you play 5 out? And, you know, the Celtics have sort of reintroduced the 5 out style. Like, I'm not saying it just brings up the question to me. I don't know that the Kings necessarily should, but I think it gives them another primary ball handler, a shot creator, somebody who can find guys and create mismatches and all of those things. And it gives them just another option. Like, I don't know if they will go 5 out and play small, but at least they have personnel now to where they can at least try it, particularly with Keon Ellis's emergence and how valuable he is defensively, that, you know, they didn't have that before. And that can be valuable too in certain matchups.
And that's where I think additional wing depth becomes such a big deal too. And that's why, you know, the DeMar DeRozan thing checks the box of somebody else to create a shot. You mentioned Malik Monk's absence last year hurt them a lot. But just there were so many games where down the stretch, it was like they're trying to run an offense and it's like, bro, just get the ball into somebody's hands and let them cook. And that's what he's been really, really good at. But now I think when you start talking about small ball and that ability to be more, have optionality, that's where, hey, having somebody who's like Jason Tatum, I check that. I meant to say having somebody who is not Jason Tatum, but can be a 6'9", like small ball center effectively. That's where I think you can go try and find a player who just like size as their primary skill set, instead of like, okay, they got to have size, but they also need to put the ball on the floor and they also need to be a great defender and this and that. Like, no, now a guy who's 6'9" and can be switchable defensively is probably a better option.
And Trey Lyles can be that guy for them too. He's shown it in the past. There was that game a couple years ago in Minnesota. Sabonis fouled out and Trey Lyles goes in and plays, you know, 5 against Rudy Gobert, and the Kings end up winning that game. So I think they have more, to your point, they have more optionality now. And I think that could be really valuable to them.
Trey Lyles is Jason Tatum. You heard it here first.
I'm going to clip that and put it on Twitter. So. If it was up to you, Chris, what do you think the starting lineup should be game 1 for the Kings?
That's tough. I mean,
caveat that this is the roster.
Yeah.
This is the roster.
This is the roster.
I mean, I'm big on Keon Ellis's on his defense. Like I think you go De'Aaron Fox, Keon Ellis, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, and Domantas Sabonis. And I don't hate the idea as Kevin Huerter being an off the bench guy. And obviously Malik would be coming off the bench in this scenario too. But if you told me it was Malik starting at the 2 and Keon was coming off the bench, then that would make sense to me. I just think Keon Ellis could be like the next KCP. I think he's a type of 3-and-D guy that's unique to this roster, that he's obviously not going to be a bucket getter like Fox or DeRozan, but he's somebody who's so valuable because he can guard point guards, and he can take the onus off De'Aaron Fox to guard point guards and save some energy for him and DeRozan, in fourth quarters of games. I just think his defense is super valuable, and they don't really have anyone else who's capable of playing that type of defense. So if I were the Kings, I wouldn't forget about Keon Ellis and how well he defended and how it sort of changed their entire approach to defense late last season. So I would still have him in the starting lineup. That doesn't necessarily mean he's in the closing lineup. The closing lineup is probably going to be Fox, Monk, DeRozan, Murray, and Sabonis, or maybe you do go super small. If it's Kuzma, and that's the other thing, you get Kyle Kuzma, what's that lineup look like? Because then are you bringing Kyle Kuzma off the bench, a guy who scored 20 plus the last 2 years? Are you bringing Keegan Murray off the bench? I have a hard time seeing, and obviously Domantas Sabonis being a guy who's making $40 million a year, he's not going to be somebody who's coming off the bench. So it's going to be interesting, but these are all problems that you'd love to have because it means your roster is better.
I think as we talk with Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee and of world-renowned Candlestick Chronicles 49ers podcast, I think in the Kuzma variation of this, you go Fox 1, DeRozan 2, Keegan 3, Kuzma 4, Domas 5. And I feel really, really good about that.
You're not defending a whole lot of 2 guards in that scenario.
Chris, but we're scoring 130 a game.
Yeah, you probably are. And again, that goes back to playing to your strengths, right? If you just want to be an offensive team, then get another dude who's going to be a bucket getter and go be an offensive team. I buy into that philosophy because it does feel like the Kings had a little bit of an identity crisis last year in terms of like not being the same offensive team, but like trying to be a better defensive team, but not really feeling comfortable in their own skin. Like it didn't feel like from January on that the Kings like really knew what their identity was. They were a good offensive team trying to figure it out on defense. And now they're just putting all the chips in and trying to be a really good offensive team. And I think that makes sense because I think that's their best path towards maximizing what they have. So I agree with that philosophically.
I think you'd have plenty of defense between De'Aaron and Keegan. And then with Keon Ellis coming off the bench, I feel like you can put together plenty of defense in that scenario. With the
I just don't think DeMar's guarding many good 2 guards.
He doesn't have to. You can cross match. Keegan can do it.
Okay.
All right. I don't think Chris is buying into your idea.
No, wow. Okay,
I don't hate it. I don't hate it, but there's a reason why DeMar DeRozan has been playing a lot more 3 than 2 the last few years. And it's primarily on defense.
Well,
I don't hate the idea of DeRozan being your starting 2 guard. I'm just a big Keon Ellis guy, I guess.
Guard 2s.
Good job, Kyle. That was ruined.
Well, Summer League, anyone?
Brandon Ayuk, huh?
Yeah. Hey, do you make anything of Brandon Ayuk posting the Washington Commanders practice footage on TikTok?
Yeah, I think it continues the idea that Brandon Ayuk isn't thrilled with the 49ers and what their offer is on the table. So I don't know that that's necessarily going to change. I think what's going to end up happening is Brandon Ayuk's going to sign a contract that's going to be somewhere in the middle between where the Niners are and where Brandon Ayuk is, because the Niners have a ton of leverage in that they can fine him a whole lot of money during training camp. And if Brandon Ayuk doesn't show up for the season, that doesn't benefit him in any way. He loses an accrued season and the contract just reverts to next year. So he doesn't have a whole lot of leverage. At the same time, the Niners are really trying to win a Super Bowl. and they would have a much more difficult time trying to win a Super Bowl without Brandon Ayuk. So I think the number is somewhere in between where they're at, and I think they're going to get to that number at some point within the next month to maybe 6 weeks without knowing any inside information. And I think it's going to get done. And I think it's just been typically messy because these contract negotiations are typically messy. And that's just kind of, that's what happens in the league.
I was going to say, I feel like anytime the 49ers have like a contract negotiation going on or whatever, it always ends up going into training camp somehow. Like it's just a big nothing burger, I think, at this point.
Yep.
Yeah.
I do wonder if they're going to change that at any point, if they do contracts differently. Like, are they going to make Brock Purdy wait until the end of July?
Brock Purdy's eligible for a new contract as soon as week 17 is over. So they could, if the Niners make the playoffs, they could sign Brock Purdy to a new long-term contract before the playoffs even start. Which, I don't know if that will necessarily happen, but that's possible. But yeah, it's a very valid point because, Nick Bosa said it last year that he thought his prolonged contract negotiation impacted his regular season. And Deebo Samuel said the same thing in 2022 when his whole thing went on, and he came out and, after the season said his season sucked. The contracts and the offseason stuff played a big part in that. So yeah, maybe it would behoove the 49ers to get this stuff done earlier, like other teams have with, Miami doing Jalen Waddle and Philadelphia doing Devontae Smith and Miami doing, Minnesota doing Justin Jefferson. Like all these deals can get done. It is possible. So I do wonder if the Niners will revisit their thinking when it comes to that stuff.
Chris Biderman, you can read him in the Sacramento Bee. 10 things to know about DeMar DeRozan. Subscribe to the Sacramento Bee today, and also subscribe to the Candlestick Chronicles podcast. What?
No, I appreciate the plug, man. I really do appreciate it.
Do you want me to tell people not to go read it?
No, man. I just hope I didn't offend you with the DeMar DeRozan starting 2-guard thing.
Oh no,
I just want to apologize.
I'm trying to usher you out of here so we can drag the take.
Okay, fair enough. I'll go get out of here. I'll get going with the rest of my day.
That's also twice today. Someone's brought up you plugging like being a radio guy. By the way, I'll say, Kyle. We had Damien earlier when you were plugging him.
Yeah, I'm just getting fried today for doing my job. It's okay. It's fine.
I appreciate you.
Subscribe to the Sacramento Bee. He does a ton of great work there covering the Kings, among other things, and also the Candlestick Chronicles podcast. Chris, we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Talks
later, dog. Hopefully next time we're wearing matching t-shirts. Fingers crossed.
Get Chris a KSFM shirt.
Oh, I probably can, huh? Oh,
I'm sure they got him down the hall in promotions.
I'm gonna go ask. That's the first thing I'm gonna do after the show today.
Buddy Chris needs a t-shirt. Can we make that happen?
Yeah, I'm not that worried about DeMar DeRozan defensively.
Yeah, like I said, if the Kings were on the path of they could be one of the worst defensive teams in the league again, or if we were on that, sure, yeah, definitely, yeah, they have to fix that. But I think they'll be an average team at worst, I think, on defense this year.
Well, and Fox and Keegan, to me, and maybe I'm wrong here, but Fox and Keegan, to me, proved defensively last year to be fine.
Yeah, they can play, yeah. Like, you have defenders now on this team. It's not just a matter of, we got Fox who tries and maybe whoever this guy is. But
Fox is one of the best two-way point guards in the league. Keegan Murray, to me, showed that he can defend the opposing team's best perimeter option.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily, because Aldrin Drake those in the chat. I don't get the defensive thing because it's he's not worse than Barnes at this point in their career.
No,
yeah,
I would agree with you.
Say what you want about DeRozan, I won't call him a defensive stopper, but compared to Harrison Barnes, you did upgrade, whether it's a little upgrade or whatever. You didn't take a step back.
Yeah, at worst you're going lateral there. So no, I'm not super concerned about it. Ideally, you'd go find. We brought up Jason Tatum, your guy. Sure, yeah. Ideally, every team would have a 6'9", 1 through 5 defender who can handle the basketball and play, make, and shoot. But those guys just aren't available.
Yeah.
So I don't. Maybe again, I could be proven wrong here as the season bears itself out. But I think between in the starting lineup having Keegan and De'Aaron in the starting lineup with Keon Ellis coming off the bench, there's plenty of perimeter defense there. To high level perimeter defense.
Yeah, I mean, if
figure things out.
Say someone comes up and is like, give me one thing about like that you have to about like maybe a concern or whatever about DeMar being on the Kings. It wouldn't be about the defense, be like just fit on the offense. But like Jason talked to us earlier, he's like, yeah, he thinks he'd fit great here and stuff like that. So it's not really anything that's really concerning with that move.
Yeah, if they had brought him in as because we always talk about the type of player who would fit well next to Sabonis defensively. If that was their goal with DeMar DeRozan, then sure, let's have a problem. But I don't foresee that being their goal. And my guess is whatever move they make, we talk about Kuzma a lot because that's just the name that's out there, and it's kind of I think the quote unquote biggest name on the table. But it wouldn't surprise me at all if any addition they get is a player that fits in the front court alongside Domantas Sabonis, specifically defensively. That would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, they're on the up and up. I would have liked Haywood Highsmith. He got signed by the Heat today, but
yeah, like 5.5 a year.
Yeah, something like that. He's a solid defender. He can shoot
hey,
3
did you hear about Caleb Martin hustling backwards?
Yeah, what was that? Like, what is this problem?
That was a tough scene. You got to fire your agent.
He took
Agent's
4 years,
gotta go
32 instead of 5.65, right?
Well, they offered him 5 and 65, I think, before the offseason. And he said, thanks, but no thanks. I want to explore the market. And wound up signing for 4 and 32.
I get it in the sense where it's like, yes, I'm a professional basketball player. Like, I'm good and all that stuff. But someone's got to be in his corner telling him, take that deal.
Yeah, I don't like what did his agent tell him? Like, how do you do that wrong? I feel like you have 5 and 65 on the table, and you're Caleb Martin.
You got 5.65 living in Miami. They already love you and all that.
And granted,
or 4.32 going to Philly, and you miss however many 3-pointers. You're sitting on the bench, and you're getting booed the next day.
And he is. I will say, you're going to Philly. Philly, I believe is in a better spot to contend right now than Miami.
Yeah.
But dude.
Yeah, that's fine, but also 5.65. Give me the 65.
I'll take the 5 and 65 and bank on Heat
culture. Thank you. All right,
sure.
yes.
For sure. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're filling in for D'Lo and KC. D'Lo on vacation. KC back tomorrow, and he'll take you through the rest of the week. In the meantime, it's Kyle, Jesse, and friends. James Ham. We're going to have a truncated edition of the Insiders, 1 hour edition of the Insiders coming up next. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. James Ham coming up on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Good sources, man. Yeah, here's my thing with the fit stuff. Like, I don't think it's so egregious that, oh my God, they have to upend
There's probably
everything.
25 other teams who have fit issues that they're still working
1,000%.
through.
We talked so much about any player they add. We talked about this with Lauri Markkanen and Zach LaVine and Kyle Kuzma and Brandon Ingram. Every player the Kings were going to add was going to come with some kind of work. It was going to have some issue, whether it was money, whether it was what the trade package was to get him, whether it was their fit on offense or defense. Like, there was always going to be something that came up. And if like, yeah, hey, this guy doesn't shoot threes as often as we might like. Okay.
We'll figure it out.
Didn't have to trade a ton to get him. Didn't have to pay him a max contract. I'm fine with all of it.
Aldrin and I'm not worried about the 76ers in the slightest. The Knicks, though, I think about them. I really like what the Knicks have done.
Yeah.
Ramsey, I want nothing. Like, I won't even pay attention. Like, fire that guy into the sun.
What happened?
Ryan Garcia, he just deserves no attention at this point.
Oh, okay, cool. Forget I said anything.
Thank you.
Is Leezy a Caleb Martin or a Heat fan?
Yeah, he's a Miami Heat guy.
Philadelphia Eagles and Miami Heat?
Yes. I'm not. I don't hate on. I'm Red Sox, Celtics, and Dolphins. So like, I'm one to talk.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hate then. What?
Sorry, lazy.
No, I don't. I actually don't care. I'm just. I legitimately am really interested in how people land on their teams.
Yeah, usually it's an interesting story.
Like
Zabo in the chat, he's a Bucks fan.
how?
Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I ask how, like, legitimately, because I like to know.
Leezy, how are you a Heat fan? And oh no, he didn't throw it in there. Yeah, how are you a Heat fan and a Sixers fan? Or no, a Heat fan and an Eagles fan, excuse me. Yeah, Aldrin, he's a Mets fan.
I'm a James Ham fan.
Polos, Dodgers, Dolphins, and Kings.
James Ham. Hey, James.
Hey,
What's up, James?
hey.
We're coming back
I'm
right
having
now.
audio issues. One sec.
Okay, we're coming back right now. No D'Lo and KC today. Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia hanging out with you. D'Lo on vacation. KC will be back tomorrow. He'll take you through the rest of the week. I've been talking a ton about the Sacramento Kings, the new look Sacramento Kings, after they dealt Harrison Barnes to the Spurs, along with a 2031 unprotected pick swap. They sent Chris Duarte and 2 second-round picks in cash to the Bulls, and in exchange acquired DeMar DeRozan, who they signed to a 3-year deal worth $74 million.
It's worth a certain amount of money. James.
Worth something north of 70 million, but south of 80 million.
Help us out, James.
James Ham in the building. Truncated version of the Insiders. What's up, James?
What's happening? Yeah, I think we still don't know the exact dollar amount, whether it's 74 or 76 million. It does look like I'd even say it looks like it's probably closer 75 point something. If you start at like 21.1 and go up 5% every year. So I don't think we'll have the exact dollar amount for a couple of days, but once we do, we'll make sure everyone knows the exact penny that he gets in his sign and trade deal. I'd also point out we don't know how much of the third year is guaranteed. As of today, we know the first 2 years are guaranteed. The last year is probably going to be a team option with some sort of protection for the player, whether it's like 6 million or 8 million guaranteed in that final year, whatever it might be. So yeah, good deal.
Did this come as a surprise for you when you heard that they were in on the DeMar DeRozan thing, or was this something that had kind of been like, yeah, hey, this is in the works for a while?
Well, I mean, it certainly was in the works for the last couple of days leading up to Saturday night. You know, our good friend Damian Barling was all over this. I reported on Friday night that not only were they in contract negotiations, basically, but that there was also they already had a third team worked out. From what I know, we kind of knew what the deal was on Friday. Just whether or not he would sign the contract and whether they could get him to be sort of the centerpiece of it. So it's kind of weird how you have to work these deals out. You have to work them out and then hope that you can close the deal with a player. And as long as you have some rough parameters when the player gets there and you start the negotiations, then it becomes like a pretty small window as to, you know, what it is that you can do in a deal. And they were able to get it done.
What do you think it says about the Kings, like as an organization, now that like they were able to land a guy like DeMar DeRozan? Like DeMar DeRozan wanted to come to the Kings. Like he did have the Clippers as a suitor or whatever. And you can even throw like a guy like Malik Monk in there too. Like he signed early back, knowing like there probably was a bigger market for him outside. Like what do you think it says about the Kings now?
Yeah, well, to start with Monk, I mean, I think it's really cool. We talked to Monk on Saturday morning as part of you know, they had their press conference to announce his signing, his free agent signing. And we asked him a lot of questions. He did have somewhere else to go for more money. He would like to start, but he's willing to take whatever role. And on top of that, you know, we asked him about making sure the Kings knew early, right? And he said that's like the least I could do. Like this is the organization I want to be at. This is my NBA home. But like by me telling him when, like what Malik was saying is like when he told them when he was coming back, it was very specifically so they could go out and do what they needed to do to add more pieces because he knew they needed more pieces. They knew they needed more pieces. And just getting that off the books as like a potential, like, you know, really a catastrophe for the offseason. I think it really did help the team and gave them momentum heading into free agency.
James Ham in the building here on D'Lo and KC. Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia filling in for D'Lo and KC. help me out with the financials of this. We talked a ton about Lauri Markkanen. We talked a ton about Brandon Ingram. We talked a ton about Kyle Kuzma. Are any of those deals still on the table just from a purely financial standpoint? Or because I know the Kings are hard capped at that first apron. So how much wiggle room do they have in a trade to acquire a high dollar player like that?
Yeah, they do still have wiggle room. I think, like, look, there's the first apron, and then there's also the tax. Like, as of right now, they're below the tax. And even if they sign, I think if they sign one more player, they're still right around the tax. So we're going to have to see if they decide to be a tax paying team. And so when I'm looking at the financials of it, this is pretty much a net neutral trade. You can look at Harrison Barnes made $18 million. Chris Duarte made $5.9 million, and you put those two together, that's basically 24 million, 23.9 million. And it looks like DeMar DeRozan's going to make right around 24.1 million. But the problem is in the NBA, when you do a sign and trade deal, it does cap you. It hard caps you at the first apron. So they can't go above 78 million. So as of right now, what that does do, well, you can go above 78 million, but what you can't do is go above 78 million without it being a league minimum contract. So again, we haven't seen Alex Len sign yet. And we haven't seen Jordan McLaughlin sign yet, who are two players that we expect to sign with the Kings. But they're both on veteran minimum contract. So in a way, you can actually, because they're hard capped right now at 178, they can actually go out and, like, before they sign those deals, they can go out and try to add a player into part of their mid-level exception. And they're going to get hard capped at 178. But then if you're signing league minimum contracts, even if it's a veteran minimum, which is like 3.4 million for Alex Len, you can exceed the first apron to sign league minimum contracts. So I don't think they're going to go over the first apron, but you still have wiggle room right now. And then you still have the ability to make a trade. So let's say it's Kyle Kuzma, right? $23.5 million. You still have plenty of room between the tax and the first apron, which is about, it's like $7 million difference, basically. So you've got that room that you can play with, right? And then you have the contracts of players like Kevin Huerter or players like Trey Lyles or I don't know. You're gonna have some other, like Colby Jones. It's on a league minimum deal, but those are players that could be included into a deal to get closer to Kuzma's $23.5 million salary. So as of right now, whether you want to include any of those guys outside of Huerter, that's going to come down to Monty McNair and to Vivek and how much he wants to spend in tax, right? But you could still pull off a deal for a guy like Kuzma. Lauri Markkanen only makes $18 million, so his contract could be a straight swap with Kevin Huerter with no questions, and it wouldn't hurt your cap space at all. What it would do is it's going to cost you long term as far as draft capital. And you guys had Sean Cunningham on from Fox 40, my partner of the Kings Beat, and I'm sure he told you that he's heard from a lot of people in Markkanen's camp that he wants to test free agency this offseason and really give it a look. And so he's a little bit more scary of a prospect to trade for, just because you're going to have to give up a ton to get him. And then you have no assurances, where at least a guy like Kyle Kuzma, again, Kyle's got, he's under contract for 3 years and you got a good opportunity to keep him around long term.
Right. We can stick with Kuzma. How aggressive do you see the Kings being, like making more moves and all that? Is it just a matter of, do you think maybe they just shore up the roster a bit with like a wing player here and there, or do you think they go hard after Kuzma because they think it takes him over the top? Like, how aggressive do you see them being going forward?
Yeah, as of right now, I do know that as of this weekend, that they were still interested in pursuing either Lauri Markkanen or Kyle Kuzma via trade. There's no reason not to go all in at this point. You know what team you have. You know what the next 3 years looks like. You've got DeMar DeRozan locked in if you want him for 3 years. long as he doesn't tail off big time in year 2, you would assume that he could stick around for a third year. Yeah, this is kind of a gut check moment for the Kings, where they're looking around and saying, if we make one more substantial move, can we jump into the conversation for, the team that could represent the Western Conference in the finals? And, maybe they could. I don't know. It depends on the level of player you get. The one player I would say it would be really difficult for them to get at this point is probably Brandon Ingram. And that's just because he makes $36 million, and it wouldn't be easy for them to come up with enough contracts to reach that amount. I think they could do it, but it would, like, at a minimum, you're talking Trey Lyles, you're talking Kevin Huerter. That puts you at 25, and then you're going to need more on top of that in order to stay into that hard cap. I'd also say that, like, until the DeMar DeRozan deal is actually finalized with the league, like, until that deal is done, you're not hard capped. So we hear everybody say, "Oh, they're hard capped." Well, they're not hard capped until that deal is put through the league office, and so far we haven't seen that. And so, like, look, I just think it's there's a lot of moving pieces here, and I always tell people that, just because you put all your money in right now, or the salary cap looks a certain way today, it doesn't mean that it will look that way in a couple of weeks or in a couple of months. Because you have all kinds of moving pieces here, including, the $4.7 million Jalen McDaniels contract. We don't know what that's going to look like, if he's going to be around. If not, they could always do something drastic if they had to, and waive him, stretch provision him, and save $3 million right off the top, and drop down lower. So again, that's what I mean. There's a lot of moving pieces here, and they're cooking right now, and they're being as creative as possible.
I just want to clarify something, just real quick. The Kuzma thing is not just us talking. That's the Kings are interested, or at least having conversations about acquiring him, correct?
Yeah, from what I know, the Kings are very interested in pursuing both Kuzma and Markkanen at this point still. They do not feel like they're done. They also feel like there's a move here that could put them in a really, really strong position. Not just to be a top 4 or 5 playoff team, but actually a team that could potentially compete, and that's what you're hoping to do at this point.
I kind of think the Pelicans aren't going to wind up trading Brandon Ingram.
I don't think so either. I feel like it's kind of moving towards he stays and takes maybe less than the max or something like that.
Yikes.
Yeah, we'll see.
I feel like they fumbled the bag by broadcasting to the world that he was available.
Yeah, and like David Griffin, I think after the season was talking about, we need to make some changes, this and that, and yeah,
tough.
Yeah, I kind of feel like too with that team, like, if they are going to trade him, they've realized very quickly that the center market is dried up, which is why you see them go out today and sign a guy like Daniel Tice. They need somebody, because as of right now, they only have a rookie there, and they need to go out. They traded both of their centers, here in the last, or they lost Jonas Valanciunas, but they also traded Larry Nance Jr. So, like, look, they've got some work to do on their roster, and financially, they're not going to be in a good position at all, and they know that. And so it would behoove them still to trade Brandon Ingram now while they still have an opportunity. They certainly could try to extend him and then trade him next summer or something, but the risk is there, especially with Ingram in his history of injury. I really like him as a player, and I think he would fit as well as any player on this team right here. And I'll also point out, Jesse, you asked me earlier, and I skipped over the question. Like, the Kings landing DeMar DeRozan is a tremendous, like, feather in the cap of these guys, because they've never been able to go out and land a true free agent like this, not since Vlade Divac. Now, it is a sign and trade, so there is like a stipulation there that it's not truly just a free agent signing. And it is.
Pick us.
Because we never look at the Brad Miller trade, the Brad Miller acquisition as a free agent signing. We always think of that as a sign and trade, because it cost him Hedo Turkoglu and it cost him Scott Pollard. But it's the same exact trade. Basically, it was a sign and trade where they picked up a free agent, paid him a bunch of money, and were able to swap assets. But I would still say that, like, the fact that the Kings for so many years have been trying to shake this exact, like, stigma that they cannot go out and get a player like this,
Mhm.
and all of a sudden they did. I think that's a big deal, and I also think it's a big deal if you're a player on the outside, like a Kyle Kuzma, who's been like a little hemming and hawing maybe about whether or
Mhm.
not you want to go to Sacramento, and he's got a 15% trade kicker. There could come a point where he goes, you know what, let's do this. That sounds like a fun place to go play. That sounds like a team I want to play for. And I think one of the really cool things about DeMar DeRozan is he can play the 2 or the 3. He can start for 2 at
Mhm.
either position, which allows you to go out and chase a guy like that. Like that does the versatility of him really does help.
Yeah, big time. Um, do you we've been talking a lot today about the concerns over the fit because that was my knee-jerk reaction, right? In fact, I texted you, it feels like, man, like initially it was like, man, this DeRozan thing feels like a move just to do something. But the more I thought about it, the more it's like, well, it's not, it's a quote unquote bad fit if you're expecting that player to stand in the corner and shoot threes, because that's just not DeMar DeRozan's game. But it's very clear there's so much more to it than that. Does the fit concern you at all?
You know, I was with you initially, Kyle, like because you're looking at this and you're wondering what exactly he is a guy who, number one, has a pretty decent usage rate. He's a guy
Mhm.
who doesn't shoot. It's not only that he only shoots 33%, but he only shoots like three threes a game.
Mhm.
And you can't ask a 34 going on 35-year-old to reinvent himself. You can ask him to take more threes from the corner to help your team out. But then when you look at sort of the rest of his game, I would point to the fact that for 11 straight seasons, he's averaged over 20. For 7 straight seasons, he's averaged 4.9 assists per game or more, which again, 6 of those, he's over 5 assists a game. He's a playmaker. He's a playmaker
Mhm.
for everybody. And I think everybody saw this team last year really fall apart when both Herter and Monk went down late in the season. We've talked about this, how everyone was so focused on the 25 points per game, and they overlooked the 7.5, 8 assists per game that those guys put up on the board. The
Mhm.
fact that you didn't have somebody else who could create their own shot outside of De'Aaron Fox once Monk went down, that was a huge problem for the Kings. It's probably the reason why they didn't advance to the playoffs and why they were bounced in the play-in. If they could have had a DeMar DeRozan type player who isn't just like, oh, he can create for himself. This is a dude who averaged 24 points a game last year. He's, top, I don't know, 15 in the league in scoring. This is a
Mhm.
ball player. This isn't some guy who pad stats on a bad team. He's a guy who's done it for years and is one of the best mid-range players in the game. And so I think what he does do is he adds this element that the Kings were just lacking. It is that secondary creator. And I'll also point out him and De'Aaron Fox finished 1 and 2 in fourth quarter scoring. Like when things get messy deep in a game and you're searching for answers, this dude gets to the free throw line 7.7 times per game. He shoots 85% from the free throw line, but he's one of the best finishers, the best closers in the game. And you
Mhm.
don't just have 2 of them now, you actually have 3 because Malik Monk is so good in this situation too. So teams are going to have to pick their poison. How do the Kings attack? And it really comes into play when you go up against teams that like to switch defense, and you're going to have a mismatch. And you're going to be able to exploit that mismatch, whether it's DeRozan, whether it's Fox, whether it's Monk, in the final 3 minutes of a game when you're trying to close somebody out.
How do you think this move affects Keegan Murray, like good or bad? Like Keegan was thought to be like maybe eventually take over this spot that DeMar's gonna have now as the third guy. Like, do you think it like helps Keegan's development more so like he doesn't have to have that pressure on him right now? Like, yeah, how do you think it affects him?
Yeah, you know what? To be honest, Jesse, I think that Keegan Murray is still 2 years away from being the player that he's going to be,
Mm.
and like he's getting better and he's really good defensively. But every year, every offseason, he's going to take a step. And the Kings, as of Friday, they needed him to jump 2 steps forward for them to compete. And all of a sudden, you don't need that anymore. You need him to continue to get better, but to get better organically and in a way that makes sense for him, and allow him to build his confidence. I'd also point out that DeRozan is considered one of the NBA good guys. So you lost one in Harrison Barnes, but you got another one back. And he's going to be a guy who mentors. He's going to mentor Devin Carter. He's going to mentor who he played with, Devin Carter's dad, and is in Toronto for Anthony Carter's final season in the NBA. So you're going to have all these ties that bind. But I think having a new voice and another voice in the locker room that can just give Keegan Murray a different perspective is good. And as you see DeMar DeRozan kind of age out, you'll see Keegan Murray hopefully be able to take over for who it is right now. Because as we look today, the Kings just added their third best player, especially on the offensive end. And now it's a coin flip between Monk and Keegan Murray, who your fourth and fifth best player is. And that's a really good thing for the Kings. That's a good problem to have for the Kings. If they can add one more player that to add to that fourth, fifth mix, then I think that they would even be, they would even have more potential here.
You were talking about DeMar DeRozan and the clutch points last year. He was third in clutch player of the year voting 2 seasons ago, second last year. And I went back because I wanted to go see. I couldn't remember exactly what he did against the Kings at Golden One Center. I just remembered he had a huge fourth quarter. 7 for 7 in the fourth quarter with 19 points against Sacramento.
You imagine that game on whatever Friday night. Kings went 14 of 14 from the field because it was just Fox and DeMar DeRozan tearing it up.
Could happen. It's on the tape. The thing for me that I keep coming back to with this, James, is this is a floor signing. This elevates the Kings floor to a playoff team. That's what I believe. I think this is a firm top 5 team in the West now, top 6 maybe. Their ceiling is still going to be reliant on A, if there's another move for them, and B, what Keegan Murray does.
Mm-hmm.
Like all of this still comes back to like, hey, Keegan Murray's got a leap to take if the Kings are really going to ascend into that upper tier of the West.
Yeah, well, I think the other ingredient there is how well does this team how quickly does the chemistry build, and how quickly do they figure out how to put these guys in the right places. I agree with you. It does still like Keegan Murray's development is still it's gonna be the difference between them being like a 5 seed or a 3 seed probably. I think that's what you're probably pointing to, and I would agree with you, but I'd also say, like, look, they have a way to change who they are a little bit here. That so far, the last like 2 seasons under Mike Brown, they've been predominantly like a dribble drive motion offense. It's right. either corner 3 or it's finish at the rim, right? And they get a lot of that with through running through Domantas Sabonis and all that. They're going to have to figure out ways to get a lot more buckets in the mid-range. And it's kind of a throwback. We saw the Spurs do this throwback about 4 or 5 years ago when they had DeRozan and they had LaMarcus Aldridge, where they're the only team in the league that's not shooting up, 25 to 33s a game at that point. And it's even gone up since then. But De'Aaron Fox is one of the best mid-range jump shooters in the league. He went away from it this last season, but the year before he was lights out. DeMar DeRozan is one of the best, if not the best, mid-range jump shooter in the league. And then Keegan Murray said he's also been working on his mid-range game as well. So I think it's possible that we see the Kings sort of have a whole lot of different identities, especially on the offensive end this season, where they can give you so many different looks. And it's not just like, hey, we have an ISO player here and a bunch of shooters to space the floor on the other side. I think it's going to be more where they can hit you with different looks and quality looks and high efficiency looks time and time and time again. And they have potential to be absolutely electric offensively.
Yeah, they're going to make teams defend areas of the floor that they don't typically have to defend.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. Yeah.
Theoretically. Were you going to say something, Jesse? Sorry. I felt like I cut you off.
No, that was good.
Okay, thanks.
How much better did they get after acquiring DeRozan? Like, are they on paper like now, because we haven't seen them play yet or whatever, are they a top 6 team now, do you think, or are they still a team that can get into the playoffs by way of the play-in?
No, I would put them in as a top 5 team. I like what they've done more than I like what the Pelicans have done. Again, the Pelicans have lost depth. They lost Najee Marshall. They lost Jonas Valanciunas. They made them. Yeah, Larry Nance. They made the move to go get DeJounte Murray, but I've never been convinced of him as like a star level player. They lost Dyson Daniels in one of those trades too, I believe. So it's that team they're good, but I would put the Kings above them. I also think teams like the Clippers, like the Warriors, like the Lakers, they've taken a step backwards, and I don't think there's any question about that. I'm really intrigued to see. Have the Lakers done anything other than draft Bronny and Dalton Connect? Because I don't think I saw anything else. And it's kind of strange how they're just in this holding pattern waiting for LeBron to retire.
Well, they did get LeBron to take like $2 million less than the max.
That's a huge deal, Kyle. It is.
It's big time. I don't know why they're not favorites in the West right now. And look at their cap situation. It's so much healthier now.
Yeah, it is.
I heard that cool podcaster.
Oh, they did. Oh, yeah, they got a new head coach.
Oh, that's right. A guy who's never coached before.
Dominating the content game.
I forgot about that. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And join the staff.
Drew Down brings up that they also did lose. They lost Prince
Torian
as well.
Prince.
Yeah, Torian Prince.
Interesting. Okay. That's it. That's all I've got on the Lakers, guys. Sorry. We'll keep talking about what the DeMar DeRozan addition means for the Bulls. We will bid farewell to Harrison Barnes. And we will discuss. There's something else I wanted to ask you, James. I'll try and figure it out at the break. All right, Jesse, let's go. We're on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Yeah, man, I got it for sure. I think James, can we do half an hour together?
What? Just two of us?
Yeah.
Yeah. Since we're used to doing that four times a day.
Oh shit! I was gonna.
You can hear I'm getting a little raggedy.
I remember. Yeah, I know. I might. Yeah.
Start pulling out some Barry White tunes.
Good idea or bad idea? Coming up next.
Oh, there you go.
No, we're not doing that. I did not prepare any bits.
Got it. The Jordan McLaughlin signing is interesting. His offensive rating and defensive ratings were crazy. He's like a 111 offensive rating and a 100 defensive rating for a plus 11 net rating in 11
Jordan
minutes per
McLaughlin?
game. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to ask about him for sure. Jordan McLaughlin, big supporter of the Lamb Chops brand.
All right.
He's one of those players that like the numbers are all nice and stuff, but it's like, why was he only playing 11 minutes a night?
Tom, how easy do you think the Kings lift protections owed on the Atlanta pick to free up their other picks? The Kings don't have to technically do anything with Atlanta. They can give a team a 2027, a 2029, and 2031. The 31 pick is now encumbered by the pick swap. But the 2027 will come with an asterisk that if it's not relayed that year, then it would be relayed the next. And then it would have to, like, again, the picks would have to change. If they needed 3 first-round picks, which the only way I think that they would really need that is marketing, and I wouldn't give them 3 first-round picks when you can't guarantee he's going to sign an extension. You could go to Atlanta and just pull the protections from next year and say, hey, is it okay if we do an unprotected first-round pick in 2025? And they'd probably say, yeah, that's fine.
I saw somebody today say, if you're excited about the 2025 draft, just wait until you get a load of the 2026 class.
Oh.
I'm like, oh, sure, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, I think the key is you want to make sure that you don't tie everything up. Even if you give pick swaps, like if you give up a 27, a 29, and a 31 and pick swaps in 28 and 30, that's a lot to give up. But if the right player is there, okay, Like, this is a moment where you have it all stacked up and you should be good during those years. And those picks, sure, they could hurt, but they could also be like the 25th, 26th, 27th pick in the draft. So, yeah, I saw something. The 2031 class, I think that those kids are in 6th grade at this moment. I don't know.
Just deep in the AAU circuit, the Spurs are. They love the 2031 class.
David Jackson, I probably do sound like I'm saying pig swaps, not pick swaps.
Pig swaps?
Pig swaps. I don't know. Giving up a 2031 pick swap I thought was interesting. I'm surprised they didn't give up a 2030, but San Antonio has been collecting those pick swaps for around that area in case they get really good with Victor Wembanyama, and they're like trying to be sneaky. But the 2031, like, again, the Kings can still trade that pick. It just comes with the stipulation that the San Antonio Spurs can pick swap with the Kings. Wow. I just saw somebody said the analysis that the Spurs won the trade because of the 20.
Somebody said 347 for the first ham freeze. We got 332.
Okay, well, we got 332. Shout out.
Yeah.
Show your bet slips, please.
Congrats. Just in case my mother-in-law is watching, England is who I am picking.
I'll be very salty if England gets to the final.
I'm a big fan of penalties, though.
I'm back.
Oh, he's back. Let's go.
I switched internet. We'll see if it helps.
Fingers crossed. Shout out Sophia Jones. Salute. How are you doing sidelines?
The Kings just officially announced the acquisition of DeMar DeRozan.
Wait, the Kings got DeMar DeRozan?
Yeah.
What? Get out of town.
That means our hard cap.
Officially.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It's just not D'Lo or KC. It's D'Lo and KC, the show, but it's Kyle Madsen, James Ham, Jesse Tapia also in the building. We're holding it down for you until tomorrow. KC will be back tomorrow. D'Lo out on vacation all week, but Kenny Caraway will be back mañana. Got some news from the Kings just now.
I'm glad D-Rose came home. Y'all didn't deserve him either.
Officially a Sacramento King, DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, deal is officially done.
Does that change anyone's thoughts now that it's been officially announced? Any buyer's remorse from anybody?
Man, I think he's too old. Doggone it. He got older.
Like, what are they doing? They needed wings.
I liked it before it was official.
Yeah. How tall is he? 3-and-D, not DeMar DeRozan. I don't like the fit. They're just making a move to make a move. Monty back on the hot seat. DeMar DeRozan officially announced as a member of the Sacramento Kings. Does the Jordan McLaughlin acquisition, backup guard for Minnesota, very good defender, is that a sign of anything other than Devin Carter's injury status? Does it mean that we can bank on another one of their guards being sent out the door here during this offseason? What does the Jordan McLaughlin signing mean? If anything.
Yeah. I think the Jordan. Okay, so first of all, I kind of like him as a player. I mean, he's an undersized point guard, but he plays defense. He shot something crazy like 47.2% from three last year on limited opportunities.
Mhm.
Again, he's a defensive-minded guy. He posted an offensive rating of 111, a defensive rating of 100 for a plus 11 net rating, which is wild for a guy who plays 11 minutes a game. So, look, this is just like a solid guy that you can throw in there, but I don't know how much he'll play or anything else. The Kings have plenty of guard depth, but with Devin Carter being out and potentially long term, this just became something you need to shore up a little. And again, I would point out the Kings have, De'Aaron Fox is their starter. Malik Monk can play the one. Keon Ellis played the one last season. Colby Jones can play a little one. You got a bunch of guys who can play the one, the two. DeMar DeRozan can slide over and play the two if you need more guard depth. You still have Kevin Huerter on the roster. So this is just one of those moves. It's like, hey, before everyone's picked up, we might as well pick up somebody who is solid and can help us out in case we get in a pinch.
Is it really 6 to 8 months for Devin Carter?
I don't know. I mean, we're hearing that he's having surgery soon. But I heard on draft night that there was a potential for like an 8-month recovery from whatever it was. And then the number we've heard over the last couple of days is potential for 6 to 8 months. But I don't think we'll know until they get in there, because if it's just a labral tear, like what Kevin Huerter has, is 4 to 5 months. And they would have him back on the court relatively quick. You don't want someone, if it's just a labral tear, they're finding that you want to use the thing and start going after a couple of weeks. So the rehab actually goes quicker. But we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see what kind of injury it is, because as of right now, we just have Sham's report of a surgery needed. And there's so many different types of surgeries for a shoulder. He did hurt it during the pre-draft workout process. So I don't know when the Kings knew, or if they knew when he did that he was injured. But I do know, like, at least one other team told me heading into the draft, the day before the draft, that that he might be a little might be a little rocky, because they thought he was going to be out long term with shoulder injury. And it's something I warned people of last week. After the acquisition, and I don't think it changes anything. I think the Kings probably would have still made the pick. He's a really, really good player, and he fits everything that they're looking for in a player. You might just have to wait for it until, training camp or maybe January. We don't know yet, though.
Yeah, I don't like it. Doesn't ideally you would have all your players healthy and available right away. But you mentioned all the depth. Like if the Kings were going to have a player out for the first, however long, that's probably an okay spot to have it. And I don't think I don't think Devin Carter is the kind of player either where obviously any rookie, you're going to want him in camp, you're going to want him in practices as much as possible. But I think his impact isn't necessarily contingent this year on like, hey, he's going to be super involved in the offense and he's going to be heavily involved in these actions or whatever it is. I think he's a super high IQ player. I think his length is going to bother teams, particularly defensively. And I think in his rookie year, his impact is going to be, hey, go play these 4 or 5 hard minutes and just go make plays.
Yeah. I mean, this could potentially mess a lot of that up. I mean, he's still going to be able to watch film. He'll go through a training camp watching, unless it's a much quicker recovery. Again, we're going to have to wait and see what the recovery is here. But if he recovers quickly, you do want him in a training camp. You want him going through preseason. You want him getting his first chase of the NBA early in the season when games don't matter as much. And a lot of other teams are putting their young players out there. My fear would be that he gets back a little bit later. And that really does hurt your opportunity to put him in the game, to give him minutes down the stretch, as guys like maybe Keon Ellis or even Mason Jones, who looks absolutely phenomenal at Summer League. If a guy like that sort of steals a little bit of the limelight and a little bit of the potential minutes here, just because he's 25, 26 and has like a mature body. So we'll have to wait and see what it means. It is a setback. I just hope that it's not that big of a setback.
Okay. I have a couple of things I want to talk about. You mentioned Mason Jones. I want to talk about Cal Classic. I didn't even recognize Mason Jones, dude. He looks like a different human.
Yeah, like, really crazy.
I looked at the roster and I was like, who is number 8? He also looks like he also played really well.
No, I think when you're watching him, he even moves different. Like it just everything about him is different. You know, when he came through and he signed with the Kings to play in the G League, he weighed 240 and he's down to 195.
Man,
I mean, that's a transformation. We're talking 6-7 months. He's dropped a tremendous 45 pounds is what he's saying. And that to me is absolutely crazy. So at this point, like, look, he's got potential as like a two-way wing. He plays defense hard. You know, he's a guy who attacks, who's put up triple doubles at the G League level. Who, you know, again, he's not like a young prospect. He's not like a 20-something-year-old guy. Well, an early 20s guy. But also, like, look, he's a guy that we saw it last year. Like, he's a rah-rah guy. He's a good guy to have around on your team who brings a good spirit and a good energy to him. He's on a two-way contract. And I think the Kings made a wise decision last year to keep him on a two-way. Because now you have that ability to pull him up for up to 50 games during the season. And that could really, really be an advantage for the Kings to have a player that, you know, maybe can fill in quite a bit while Devin Carter is although they don't play the same position while he's out of action, though.
I thought Keon Ellis looked really good too, just from a standpoint of he looked like an NBA player playing in the Cal Classic. At least that's how it appeared to me.
Yeah, you're hoping that he looks better than everybody, right? That he looks
he
like
just kind of did to me.
Yeah, you're like, hey, why is he here? He doesn't belong here. And I think that's exactly what we got. He looked really good. He's taking on more. He's doing more than he has before, and some of that looks a little clunky. But when he's ready to, you know, play with the standard team, whether it's off the bench or as a starter, I think he's going to have a really nice impact this season.
It's really tough in these like Cal Classic games to distinguish between. Like, I think there's a pretty significant difference between Keon Ellis looking as good as he did and like Adonis Arms in the first game looking as good as he did. Because one of those is an NBA player who is playing really well against non-NBA competition. And another guy is just like the best of the non-NBA competition. And
yeah.
I thought Arms was like intriguing, particularly because of what he was doing, passing off the bounce and like these one-handed little pocket passes. Like it was impressive, but very different type of dominating than I think what we saw from Keon.
Yeah, he's one of those players who are trying to fight and stake their claim to an NBA spot.
Right.
And you got to respect those guys. Like I always have an affinity for the self-made man. The guys who, you know, what did he play in 4 different colleges? You know, and if he played in 4 different colleges, there's a chance he played in a couple of different high schools too. Somebody who's just clawed and trying to fight his way into the NBA. He played really well for the Memphis Hustle last year. And he's a guy that if the Kings could somehow get his rights, that he would, you know, probably make a lot of sense to have in Stockton. And you never know, maybe you do develop them. The Kings have done a nice job the last couple of years of finding sort of diamonds in the rough and developing them. But you're happy for guys who are able to showcase themselves in a game like this, in a tournament like this, and then maybe he gets an invite to Las Vegas. If he gets an invite to Las Vegas, maybe he gets an invite to training camp. And if you get that invite to training camp, that's typically where teams go out and try to acquire your rights. So if they waive you, they can give you a signing bonus, waive you, and then if you stick around in the G League for a little while, you get to keep that signing bonus, and that can sometimes be double, triple what your G League contract is.
You mentioned the starting lineup when we were talking about Keon earlier. What does your starting lineup look like today?
Today I still think it's Fox, Ellis, DeRozan, Murray, and Sabonis.
Okay.
But that can change.
Which part?
I mean,
Because
if you add
Fox and Sabonis are locked in at the 1 and the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who would go on? How now? What changes besides that?
Well, I mean, here's the deal. Like the fact that you just added another playmaker might not actually be advantageous to Malik Monk, because there's no question DeMar DeRozan starting, right? So either you're starting at the 2 or you're starting at the 3, and that just depends on whether you add another piece to the puzzle. Again, if you go out and get Kyle Kuzma, you slide Kuzma or Murray to the 4. Those two are your 3 and your 4, and DeRozan goes to the shooting guard position, and then your primary backup at the point guard is going to be Keon Ellis, and your primary backup at the 2 is going to be Malik Monk, right? So I could see a way in which Monk wins the starting shooting guard spot, but again, does it help you to have all 4 of your best passers, your best playmakers in the starting lineup? I guess you can do that, and then, just like sort of stagger all of your rotations after that. But, like, it's not a knock on Malik Monk to come off the bench. It's a position where if you're playing in a starting lineup with a guy who averages 26, a guy who averages 24, a guy who averages almost 20, and a guy who averages 15, there's just not a lot of shots there for you. And there's an advantage to coming off the bench and being a guy who can get 13, 14 shots as the primary scorer off the bench in that first wave. But either way, Mike Brown's going to use 8.5, maybe 9-man rotation for a lot of this season, because he's got the horses now to do it.
I think they need one more when we start getting deep into the rotation. I think they need one more wing who can play like the 3-4. That's kind of where I fall.
Yeah,
I don't feel really good about it.
Well, I mean, I would like to see the length and athleticism of a guy like Kuzma. Now, again, maybe the Kuzma deal works out, maybe it doesn't. I don't know what they've got on the table there, whether Washington's willing to do business or not. But if he's there and you can somehow get him, he does add that little bit of bounce, and I know a lot of people are like, well, his usage rate is too high and all that stuff. Like, look, Kyle Kuzma was part of a championship team. It was in the bubble, but still a championship team with the Lakers. Like, he knows how to play different types of positions, different styles of play. And at this point in his career, like 28, I don't see him looking around and saying, okay, if I get to the Kings and I can average 27 a game and I can be a 4-time All-Star and I can somehow get to the Hall of Fame and all this stuff, I think he kind of knows who he is at this point. And that's a good thing. And you might be able to work with who he is and, have him do a lot more, go to the corner type stuff, but then play off of Sabonis on the high pick and roll. All of these things that we've seen the Kings do with other players. I just think that he would add another element to the team that you lack at this point. And like, look, there might be someone else out there that can provide that same stuff. I know people bring up Cam Johnson in the Chatty House and, Dorian Finney-Smith and those guys. But as of right now, he would still be a pretty high level guy to look at. I would worry a little bit about what that would do to Keegan Murray and like how far that sets him back as far as like scoring option, because he does have so much potential still.
The varying amount of opinions about Kyle Kuzma is nuts. It goes from like the Kings need to go add this guy and they will become a championship contender tomorrow, to stay away from him at all costs. What a fascinating dynamic.
Yeah, he definitely he's one of those players that really, like, you either love him or hate him. And I would just say that the reason why I lean towards him and I bring him up is because he's really, really a good, I mean, like, he's very good as a basketball player. you can not love what he does, like on what the Washington Wizards or whatever, but that doesn't change the fact that he still has like a skill set that's very intriguing. He can rebound, he can shoot the three. His 3-point numbers would look much better if he was off the catch and shoot versus having to create for himself. He can get out and run. In all honesty, he's the guy that you really hope that Marvin Bagley would be, right? When the Kings drafted Bagley, they were hoping that they would find a Kyle Kuzma type that could get out and run and space the floor with a De'Aaron Fox, and it just never really developed.
Right.
And the other thing is, Kyle, like, I was never a huge I'm all in on Kuzma, especially after him choosing to go back to the Wizards.
Sure.
He had other opportunities, including Sacramento last summer, from what I know. And he decided not to go play for a winner. And that's always like a red flag for me when someone goes, okay, I'm okay being here in Washington while we're not going to be very good. And now he may have thought, hey, Jordan Poole's here. Maybe we can have some crazy fun and we'll be the talk of the NBA and all that stuff.
Right.
But I don't think that happened. And I also think that there was a time during the season where he could have gone to Dallas and chose not to. But at the same time, you just can't look away from his contract. His contract is 23.5, 21.5, and 19.5 for the next 3 years, where Brandon Ingram makes $36 million right now and is going to want 40 for the next 5 years. So you're looking at $200 million there. And then the same thing for Lauri Markkanen. He's going to be $18 million this year, but after that, like, affording him is going to be ridiculous. And so building a team and keeping a team around these guys is going to be hard. Just kind of interesting food for thought. Why I think Kuzma might be a good fit is very specifically its contract, its style of play, and then after that, I think he's probably miscast where he's at.
I got lost. Where
it's
am
okay,
I at?
Kyle.
Harrison Barnes. No,
Harrison Barnes.
Thanks, man. It's one of my favorite hats. Harrison Barnes. I want to talk about him before we go. I was looking at the clock and I was trying to do math in my head, which, as you know, never goes particularly well. No, we got a couple minutes left. Just wanted to shout out Harrison Barnes one more time. Heck of a pro. He's put together a really nice career. And I personally just wanted to make sure that it's clear that, because I frankly was not a huge fan of his throughout this season, and wanted to see more from him. And I think a lot of people probably did. But that was strictly about this year and what the Kings needed and trying to get it out of him. It had nothing to do with him as a person or as a pro. Heck of a player, and should be saluted for his time in Sac for sure.
Yeah, and a heck of a human being. Him and I wish nothing but the best for him and Brittany and their little girl August. Really good people, and I really do think that at a certain point you do need to go somewhere else. And him going there with Chris Paul to be mentors for Victor Wembanyama, just an absolutely stellar move by the San Antonio Spurs. You just picked two. Like, Chris Paul is considered probably the best leader in the NBA, and Harrison Barnes is one of the best community locker room guys that you're ever going to run across. And those guys will help him develop. They won't just help him develop as a player; they'll help him develop as a man, and help him become the player he's going to be, which is going to be one of the best players that we've ever seen in the game. And I definitely, you lost one, but DeMar DeRozan, everything I've heard about him too, just salt of the earth, one of the best dudes ever, a media dream, never turns down media, just one of the NBA good guys as well.
We have a minute, so I think that's it. We're going to get out of here. Thanks for hanging out, James. This is great.
Yeah, it was fun, right? It's like we should do this more often, Kyle.
In fact, you know what? Tomorrow, let's just 10 a.m. We'll rock 10 to noon. It'll be great.
Okay, we'll try that. We'll try and see how it goes. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
The Insiders, 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. James, appreciate you, man. We'll talk to you next time. Jesse, appreciate you for hanging out today. The Matthews Mattress Chatty House, a big thank you to you guys. You guys are wonderful as always, and a big thank you to all of our guests, Sean Cunningham, Matt George, Chris Biderman, and Jason Timpf all did a great job as well. And this was really cool for me. I love D'Lo and KC. Personally, I love their show very much. And it was awesome seeing them get started. And now it's awesome 4 years later getting to hop in and fill in while those guys are out. KC back tomorrow. Kyle Madsen for James Ham and Jesse Tapia. We're ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Boom! Did it. We did it, everybody. Woo.
World's
Are we
best cup
clear?
of coffee.
Fuck yeah. Good job, everyone. All right, yeah, catch me on 102.5. No, I'm joking.
You're not going there.
Absolutely not. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. 10 a.m. tomorrow, James and Chatty. I'll see you guys there. Oh yeah, that's right. Drink water and be nice people.
Oh, I
Please.
did not say that at the end of my show today.
That's
Drink
okay.
Water and nice people.
Okay.
Oh, shout out Jerry Reynolds.
Yeah, big shout out to Jerry.
Yep.
He said good to see you again. He remembered me. That was nice.
Yeah, he's such a good dude. Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna cut out of here. Appreciate you guys.
See you in the morning, Kyle.
Jesse, do I just hit end stream?
Yep.
Wow. This is the right time to hit it, not in the middle of the show.
No one did that right.
I did that once.
Yeah, maybe not do it during the show.
Yeah, their last live show. Jesse was like, "Yeah, just leave the studio and you're good." And I was like, "Great, end stream."
Oh,
during their show.
Killed the stream. Bye.
Right. Goodbye, friends.